Where I left off, it ain't over. Whole squad on the gravel. All I know, I'm a soldier. Stand up, add attention, shake it off. Tell us swift, forget the trip. Back to mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going crazy. Medics panicking. Woke up from the stretcher in the red, removing the bandages. Hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages. Power level breaking screens, they like, way, look at them scampering. Rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Little this, little that, everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking feces cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNAPs, they really just next. Scratch them off, power balls. Look at them spinning, they really spin offs. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache, maybe wanna tear my head off. I could really use the Tylenol. Candy rappers talking good and plenty, it's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Suck to infinity, you could never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. I'ma finish it.
Exciting events of all time. They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
Who's better today? That is going to be the question. So much pressure on these players.
This should be sensational.
They ain't ready for you.
Let's get on our feet. We are wasting no time.
How in the world did Skyz just win that?
Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Literally from the sky. Huke Skywalker.
Drazah gets the first, gets the second. Drazah delivers.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa!
There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you.
I cannot believe what I am witnessing. This is the moment that we have been waiting for. Here we go.
They could be house, right?
I'm waiting for the sun. I'm waiting for the sun.
On the first one, Teach. He's yellow van, stunned it. I got one. Nice.
That was
A. That's two dead, two dead. One is gonna be here. He's yellow van, weak, Eli. We could plant. Short weak, last one short weak, first light.
Let's go.
Oh my god, look at the pre-nade.
And
And that was a 17-second round as Vegas takes down Seattle's Surge. We now have a 4-team race for just 2 spots going into champs. Welcome back, everybody. It's Puckett, it's Nameless, it's the Call of Duty League, and thank God it's the final day of qualifiers. Nothing but big tournaments after this.
Absolutely. We got some final matches to figure out the seeding, and then Major 5 is here next weekend. It's going to be absolutely insane, man.
And I see you, chat. Don't you worry about Allie. She is healing up. She will be in Toronto next week as we all head up north to the next major. But let's start today by talking about what happened yesterday in our qualifier matches, because Vegas, well, they made things interesting. Matching up against Seattle's Surge, who we once thought was safe for champs.
Yeah.
After going 1-4 here in the qualifiers, Surge on the bubble. Vegas enters the winner's bracket once again, and they are very much on the heels of Minnesota, just 10 points back of making it into champs.
You know what? And we need to straight up gas Vegas. You know why? That rebound is incredible. Getting double first rounded when your back's against the wall at the last major, you come home and it's like, all right, well, we have the hardest schedule of any team headed into this split, and we go 3-2, winning some big time matches against big time teams. Vegas turned it up sub-duo, looking incredible, but that's not the only team that looked unreal.
That's right. You had Florida Mutineers starting in the winner's bracket. They will finish with a 3-2 record after falling to the perfect OpTic Texas crew. 5-0, back-to-back qualifiers. The only team to be in multiple grand finals. The question is, they're the favorite to win Toronto. Can they make it 3 straight? Can they raise a trophy before going into champs?
100%. I mean, they are the front runner, and they played a strong Florida team. I mean, you look at OpTic, they went there testing some maps. Expo looks extremely strong, and they get that victory versus Florida, and now 5-0, #1 seed headed into Major 5.
Taking a look at those standings, you'll notice Thieves winless, Ravens winless. They play each other today. Surge and Guerrillas are done, so we have our 4 losers bracket teams locked in. Everyone else guaranteed a spot in that winners bracket. The question is, with what seed? The big picture, though, what have we been playing for since December? A spot at the $2.3 million Call of Duty Championships.
Yep.
The 2023 Grand Final is kicking off June 15th, and these are the 4 teams that are fighting for the last 2 spots.
And listen, Chris, nobody is safe. I mean, you look at this list, and it's like Minnesota Røkkr just made a change. 1-0 with the new team. Can absolutely eclipse Boston and Surge. And when you talk about Boston, they've been struggling as of late. They have a match today. It is going to get pretty crazy. We're going to have some matchups between these guys to make it in champs. I guarantee it.
We got 6 teams playing today, but I'll be honest, only 2 of them are really going to be trying their hardest. That is Røkkr, that is Boston. That's 7th and 8th seed right now. And the Røkkr, you're not happy with your final draw. This is your 5th and final match in the qualifier, and you draw Toronto, an ultra squad that has been scoring easily. Scrapz been dropping the bombs, but Minnesota did come off a win. What have we seen from the Røkkr? Let's start there.
Yeah, I mean, I really like what I saw from Røkkr. You talk about, you know, this is a team that we expected to be good in the 2-3-5s of the first iteration of their roster. Well, they've went through a couple different rosters at this point, and they had Fame running the AR. That's not what he's come from. That's not what he ran at Challengers. He ran at SMG. So you get him back into that SMG role, and what does it do? He naturally plays towards the hill, plays more objective work. It allows Cammy and Bance to play the role that they're comfortable in. We saw Cammy playing aggressively on cuts, absolutely popping off in that last series, and Bance, throughout this split, at a 1.1 KD, he has started to play more selfish, which is where he finds success, when he's just playing a corner, finding 2 kills, making the impact plays, and that happened throughout this entire series versus LA Thieves. Attached said it himself when he came back into the team. He's like, I don't really have any opinions on how we should play. I'm just trying to support my teammates and put them in positions to succeed. So for Minnesota Røkkr, the honeymoon period might be exactly what they need to make that final push for champs.
Yes, absolutely. And as I said earlier, 4 teams fighting for 2 spots. It's 3 spots. Excuse me, chat. You are right. There's definitely a little bit more wiggle room for the Røkkr, but it's not easy against the Ultra today. We'll see if they're able to find success against 2 of our top 5 teams in back-to-back matches. When you take a look at the metrics, though, they're all in favor of Toronto. The best controlled team, 5th best in search and destroy. That's their weakest of the game modes. And then you look at their hard point. They're number 3 overall behind OpTic.
Yeah, they've been unreal. I mean, across the board, one of the most well-rounded teams out the gate. I mean, even when they had Sandy, they're just tough to take down. And you talk about a guy like Scrapz, who we've been gassing up, and for good reason. I mean, he has now put himself into the discussion of MVP on the season, let alone just Rookie of the Year. He has a championship, and he's leading the league right now, this split, in terms of hard point damage per map. He's number 2 in overall KD, but really, in my mind, he's number 1, because right below below him is Beans, who, you know, obviously they haven't been winning too many hardpoints. So for Scrap, he's been unbelievable. And when you get CleanX also going off, your 2 superstar players, you're going to find a lot of success. They've only lost 1 map to teams outside of OpTic throughout this whole split, and I don't think they intend to stop now. So Ultra today versus Røkkr in that Battle of the North, it's going on.
I just don't want to see Scrap shaking his head with disappointment in his opposition like he was yesterday after 3-0 over LAG. Give him a run today, Røkkr. That's what the fans are hoping to see as we go into the final day of competition here in the online qualifier. Remember, though, after that, 2 LAN events. And if you're looking at an Ultra squad, this is a very consistent team. Haven't finished outside the top 6, and that's even after winning Major 3. They started in that losers bracket, making the losers bracket run all the way to a 5th place.
And they only lost to Atlanta FaZe in a Game 5 scenario, right? Atlanta FaZe is an incredible team. We know they get top 3 every tournament. So Ultra, a couple things go their way. They potentially go on to make it to a final. So I think they bounce back and they get to this next final. But we'll talk about that.
All right, so Røkkr with a lot to play for today. 10 points is on the line for them. 10 points also up for grabs in the Boston versus New York matchup. But New York, they don't seem too worried about those 10 points. They're going to put one of their star players on the bench and bring in a rookie. What do you think of the move to bring in Wardy here from the Subliners? It's your last match. You're pretty much safe here in the winners bracket. Why do you make this move, though, and maybe switch up the gameplay before LAN?
Yeah, I can't answer that, Chris. I have no idea. This is baffling to me, in my opinion. Like, why even bring any more attention to your squad? Like, you guys have been consistent. You've been placing well at these tournaments, and you've been improving. Just get more reps. You can see right here, D-Real talking about it. We just want to give Wardy some reps on the stage. Like, it's cool to sort of set a trend and do things like that, but not when, like, the season is this important. You have to be on point right now, and I don't agree with it, but hey, it'll be fun to watch nevertheless.
I don't agree with it either, but we do love showcasing some rookies, and New York not afraid to showcase what they may have on their bench. Caesar Skyz, though, I wonder, do you take this personally as a player being put on a bench?
I do. Hell yeah. I'm sitting there. I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? Let's get this last match done. Let's win this. Have the momentum going into this next event. Like, anything that is away from your actual team can build bad tendencies. Obviously, I might be looking a little more into it than they are, but I just think it's a risk that you don't need to take. What's the point?
Unnecessary risk for the Subliners, but I think they're feeling pretty confident in their gameplay recently, thanks to the French phenom HyDra. Turning the Seattle series on its head. Let's take a look back at your Hummer extract mode. The Frenchman stealing 3 straight games, and he did it with an 18-kill performance. He set the S&D record against the Surge.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's insane. You can see there was clearly a switch in this map. Like, they were down, I think it was 5-2, and he was just like, all right, I need to go out there, get first blood, play my life. Like, you guys just play around me. His teammates support him, allowed him to do that, and he wreaked havoc on the map. I mean, seriously, finding kill after kill, Seattle giving him the one-on-one engagements. When you get in a close quarters one-on-one engagement with HyDra, you're going to lose it. And talk about rising to the occasion. I mean, Seattle's back's against the wall. It's HyDra versus Spread. He knows who's on the other side of that match, and HyDra just plays above and beyond what we expect out of him, putting himself back into the MVP discussion.
We look at the rest of the team. Priestahh, Skyz, KiSMET, all impressing, but no one could keep up with the ferocious pace put on by HyDra. New York Subliners celebrating with some fist bumps, feeling like they have everything moving in their favor. 2 tournaments left, and the squad that stole our first major still in the running to do it as we close out the year.
Yeah, and you can see his stats right there. It's not just that S&D. The man has been like the best search player for a month and a half now. He's been unreal. #1 in KD throughout this split. He's finding the first bloods. HyDra is him.
Now, if you are basing your prediction today on the last matchup, take note of something. Nero, not in the lineup for Boston. The other MVP for the Subliners, Skyz, will not be in the lineup for New York. Instead, it's Wardy coming in for the Subliners, and Boston Breach, of course, bringing in Kremp to be alongside Vivid in the SMG role for Boston. Speaking of Boston, we have seen a ridiculous slaying power from this squad. We know they got the gunny ant, but they're not able to pull off the W's recently. What's the issue with this team? What do they need to fix going up against the Subliners?
Yeah, I mean, Chris, it's sort of the same thing. It's the leadership. When you talk about, you know, Boston and what they needed, like Vivid coming in, it has enabled the Slayers. There's no doubt about it. I mean, Beans is #1 overall KD despite them losing 4 straight hardpoints. I mean, they're finding the kills. Can we convert it into a win? In the final moments of a lot of these maps, like they're throwing situations away. I don't know why Beans is all the way open, why Owakening is like jumping out and chowing. There's like these moments where it feels like they need a seasoned vet on the roster. So it's not impossible to figure out. Obviously, when you're finding kills, it's just going to come down to some situational plays. So I still do have faith in Boston, but they don't have a lot of time left, man. And today is a really big match to gain some confidence and momentum going into this major.
You don't want to be in that conversation of being a bubble squad. Boston could put themselves tied with Seattle with a win today. That's your Monster Energy matchup coming up at 6 p.m., but it all starts in 4 minutes. We got Toronto Ultra taking on Minnesota Røkkr. Don't go anywhere. This is the final day of qualifiers of the 2023 season.
Call of Duty League Pick'em is back. One of the band, a few more points, and then will be it. Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. Bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Woo, it's getting good.
I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. Gamble with your life, just you know that it's a bet. Gotta one up the next, point to the sky with the one up. I'm blessed. I'm young, rich, and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the final day of qualifiers for the 2023 Call of Duty League season. Puckett Nameless, match number 1 loading up right now as we have Toronto Ultra taking on Minnesota Røkkr. For Røkkr, you're in 8th place. You want 10 more points towards champs, and you want to lock in a higher seed going into this Toronto major. But how do the maps look for the team hailing from Minnesota?
Boy, oh boy, Chris, there's never been a bigger opportunity for Minnesota Røkkr to get more points, put yourself in a position to make it into champs. You got that Hotel SD in the game number number 2. It's a map that you're comfortable on. A ton of reps. Toronto has not been good at that. They're testing their maps. And then a CeeLo control. We know how dangerous Minnesota is. 11-2 on that map. They have to go up 2-1 in this series.
I want everyone to take note. Attach is back in the lineup for Minnesota. Fame is going from AR to SMG, his normal role here as we close out the season. And we got 2 of the most glorious casters that would most likely survive 2 weeks in Yellowstone National Park. Miles, the Ross boss, and Chance.
2 weeks? I think between the pair of us, we could make a fire and kill someone at the very least, right, Chance?
Oh, absolutely. That would not be a problem. I can take you through the 2 weeks without issue.
Yeah, not a problem whatsoever. Serious issues, though, ahead of us, guys. We've got the Battle of the North once again. Røkkr taking on Toronto Ultra. This is an incredibly important matchup for you Røkkr fans. You know why. But Chance, some broader implications when it comes to who you play at the upcoming Major.
Absolutely. I mean, look, it's Bance and Cammy versus the old org, which is always fun, but it really just doesn't matter in this moment because for Minnesota, if you get these 10 points, I mean, that is a massive advantage against Vegas when you're going into the tournament. If Minnesota just plays top 8, now Vegas would have to place top 4. Like, if Minnesota wins this series, Vegas's only hope is they would have to have their best tournament of the entire year. However, if Minnesota loses, it's only a 10-point gap, and Minnesota end up in the 8th seed, which means they have to play against OpTic Texas round 1, which is a scary sight. So the difference that a series can make in your year, Minnesota, their fate on the line.
This is it. This could be Judgment Day for Røkkr. They've got to get through Ultra. HyDra up first. 2-2 split for the boys. There on the left-hand side of the screen, that is going to be Toronto Ultra. They will be decked out in the purple. Røkkr, they'll be in the white. Here we go. Into the hard point. Fame's the man of the moment. And that submachine gun looking very comfortable so far. Chance had a nice look since Attach has been back on the roster. And speak of the devil, and he shall make himself known to you. CleanX had nothing on Dylan there.
It is beautiful as well. I mean, Fame has been making, it seems like, pretty high IQ plays as well. So he's a very solid SMG player and been making it work in Minnesota, taking full advantage. I mean, this has been a good chunk of time they secured on P1. And, I mean, rock solid in the setup. Attach is an immovable object. They've just had the perfect setup. No player has really moved an inch. And they should have the spawns as well, rotating over towards P2. So Røkkr right now, a very stable game.
Lovely start. Yeah, Ultra have been silenced so far. They might get a second or two on the push through P1 here, but you've got to make your way towards the right-hand side of the minimap. So does Fame. He's spawned out. We'll see if he can get to the fight a little quicker. Here comes the reinforcements. Bance back. Get him up. Attach, you're in a tough spot here, mate. One-on-one against Hixie. Nearly wins the fight. Brilliant work just to buy some time. Lovely crossfire from Fame. Not able to get the second as well. That's going to be Ultra in the point now. Chance, nice bit of a late break. Spawns in their favor as well.
Yeah, talk about the break right there as well. Just because, I mean, Minnesota had the perfect setup, everything they wanted, had the spawns, but Ultra just run them over. But now here's Bance looking to make a smart play, and maybe a kill falls into his lap, or maybe he just gets gunned down by Insight, who is able to pick up 2. Toronto Ultra, one good rotation. They completely clean house, get all the scrap time, and we'll have about tied up the game as they rotate over towards New.
Lovely rebuttal. Back into it we go. Bance once again on Water Wash. This is what we saw him do on the first hard point. It's going to do it again here on the second. Takes out his old teammate in sight on the approach towards the new hard point. And yeah, we will see a lead change only for a brief moment, potentially. As look at that minimap. Toronto Ultra, they are everywhere.
I mean, look, he needs his goggles on for this one because Hixie did, in fact, take the deep route. But Fame is going to register it, so they're worried about the back spawns. But the deep route was from Hixie, so Ultra should be spawning in the back. And you see number 5, guys, Cammy spawning all the way out, Fame all the way out. However, guys in the point like Attach actually win the gunfight, so maybe an opportunity for Minnesota to try to set up a spawn trap, but looks like Ultra fought through.
Yeah, do or do not. Chance, there is no try. There we go. Ultra are in. Hixie on a 3. Lovely start from him here in the hard point. As we roll through the third, we're halfway through this one, and so far a very close game either way. Røkkr not going to be getting any more of this time unless Bance can win a couple of fights. There's a good one. Attach gets himself to the feed. Wait a minute. Oh, Bance finds another. You've got the clock now stopped for a few moments in the favor of Minnesota Røkkr. You've got spawns as well. Minnesota, a nice resurgence here on the point.
Just perfect timing as well. I think Cammy was just barely able to get out of range to open up those back spawns. So Ultra gonna have to take a hike to rotate over towards New. And Bance is gonna effectively be on the pinch because he does spawn out, but that's a 4v3 on the point at the start of it. Fame does kick things off right, but all that pressure coming through P2.
Yeah, here they come. Cammy guns up at the ready. Toronto Ultra on the approach. Hixie to be the lead man in, but Bance is somehow picking him off from the side. A lot of pressure now on. Cammy finds his kills as well. Røkkr retain control of the hard point. As if you're a Vegas fan right now, you must be real nervous.
I mean, this is painful as well, just because Fame has put himself in like prime position. So I know there's a ton of fights going over towards the full time. It's still 30 seconds, but Fame is being annoying, getting damage on the player trying to cross. And now Ultra worried about the rotation, worried about trying to get this time. I mean, Attach is over here swimming and winning gunfights, but Fame finally gets dealt with. But a pushed out play like that makes the time that much easier to secure. And Ultra are starting to spawn out. Minnesota are making plays.
Making great plays. Can they capitalize on the time here? Attach on the approach. Can't get any more out of it. Cammy going to find a couple as well. Nice work from Røkkr. 10 and 7 from Fame. Lovely work with the submachine gun. Still, new hard points up. Chance. Scrap taken care of on the pinch. Toronto Ultra slowly but surely making their way across the map. But it's nice hold so far. Bit of a water out there. All this time, you'll take it if you're Røkkr.
I mean, Fame's been impressive too. I mean, leading Slayer on his team, or actually Attach on the 3 spree, just took him over, but he's making good plays. He's taking routes, and even in the player cam, it looks like his comms might be on point. So Fame impressive for the moment here for the cleanup kills that he doesn't need to get, because Cammy is shredding inside the hill.
Inside, when it's a big fight up front, that's going to allow his boys to get a little closer. So far, so good. Røkkr still holding it down. Massive 3 out of CleanX there. Let's see if Røkkr can take control of the middle of the map with a quick listen in.
I got one front door. Front door. He's going to go top. Might go top and new. I'm staying out, okay? Yeah, top. Charlie's top. I'm playing left. Stay out. Charlie's one shot in P3. Charlie's one shot in P3 and one's in ult.
You saw me 1P2.
Yeah, we can fire.
We do that.
Yeah, Charlie's top. That was him P2.
I'm just vibing.
Top time. I see Scout movement. Is Charlie up top, boys, or he's on time? He's not top, he's in pocket. Okay. What's the minute? It's time.
One guy blue up.
Yeah, on time. Time anyone? In hot. I see 2 in blue. Time dead. That's it. I'm watching top. He's on top. I got on the barrel. Lay down on side. Just me, it's broken. You'll get mid, boys, if you can. Yeah, I'm trying. Top dome, Jamie. Top dome, Jamie, pretty weak. He's top dead. Nice top dome. Listen, top blue, Charlie mid. Nice. One shot. Finesse. I'm coming, bro. Taking a right round. Nice.
One top dome.
L on you, weak. L dead. Top dome, Jamie. I'm taking a right route. I still have a streak, boys. I'm gonna use it here, okay?
Top dome so hurt. How much else? Low dome again. Right side hut.
Cam, can you streak? Listen. Can you streak? I'm low. Right side hut. You said hold on. I'm gonna try and play the out. I'm literally hiding low. Yeah, I'm streaking out.
It's 1v5.
Yo, listen. 2 push out P1, 1 on time, 1's in blue. No one in the back. They're running back to time. I don't think you guys can spam equipment on time.
I didn't want time.
Okay, yeah. Now they got a trophy. Yo, 2 on time, 1 was pushed out P1 still. I don't know where they're. I'm blocking any kills they spawn out.
Nothing else.
One's mid pull up and one's like God Rock. Get back on me. God Rock. Might be top dome.
Yeah, back time and then we'll go God Rock on you.
Let's go by the back. Go on over there. Nice. Charlie at the back. On time.
I'll see him. I'm netting back time.
Deep back.
Nice long listening there, Chance. Røkkr still retaining control. Great small talk, man. They're making plays on plays in the thick of battle.
Yeah, bad read though. They didn't actually pick up on CleanX, so one guy for Ultra ends up in the back. So an interesting idea for Bance. It doesn't translate to a whole lot, and now 2 players from Minnesota are going to spawn out. I mean, Fame, he's been pretty solid all game long. Now, how good is your hiding spot? Ultra are hunting him down.
I honestly love this spot. Hide and seek. He might be able to win this one. Yeah, Scrapz can like, what do you mean he's out on the water? Look down. Scrapz is below you in the murky depths. CleanX is now looking for Fame also, but Fame can be a deadly thing. Careful what you wish for. He gets to the point, he gets 1. Is it enough to soften up the defenders? Allow Cammy to move forward. Røkkr's reinforcements, though slow, Chance. They're nowhere near this point.
I mean, not even remotely close, so it wasn't even 15 minutes of Fame. Didn't even get an extra 2 seconds. Røkkr, they've had a nice lead, but this is looking like a dire moment in the game. If they can't get this break and Ultra tie it up, I mean, that is a momentum shift and a half, and team kills starting to come through.
Team kills on the point. Scrapz on a 3, making a 4, looking for kill number 5. Attach, red, but not dead. Trophies are down and Ultra are swinging. They're trying to get back into this one. Røkkr still with a 20-point lead. CleanX wins a disgusting one, and that might be enough just to pick up a bit of time here. But wait a minute, who is that? Cammy sneaks in, gets a few seconds. Cheeky boy. Cross map, we now fly once again. Røkkr, they're in position. The setup is there.
And this is deja vu as well for one player from Minnesota just spawning out at the old time. So, I mean, Cammy's going to be able to take a deep route. Everyone else right now from Minnesota trying to set up. And, I mean, Hicksy versus Bance. Talk about the battle, but Bance gets hot. Hicksy now taking the deep route, looking for Attach. He's got the intel, and now Attach is by himself in the back line, hunted down and killed. Ultra, the comeback is officially in.
They get in. They take care of a lot of business, but Bance just making the low water route. We'll see if he can get involved in a moment. Cammy, he's up next to Scrapz, trying to hold these players at bay. Nice hip fire, nice damage with the nade, but not enough. Røkkr on the approach, closer and closer to the point they now get. Fame winning his fights. Bance with a covering fire. Insight, hold on, son. Here come Røkkr, finds himself one. Attaching Cammy from the ruin side. Now, over the top. The guns are rattling out. Cammy finally brought down. The trades are done. And Røkkr, they're not out of the fight yet. That's it. CleanX is there. Massive hold. Ultra with a good lead.
And now the question is about like the deep routes, right? I mean, Hicksy's done this before, but this time instantly Fame. Johnny on the spot, knows he has to be in the back, but even right now, Hicksy's just drawing at least a little bit of attention and trying to block the spawns, and he wins the gunfight anyway, so Hicksy now the thorn in their side. Ultra got the back spawn. Him and Insight can work together.
Røkkr, bad news. Hold on. Cammy might be able to sneak in a kill or two here. Nice work. Traded out immediately. Fame on the inside. Now from the front. CleanX toe-to-toe with him. Can he win the fight? He does. 40 flies! Wow, CleanX on a 4. He gets himself a few more kills. Røkkr have still got players on point. Waiting for the breach and clear. Here comes Bance. Wins a big one. No more to be had, though. Ultra there with the trades, and now the time.
And all those early gunfights as well, just to make sure they keep the back spawn. So this is final 25 seconds that if you're Minnesota, do you want to fight for it? You feel like you have to, but you cannot afford to lose the right side spawns, and they're losing the gunfights as well. Attach gets out 1 HP. The Røkkr are not going to be able to get that scrap. They're going to have scattered spawns around P1. I mean, this is desperation hours indeed.
Yeah, but now the question is, how well do you know HyDra? Prioritize where you want your teammates to be. Positioning is going to be key for the next 40 seconds of this game. Scrap v Bance, no problem. Hard point now, almost up. Is CleanX taking the low route? Has he been spotted or at least heard? Bance might have eyes on it. Meanwhile, Hicksy loses his fight towards P2. Oh man, it's a war on two fronts chance, and we are getting close to that bell ringing.
And if you're Ultra, I mean, again, guys like number 3 Insight can just try to be a nuisance, but everybody's getting cut down. I was going to say, you have options of how to play, but the only thing you don't want to do now is feed Scrap. That is a 2-piece. Fame by himself on point. Scrap there to take him down. The rookie right now, the main Slayer 2.
Scrap holding him down. Massive shots with attack in hand. He is playing his heart out, trying to keep Røkkr away from the point. Tagged up, no problem. Cammy brought down as well. An open point. Hicksy from behind with the dagger. Just doing the best they possibly can to keep Røkkr away from this one. But chance, final 10. It cannot be won here. It has to go to a P2, and that's where Minnesota are.
All about that rotation, and Minnesota Røkkr for the moment have it. Attached though, well, spawns over towards New, and Cammy now winning the intro gunfights. Everyone is going to fall in it as CleanX on the deep route has to make a hero play.
Go. The norms are spoken. The fate's there. Is it CleanX? Will he be able to get the break? Lead change. Røkkr now in control. Here comes the attack from Toronto Ultra. Through mid. They're going to break through the back door. Do they check it? Bance reads it. Gets his first. Straight onto the point, but they haven't read anymore. The plays through the front. Oh my god. Attach gets them both. Bance is there. Røkkr have done it.
Congratulations on the map 1. I mean, that is a hell of a game through and through. I mean, there's maybe a few rotations where Hicksy was taking the deep routes over like towards that gas, and I mean, he did that on 2 different hills and ends up making big plays. But through and through, Minnesota had a fairly clean game overall. I mean, solid stuff. Certainly had, like, you know, a perfect opening break, and when things were stable for Røkkr, they were able to capitalize on it. But that is a dangerous hardpoint team they just took down for the map 1. You know these guys are feeling it.
I mean, like, what is going on, man? What, like, this league, these final moments of the year, like, what is going on? Crazy stuff. Røkkr, what a resurgence from them. Map 1 against their old rivals, Toronto Ultra. Nice look at the stats there. Everyone there from Røkkr pulling their weight. Solid attempts. Great time from Cammy towards the end there. We do have our final few moments of that last game will be our scuff play of the game. Man, what a crazy set of plays towards the end, Chance.
And, you know, there was a moment here as well. Once, like, you know, all these big kills coming through. Cammy's over here getting the intros. The two-piece from FaZe on point again. FaZe is a rookie. Just now switched back to the SMG. He's picking up two pieces against Toronto Ultra to help secure the rotations. But it was when CleanX got to the back line as well. I know FaZe's getting the cutoff kills, but no one on Røkkr actually went to hunt him down. They trusted, like, the patience setup, and the patience ends up paying off. The double chow on time with the two SMGs. I mean, Røkkr, it was a nail biter, but they take care of business, and everybody deserves some credit, right? Because Attach, what, a minute and 30, minute 50, something like that in the hill time, still goes positive, still picking up double kills in the point. Cammy at one point's going on 6 sprees. FaZe was doing the exact same thing, so you just have Minnesota, one of their better played hard point maps they've had.
Indeed. Well, 1 down. 2 to go for Røkkr. Hotel, Search and Destroy coming up next. Can they keep this one going, Chance? Because Toronto Ultra, as far as everyone's concerned, a top contender when it comes to, you know, a potential championship. Nameless brought it up earlier in the desk, and I completely agree with him. They're looking like a team that could wind up in the finals against OpTic at their own major. Right now, though, they've just lost an opening hardpoint against a team that they shouldn't lose against. Where the hell do we go from here?
Well, I mean, to map 2, I suppose, and you get to test a little bit of the resilience from Toronto Ultra. I know it's an obvious answer, but I would just say, to touch on your point, Ultra, they have no weaknesses. They're fantastic at every single game mode. They have a very deep map pool as well. They have a lot of tools in their arsenal. Like, every single player has, like, an identifiable play style and, like, characteristics, whether it's the OBJ guy of, like, Hixie, the main slayer of Scrapz. Like, Insight, like, you know, your post-up main AR, just his job is to block spawns. Like, they know exactly what they want to do. Top 3 in, you know, 2 out of the 3 game modes, top 5 in S&D. These guys are on point, incredibly difficult to put down. So I know Røkkr looked great in the map 1, but I just think that means we're going to have a long series on our hands.
Yeah, you're not too wrong there. We're looking at the stats again, just these are the match metrics. 5th place, Ultra and Search and Destroy. 10th, Minnesota Røkkr, deep towards the bottom of the league. We'll see if that means a damn thing as we roll in now to our Hotel Hardpoint, map number 2. Sorry, Hotel Search and Destroy. God, I'm excited. The pressure is certainly on for Røkkr. A victory here and those extra 10 points changes the way their entire season could look. It changes who they play at the start of the major next week. And for Ultra as well, Chance. Don't want to be going into their major with any sort of, you know, nerves or any questions about your placement within the league. You should be expecting to be a top team. Let that confidence stay sky high. If you lose again today to Røkkr, I'd be a little concerned for Ultra. You should be able to shake it off again. A team with great composure, but still, that's going to be the back of the mind, just eating away at you.
Yeah, you always want to finish on a high note, and especially so again for Minnesota Røkkr. Need the high note of having like the 20-point gap, but as we go into a Hotel S&D, it's going to be an interesting dynamic because Fame, again, you know, started as an SMG when he was playing throughout the challenger scene, had to switch to a main AR because he replaced Attach on this roster. And on Hotel S&D specifically, shout out Tim for this one, guy had like a 1.5 KD running an AR. Now he's switched back to his sub, has to play a map like Hotel that is radically different for a Vaznov player compared to an AR. And he went like 5 and 7 against the Thieves, which like he did okay, but I know you certainly have to sort of knock off the rust, get players back in the mix, work out sort of like the kinks in your setups. I know, you know, Attach was talking on the flank how Røkkr weren't completely comfortable in Search and Destroy, especially so on this map because of the new dynamic for the squad. I mean, overall, the record is fine, but they definitely have their work cut out for them against Ultra.
Ultra, very strong Search and Destroy team, especially on Hotel as well. Look for those dead silence plays. We know CleanX loves that top bedroom side of the map. A terrifying opponent to deal with at the worst of times. Let's see how they're going today. We've got a snipe on the back of Cammy. We'll stay on board with him as we roll over towards the middle of the map. And all right, look it out. You're throwing all sorts of things at him, bad vibes included. We're waiting for a play, waiting for that play call with a bomb.
And I think if like no stuns connected towards the middle of the map, yes, you have to be worried about couches. And if the nades are coming through, you know someone's going to be couches. Maybe an early pick coming through with the sniper.
Wow.
Maybe just the intel, but Attach, I was going to say, should have a freebie. Maybe he's actually just going to run this up.
He might run this up here. Howdy! Flies in the battle. Takes a lot of damage, though, so he's going to have to get out with his life. But that's a nice first blood. Traded out immediately. Insight and Attach. Taking an early exit here in the round. 3v3.
And they're making the call to swing back over towards A. So this is Scrap versus the world. He's going to be able to hear this, though.
Oh, yeah.
So he might be able to get comms, and you see Hixie starting to wrap back, but he still has to deal with a lot of players. Good luck with these gunfights.
Oh, here we go. Can he get one? Yeah, that's great. A second would be ridiculous. Nice trade. Oh, there's a shot from Cammy. CleanX right into the fight. He goes, though. 2v1. Bance. Less than 30 seconds to play. And he finds stillness chance.
Well, he dove, and CleanX heard him land on the step, so I was going to say, Hixie's just going to take a route. They know exactly where he is, and you have 15 seconds. I mean, it would be a prayer to make it be and plant the bomb without CleanX swinging around and catching you. And CleanX, well, he's going to get the shots on. Do you have time to get this down before CleanX kills you?
No.
Not at all.
Not at all. Oh, he got in there, though. He wasn't going to let him get away. CleanX, the Bloodhound, sniffs him out, takes care of business. The first round goes to Ultra, an exciting round nonetheless. We saw a little bit of everything there, Chance. Snipes, everything.
It's not just the snipes. The most interesting thing happening is Attach just ran an SMG. I think that means Fame might have pulled the tack back out, which if you heard the stats that I was giving, Fame had a 1.5 on this map when he was using an AR. That might make sense in a capacity, but if Attach is going to be on the permanent sub, has he ran it at all this year? Has he ran a sub really since like the back half of last year? So Minnesota Røkkr, maybe just an opportunity to mix things up, or maybe going to be a little bit uncomfortable on Hotel.
It could just sort of be a formation they use when Cammy is sniping, but we'll see. A little bit more data to be collected on the boys as we roll forward towards the major. CleanX could pick up 2 here. This could get ugly real quick. He is silent. There's 1. There's 2. That's a pair. Lovely opening there from Ultra. Oh my god, gets a 3rd as well. Cammy with a trade. Jesus, somebody stop him.
I mean, if that's not a dagger, I don't know what is. CleanX just going for the chow right there and just catches Bance. I think Bance had like turned when he was in the corner, ready for the carpet challenge, but just gets caught. And well, CleanX is just going to obliterate your entire team. That is one way to break down the mid-map setup.
Yep, that'll be it. That will certainly be it. Here's a quick replay of CleanX. Flies out instantly. Snaps onto the second player, and then nearly no hesitation. Smart comm. Attach barely stood a chance. Unbelievable. Streaks as well there for CleanX. Now, we did get an update from production as well that during that round, Chance, Fame running an SMG. So a lot of mix-up here in the lineup for Minnesota Røkkr. 2-0, though. Yeah. Ultra with the lead.
Yeah, fair enough. It could have just been a one-off from Attach, like the first round going for the Vaznet fight. Obviously, Attach, one of the better SMGs of all time, so no lack of faith in his ability to get it done, but certainly something to pay attention to. This round, though, Bance has made the cross. He has made it to bottom hall. And if you have a guy in this position and you can get the bomb down, you feel great about your chances, but no one even has the bomb in hand.
Yeah, not yet. We're still waiting for that one player. It's going to be Cammy who's going to wrap back for it, possibly Fame as well. Now, there he goes. Fame gets it. With that first kill from Scrapz, that's certainly going to change the play. Bance is way behind enemy lines. No Deddy just yet. And he's crept up. There's the opening kill from Bance. Nice work there. Toronto Ultra now down a man, 2v3. Cammy with the old snapperooski. Wow. What a kill that was. Røkkr get the trades through, and that's their first round on the board.
Yeah, big wins. Love the snapperooski call out as well. I mean, if CleanX is going to be dropping the bombs in round 2, someone needs to be there for the support on the next one for Røkkr. So, I mean, big round. I know a lot of patient play comes out of Minnesota. I know Bance, it's almost typical for him to get in spots like that, but I know Røkkr not always on point with getting the bomb down. This time, they just do it with the slang.
Yeah, you can always sort of count on Bance trying to make a funky play, let's say. The timing of which is always difficult to predict. He's an incredibly impactful player when those things work out, but not easy with sound EQ on the field these days. Here we go, though, another round. CleanX still has been incredibly decisive for Toronto Ultra. 6-2 so far. See if you can find any more.
That was a deep stun. I think he just connected on Fame. And he's far enough away, honestly. I don't even know how you read. That stun just gives you weird intel. But either way, he's found himself in prime position. And even on the flank, you do have Bance that's able to find a pick. And Bance is making moves. Dead silence. He is wrapped all the way in the back spawn. How often we talk about Bance being behind the entire team?
I mean, if he moves any faster, he's going to catch Hixie on the bomb plant, which isn't going to happen. His teammates are now moving in for the kill. Bomb planted. Trades going down. 2v3. Røkkr still with the numbers. The close stun check isn't going to find anything there for Bance, but it all comes down to Scrapz. And Scrapz is a mile away from the bomb. He might be able to get eyes on it. At the very least chance, but that's Bance on the defuse. You might chalk this round up. Scrapz making moves. Will he see a feat? He does. Doesn't matter. Benjamin Bance gets his first blood and the defuse. Another good round from Røkkr.
Yeah, I mean, look, if he gets there a second sooner, though, and shoots Bance in the feet, I mean, that could have been a nice little 1v2 or 1v3 clutch out of Scrapz, but either way, taking care of business, and there is the benefit of having a player in the bottom hallway, even if there's doors are closed. Taj knows exactly where he needs to shoot, so well-calibrated round right there out of Minnesota. All bangs out of Attach. he's come a long way.
Unbelievable. Well, let's go for it. Ultra. First 2 rounds were absolutely beautiful. Røkkr have answered back. Scrapz, nice first blood. Trades there. Both teams lethal on the teamwork. Røkkr moving that bomb forward. Still teetering towards A.
Ooh, Hicksy, though, finds a nice pick on attach, but I think Bance now is going to be looking for Hicksy, potentially trying to wrap back. We're just in the deep spawn. This is going to be a tough gunfight. He gets out 1 HP and a dream. But for a 2v3, you're still a man down. Right now, Bance and Cammy are still a little bit split.
The Ultra have got this on lock. Hicksy, great check. Perfect timing. Puts Cammy in an impossible situation. Ultra still don't know where he is, though. You've still got 2 members over towards the A side of the map. Hicksy might be able to start hearing him soon. With 30 seconds, the play might be up. Yeah, that was the call. Hicksy now on the 1v1. The rest of the team on the way over. It should be it. Snakes are in. Hicksy wins it. Great stuff out of Ultra.
Yeah, great form for the Snakes. I mean, so cheesy, but impossible to kill him when he's doing something like that. But the more important chow there from Hicksy is actually just catching Bance as he's wrapping over towards Freezer or Beans, if you're Atlanta FaZe, and that's what you want to call it. But, I mean, a big chow there pretty much seals the deal on the round. And, of course, Hicksy picked up an early kill on attach as well. So, great Dead Silence plays early, great Snakes late. Hicksy taking care of business for the round.
A little bit of nervous tension. Hicksy with a nice 3 spree. CleanX still has that cruise to play with, so that makes the A-bomb site a lot more attractive. Stun checks, doesn't connect. Hicksy would have been seen, but at the very least he's got himself over towards the bedroom side of the map. Attach now has to reposition. Worry about that later. CleanX first blood.
Oh, man. Yeah, just picking them apart in the middle of the map. CleanX is just dancing with insight, so that's an old duo looking for blood, and they are going to get it. Attach in a 1v4. Last half a second. That was not a round of search and destroy. That was a round of Toronto Ultra just bullying Minnesota. I mean, that is just 4 up, 4 down, 0 time wasted. And I'd say from the middle of the map, Minnesota just have offered Toronto nothing.
Took that lunch money. Very uncharacteristic of the Canadians. Typically so nice and friendly. That time round, nothing but violence. Over the halfway mark here, certainly in the search and destroy, and things are still looking very, very close. 2 rounds separating them. Toronto Ultra, 2 for the win. Røkkr have been stunned in the last few.
Yeah, you see, Hicksy does have Dead Silence, so opportunity to be aggressive for the restaurant if he wants to try to make a play, but obviously Minnesota forcing the bomb back over towards A. Bance, if he goes hallway, there's a player down there, and Bance is actually in between a couple different players, so once again, in a very precarious spot. But at least you have a little bit of clearance. Bance right now dancing with the idea of trying to make a play. It's scrapping CleanX around dead.
Oh, stun lines. Bance with a check. Back and forth we go. Røkkr to get the bomb down. And CleanX from this top position, we have seen him enjoy information passed. Bance is somehow snuck by. That is huge. Their son's play. That might be a win. No, CleanX, good reads. Great comms there out of Ultra. They don't let that play get away from them. The clock's ticking now, though. Attach on the reinforcement over towards the site. Big snap. Nice kill there on a scrap. CleanX flies through. Wait a minute. That is the round. Brilliant hold. Out of Toronto Ultra. The nerves of steel. Their chance to take that one.
And Ultra, again, just on like the first blood front in the pick game that they are playing, they are constantly putting themselves in advantageous situations. Like, we spend so much time watching Bance like dance around bedroom, and granted, he is drawing a lot of attention. He is buying his team a lot of time. They are able to get the bomb down, but by the time you start all of that like mixiness, Toronto Ultra already have the first blood. Like, it's just such a quick 4v3 because Cammy just gets picked, and of course Bance is just dancing with 2. So Røkkr not really setting themselves up. I believe it was Insight that got the first blood that past round. So honestly, Insight only has 4 kills. CleanX 11, not too shabby.
That boy Nastie. Well, here comes the opening hit, and it is a noisy one indeed. Construct trying to snipe. Yeah, there's one. Can he get a second? Eyes are on. CleanX is going to get real mixy now as the flank is there. It is a 2v3. Cammy comes out of nowhere. Scrap, can he get the ace?
A lot of time to work with, but he's also potentially going to get shot in the side for the moment. Røkkr, I mean, just set up. Every angle covered. Operation got a world star, at least 2 people.
And Cammy might be the next to get world starred. There it is. Patience pays off. Røkkr stay alive with Ultra on map point. Looking to tie the series up.
That's a good aggressive play call as well. I mean, Minnesota have been making a few like aggressive play calls, especially through the middle of the map. They've just been getting bullied. But I mean, Hicksy, every time it feels like on offense, outside of one round, has been crossing past the A bomb site, diving over towards the steps. And I think both Cammy and Attach just doubled up bottom bed, if not tripled up, because I think FaZe was around there too. They just got the first blood, catching a player off the cross. So a nice adjustment for Minnesota. Gonna have to make a few more of those. Still down 5-3.
I'm going to make at least 3 more of those if they want to stand a chance here. Heavy stack on the bedroom side of things from Toronto Ultra, not having a slumber party. Fame might be able to hear some of this. He has dead silence. The door is cracked wide open. Scrap. Potential to be spotted here. That's a cruise. CleanX calls it in, looking for information. You won't find a whole lot, but it does force Hicksy into the fight, and that does start the kills. And now the pitch Scrap is in. It is seemingly done. Bance is gone now as well. Jeez, the round is over. Ultra. It was a massacre in the kitchen.
Yeah, and they panicked as well when the cruise gets called in, because the first thing Fame heard in couches was, hey, there's a guy top catwalk on the bed side of things. But everybody panics. They all run into the cat room, and I mean, they knew where Scrap was going to be. Doesn't mean you can stop him. I think he got 3 in that final round. And when we talk about Toronto, an incredibly difficult team to put away. Instant bounce back on map 2.
You were not kidding, mate, when you said this one is likely going to go the distance. At the very least, we'll see that map 4 now. But that Greenberg Hotel search and destroy Ultra absolutely running the show. Røkkr cut into pieces. That last round especially decisive. Good stuff there from CleanX again. 11-4. Love to see that. The Great Dane did not disappoint here on Hotel.
Yeah, I mean, what, 6-3 on the first blood count as well. Cammy gets picked 3 times. And I mean, again, for Fame, I mean, man had a 1.5 when he was running an AR on this map. Now has to make the switch to an SMG. So it's just weird stuff for Minnesota, I'd say, for their S&D to sort of iron out their gameplay. But Fame certainly felt the tougher end of that stick. 1-8, only 100 damage. Not ideal.
Not ideal at all. Well, LSELO control is going to be the opportunity for these players to wipe that map from their memories. For Ultra, looking to continue the momentum they now gained from that big win there. 6-3 ties up the series 1-1. LSELO control Fortress and LSELO to close out what could be a very, very exciting series. A brilliant start to the day here, the final day of online play for the Modern Warfare 2 season. We're going to throw to a quick commercial break. On the other side, we're playing control.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
Boom! Let's get it! Welcome back, ladies and gents. It's time to nearly get into map number 3. We've got an LSE low control coming up. Both our teams, Røkkr and Toronto Ultra, tied up 1-1 after a very fun hotel search and destroy comes down to a close. I don't know where to go from here, Chance. CeeLo has been a dramatic map to play control on since the start of the year. I mean, I'm feeling very retrospective now that it's the final day of the online qualifiers, but Røkkr have had their fair share of drama. Ultra won a tournament on this map. Like, it's all happened, you know?
And, you know, we're talking about a situation for Minnesota where they are just like, maybe not desperate is too extreme, but they would love to have those extra 10 points in the final year just for the bubble gap to push themselves away from Vegas. And it is funny how this is one of those maps that sets you apart, one of those maps that gets you the extra points, one of those maps that, as you pointed out, just wins you tournaments. It's been a few tournaments now that have ended on a CeeLo control, but these right now, two of the best teams in the game, if not the best teams in the game on this map, squaring off. And I'd say for Minnesota, maybe a map they're happy to have Attach back on as well. I know as sort of post-up AR players go, Attach does love a CeeLo.
Let's see how we go. Lovely start from CleanX, who has not skipped a beat. The boy is beaming. Unbelievable performance in the search and destroy. If not for the sweet hops of Bance there, he might have got himself a 3-piece. Can they take care of Insight up top tower? No, he will stay there. He will remain safe. Scrapz has eyes on the field. Perfect spawn awareness. Perfect positioning. Ultra are holding Røkkr down.
Yeah, good stun though to actually take care of them. And now CleanX on the run back. Talk about a lethal threat you have when your SMG players pull out attack and just continuously fry. Now Hicksy gets to roam around. He just got dead silence as well. So activate that. Go have some fun. Beep.
Nice one.
Or die instantly.
That's with a good read. And Cammy now. Oh, the approach. That's a couple of sweet kills with Cammy in that position now. Much safer to get on the A zone and start capturing it. And that's what Røkkr are doing.
Yeah, obviously Ultra putting a lot of pressure on the B side of things as well. A couple players right back, so a little bit happier to defend B long term, but doesn't mean they're not going to try to go for A. Insight wins the big gunfight, takes care of the player over by tower, and then takes care of it too. Just feeding him a little bit, and now Bance pretty much last man standing for his team. Wants to clear out an extra player if he can get him, but looks like CleanX pulled the disappearing act. He'll live for a little bit longer.
Well, no one lives forever. Bance is in a world of hurt right now, surrounded. Ultra are looking for every possible avenue of attack before they clean him up. But in that meantime, the second segment is long gone. Bance is somehow still alive. How long can he remain alive? Not terribly long. 25 seconds left here on the round. Attach has got to get involved. Get the boys going. Can't get it done. Scrapz is shooting bodies. Oh, it's early. It's real early. We will see if that comes to bite him. The round is nearly done. I don't think anyone's going to be able to get out. Oh, no, wait. B might be under attack as well as A, so the round is far from over.
There's a lot of body shots that, like, I sort of, like, expect or understand, but Attach? You want to shoot Attach's body? Like, it's just such a nice guy, but we'll see if it pays off for him. Certainly you're playing with confidence, and obviously you got a 7-life lead and the opportunity to maybe try to bulldoze this point with only 2.5 seconds left, but they're going to chalk it up and play the long game. We'll see if Røkkr can pull off a little bit of magic.
Well, they're trying. They're trying. We saw their intro. They've got a magic knife. See if that magic knife comes in handy here while they're trying to carve their way in towards that B zone. Sneaky Bance pops the crouch walk. Can he get any closer? A kill or two, he'll be great. His teammates coming off spawn. Difficult situation to be in.
It's also a very loud door, and it looks like number 2 is looking for him, so I think Insight heard him up top, and maybe Hicksy gonna go searching. Got to be concerned about Bance, but also 15v5, 30 seconds left. You have to make the hero play. Nice little start, trying to be annoying, and he is dragging a lot of Ultra players his direction, so at least his team get the clear. He forces a team kill. A 4v13, can Røkkr clutch up?
Røkkr on the point. Here comes Attach. Hicksy stays alive, baits it out. Nice job. Just have to clear one player off of this before the clock reopens. There we go, 20+ seconds. Hicksy, wow. What a rebound.
Yeah, no, Minnesota had nothing to offer them there. Every single player felt like dominoes. Ultra too clean in the clutch. Obviously, they certainly have a pretty large advantage and a very solid round 1 from Hicksy as well. I mean, I think the man that was pretty much the only Vaznev player, unless CleanX pulled it back out at some point, but was able to feast towards the middle of the map. 9 kills, and if he's got that on lock, your AR's job that much sweeter on the edges of the map. So Ultra very strong on defense.
The team kill was an unfortunate moment there, but yeah, aBeZy, what a fantastic defensive play towards the end there.
Oh,
here we go.
And CleanX has 11. Holy.
Chant, you sound surprised, my friend. He's been playing one hell of a series so far. On A, we already go. Ultra, Bance versus HyDra. Duel as old as time here in this series.
Great shots out of Cammy, though. Trades out one, back scrap down, and it'd be an interesting decision right now from Ultra. Do you want to try to force B? Obviously, Minnesota had 2 players wrap back, or do you want to take your time and try to start clearing out your map? But Attach is finding kills down low. Toronto right now really just struggling to get anything going.
Yeah. Same sneaky spot. Easy reads from CleanX. 13 and 5 now for him as he continues to soar his way through Minnesota Røkkr. Onto A we now go. Was a 2-man stack for a moment. Bance can only get so much done. Attach there with the quick trades. Good defensive work here from Røkkr. They stay alive. Attach wins another big one. Scrap, though, cuts him down, and there's the capture.
Oh, Cammy fine and Challen too, but that's just good comms. Attach telling Cammy that he's one shot, so good cleanup kills everywhere on the map. Maybe the B pressure is where Ultra are going to be forced to go, but Fame, I mean, 4-9 struggling for the moment. And unfortunate that your dead silence just now runs out as well, and great damage, no kill, but his teammates are getting every single other kill. Ultra, I mean, at this point, they're just begging to get out of their spawn.
Oh, they're desperately trying. It looks like a 3-man hit towards the A side of the map. Fame in this building we call white, safe and sound. Insight wins a big fight against Cammy at range. Opportunity to move forward now. A couple kills. HyDra on the point. They stop the clock. 6.2. Here comes the capture.
Insight spots him as well. I was going to say, if both players want to go, Fame just telling him, like, hey, he saw us that you're going to read this every day of the week. But with 6 seconds, you absolutely fight this if you're Minnesota, but you're not checking all the corners. And Ultra is stringing it together in the final seconds. Opportunity alive, and shout out Insight for that one, and now shout out HyDra on the flank. So quick to get around Garage.
Deja vu from the exact same round we saw a moment ago. However, the life count looking a little different. Ultra down somewhat. Røkkr, we'll see if they can play this to their advantage, but with just under 50 seconds to go, Toronto are doing what they can to squeeze their way out of their spawn.
Mini Bance making the exact same style of play, but yeah, Fame's headset works. But now the question is, can he gun Scrap? You take him down, you get the trades, but it is a trade fest around B, and Ultra have 2 bodies on the point.
Best stack's gonna work out for now. Bance gets cut down. A team kill. Attached though with a sweet nade, gets the player off the point. Foot race is now on. HyDra in there, slides to the box for a sweet cover, stops the clock. 32 seconds, and here comes the stack. You should be able to get at least 1 more player on this, but you need to find a kill or 2 because Røkkr are on the approach.
Oh, great play out of HyDra as well, but it's a bunch of trades through and through, and Fame gets one on the flank as well. So Ultra, a lot of problems to solve, and they do not have a lot of time to do it.
Oh, Cammy, right place, right time. Not enough to take care of CleanX, though, as the capture continues. Here comes the second segment to B. That is a big win. Attached now on the approach forward. Can he get this player off the point? No, CleanX with the clean shots. It's a 3-3, and that's the round. Insight's there for the reinforcement, and Ultra steal it away in the final moments.
And that is such a tragic round for Minnesota, not even just for like the nail biter finish where they just couldn't buy a kill on CleanX. 20 and 10, by the way, but they had the full map on lockdown. Both sides defending so well, and then just a small overcommitment on the gunfights. Insight picks up a single 2-piece, and Ultra just never looked back. I mean, HyDra didn't get a kill literally for the first 2 minutes, it felt like, of that round. He was 9 and 4. By the time we saw him on like the back cliff side of things, he was 9 and 8. Didn't make a difference. You still get the round win.
That is just damn good control gameplay. Scrap 9 and 9. CleanX 20 and 10. I mean, talk about statistical outliers here. HyDra looking to cause some issues now in the backline. Cammy with a good reads, heard that creaky door. Can we get some bloody WD-40 to the main stage ASAP? Bance down Scrap. We're about to have more than a conversation here at this party table. Can Bance win it? Yeah, he can. Nice win. Slow and steady capture towards B. First segment done.
That was great timing as well on the chow, but Bance ends up getting caught because HyDra, I mean, look, pulls out the attack 56, picks up big 2 pieces, so HyDra had 1 struggle round and immediately bounces back. Røkkr gets stuffed, only a single segment captured over towards B, and have to reposition and go back towards the easier one.
Fame, a lot of information gained from the nade and stun. Teammates now coming to reinforce. Nice 2 dead. Opportunity here for a stack. No one else from Røkkr diving onto the point just yet. There we go. Attach is here to help out. Eyes on the flank. CleanX from upstairs. HyDra from way downtown. Spotted out. Taken care of. Cammy, the eagle eye, the man up there in the tower finding those kills. And the second segment at A is long gone. Chance we should see the capture here. Yep, there we go. Røkkr now winding up for the hit on the B.
Yeah, it's a good setup around the hill as well, just like what FaZe was doing, able to spot out the deep flank that HyDra was going on. So good information about the players on the objective, but now you need the kills. I mean, FaZe heard him coming a mile away. HyDra might just be built different.
That boy, rocking the Shotzzy Vaz. It's a variant I'm sure you can buy in the store, but that thing just turned him inside out. FaZe 7 and 15, a little slow work from him. Minute and 30 to go here in the round. This is map point for trying to ultra. Røkkr, if they can get those 2 remaining segments at B, they will be smiling. They've still got a long way to go as Ultra are tearing them to pieces.
Oh, not a trade to be found as well. Everyone gets wiped away, and FaZe is barely moved on the map, and yeah, just full sends it and dies. This is not a fun spot for Røkkr. Yeah, getting picked apart everywhere you go. You try to flank around, you're getting caught. HyDra now gets to have fun with the dead silence.
And yeah, the question is like, yeah, what's he going to do? He's going to definitely have fun. There's one. Tags into the second. Nice nade. Forward they fly. 3 dead once again for Røkkr.
No.
As Toronto Ultra, they are simply singing here on El Asilo. This final round is about to be a decisive blowout. Attach is red. He's dead. And HyDra now on a 5.
I mean, this is a collapse. That was straight up like 11 kills. Oh my
god. Wait. Here he comes. Cammy. Oh, he gets it. Man, HyDra's just styling on him right now. The rest of the squad, everyone's singing. 30 to go.
Oh, yeah. GG, go next. This map is just done. That is just a ridiculous series. I mean, Røkkr, again, just a complete collapse in the final round. Ultra stranglehold on the map, gave them literally nothing to work with, and even have a cruise missile just to throw some style points on the end. HyDra had one bad round. He barely got a kill in round 2 and still finished with 18, second most of the body.
Yeah, I think that cruise missile towards the end was like, yeah, just to let him know I had it and put that one in the stats. Yeah, let it be known. Toronto Ultra run El Asilo. The control was not close.
Okay. And look, now we go into an aBeZy, and I gotta be honest, if I'm Minnesota, I'm terrified, because obviously the long-term implications, if Minnesota lose this, locked into the 8th seed, they play OpTic Texas round 1 at the Major, and you're going to aBeZy, and the 2 players that have the hottest hand on Toronto Ultra are CleanX and HyDra are frying. Like, CleanX has been just ridiculous all series long, and now you go into a small close quarters maps. That is a scary sight because, 3,200 damage, 28 kills. Yeah, CleanX enjoying playing against his former teammates.
28 and 14. Chat, can I get a shoosh? That is one hell of a stat line from CleanX. He has looked very, very solid in every map so far in the series. And you're right, Chance, we go to an aBeZy Fortress, a small map, a close map with lots of potential for submachine gun players to go wild. I'm not a betting man, but I tell you what, CleanX, the form he's currently in, it's a sight to behold. Here are the highlights.
And even for, Fame, another tough game where I know on Hotel S&D, it's just going to be a little bit discomforting for him because he's having to make the role swap. And even in this game, the damage number's just not there. And again, why attach of all body scrap?
Well, I don't know. He think he maybe had an easy killer, or Attach should have killed him, but I will say he shot them bodies and they still 3-0'd him in the match. Chance.
Hey, a little bit of love, extra taps, maybe just his way of communicating with Attach, welcoming him back, second series, post like the roster swap. So I don't know. We'll see. It's a bold strategy, Miles. We'll see if it works out for him.
See if it works out. aBeZy coming up in a moment, but the highlights very solid indeed. CleanX, wherever he may be, whatever he may have, the man was a problem to deal with. The tissue was a little bit more than an issue. He was a pain in the arse all map long. That was the shot he killed. And HyDra, what a run towards the end as well.
Yeah, maybe talking about the discomfort of Fame from having to switch back and forth doing different things, or he's just getting shotgunned on the map. So I suppose it really could be either, but a lot of stress for Røkkr and Scrapz, just a consistent confusion I'd say he's been having.
Yeah.
He wants more of a chow.
Is it a chow, or is it like, what are these kids doing? What are they doing? I'm just trying to imagine what he's saying. Either way, Fortress Hardpoint, we'll find out what one of these teams is doing, most likely with the listening. LSC low search and destroy. We'll go back to it if Røkkr can force that game 5. Not out of the woods yet, and this series is far from over. The first HyDra was at times very, very strong for Minnesota. We'll see if they can find the same success here on Fortress, but at the same time, Chance, everything we've talked about so far, CleanX being the man at the moment, unbelievable gameplay when it comes to the submachine gun play. He's so fast, he's so dangerous, and on a map like Fortress, he's going to be comfortable, surely.
And even just like generically, it's like it's already bad enough that CleanX has the hot hand, but if you're in a situation where you have to beat Toronto in like 1 hard point, you're like, okay, like I think we can do it. That might be all right. If you have to beat him in 2 hard points, I mean, that's tough for any team in the league. So I know a lot of the top dogs always trade out the HPs, and of course Ultra. Now, if they just trade out the HPs, well, they win the series, have a nice seed going into the final major, and end this online split on a much higher note than what they had in stage 4.
Oh, indeed. Mr. Johnson there on the low right-hand side of your screen, having a good time, imparting some wisdom to the squad. It's making them chuckle. Toronto Ultra now, confidence starting to rise off the back of the power of CleanX's in-game ability. Brilliant stuff. Scrap looking way too chill. Like, way too chill. I mean, he's been somewhat more than confident, I think, Chance, at times in these recent online series. And he's bloody yawning. He's well chill. Talk about calm.
I mean, yeah, you just go on to like the most AR heavy map in the game, and it's his main SMG that just hard carried you the entire way through. So I'd be chilling too. He really didn't have to do that much on the previous map.
No, not at all. Well, Ultra, we'll see if the confidence pays off. One more map is all they need here against Røkkr. For Røkkr, again, we're talking about hardpoint. Very, very different looks here. Toronto Ultra 3rd place overall in the league. 8th place Minnesota Røkkr. We'll see if that pays off. Because again, first map went their way. A very, very different beast though. aBeZy Fortress versus HyDra. Now for Røkkr though, the pressure is certainly on. A victory here would be a wonderful thing for them, not only in the standings, but again, who they have to play in the opening round of that Toronto Major next week here on the same place as twitch.tv/Call of Duty. Get it in your calendars, boys and girls. That is going to be a sensational tournament.
And you just know Vegas and Minnesota fans both simultaneously sitting on the edge of their seats, desperate for different outcomes depending on who you're rooting for. But maybe some extra good news from Minnesota. I mean, they have a rep in on this map. They played aBeZy Fortress. Fame with the SMG looked fantastic. They were making good plays on the map. So there's some faith, I'd say, for Røkkr in this moment, but obviously it is the 3rd best hardpoint team in the game who are respectable on this map, but I know the matchup I'm certainly paying attention to. It's like Fame and CleanX. You have one guy, CleanX, completely lights out performances, dominating the lobby, and I know Fame back-to-back struggle maps. This is the map for him. Got to get back in the mix, make plays on aBeZy.
Good luck. Have fun in the chat as Toronto Ultra now match point, win this hard point, put your controls down, maybe enjoy a bit of rank play after this one. But Fame flies into action, finds some 2. Any more out of this one? Nope. The cross scrap clean, nearly gets them all attached with a nice shots, but the hard point still yet to be touched, yet to be deflowered. There it is. Ultra take it. Man, what an opening.
I mean, that was almost everything you wanted out of Røkkr. Great nades and tacks. Fame gets 2. You're like, okay, we'll get the hot hand, and Scrapz just destroys you, picks you apart. I guess good news for Minnesota though, they flipped the spawns. The bad news is you haven't gotten any of this time. And Ultra right now, if they win the next set of gunfights, things can get a little bit spicy. As HyDra doing the dance inside the point. So much time has been collected, and CleanX has already taken the route. He's gotten behind enemy lines. Looks like that's not enough to buy his teammates any of those spawns, though. CleanX will be by himself for the next, 15, 20 seconds.
That's fine. He'll be okay. He can busy himself. Plenty to worry about. He's got people trying to kill him. Yeah, that's a big problem. Attach, what a read. Sweet shots. Here comes Scrap. Attach is shooting hot right now. Feeling good. On the approach now towards the new point. Taking care of all of the attacking members of Toronto Ultra there. Now for Røkkr is to get back in this game and take the lead.
That is just, wonderful heads-up gameplay. The comms on point for Minnesota for Attach to make that one. But now the flood-through open is there, and not enough trophies to be found. Ultra literally walk through the front doors and take the hill over. They made that look way too easy, and they're doing that with CleanX starting own.
Wait, it's right back in the hands of Røkkr, though. What a hard point this is. Both teams swinging. Rotation now down. HyDra might get there in time. Enough to get one of them. Nah, Fame. Good gunny. Takes care of business. That's going to be the right-hand side of the map. Currently Røkkr's. We'll see if Ultra can get another sweet break.
I mean, yeah, these teams literally just walking at each other and just, you know, storming away through the breaks. But Minnesota, this is not a hill you can afford to get broken down on. And Attach is going to spawn out. So Ultra actually reading this, and they do take care of him. So Attach can't be a problem at all for the moment. If you get through gate, you block the spawn. They're trying to bully your way through, and you might spawn Attach out, but everybody else just falls. A perfect hold for Røkkr.
Perfect hold. What you're really going for here, though, again, as we know on Fortress, is to get the time and get out. And that is what Bance has got with that spawn. The gate has been blocked now on the outside of the map. Ooh, or the outside of the point. The big wins from Attach, 3 in a row. Spawns got weird, but for now, time, though. Go in the way of Røkkr. They're going to take as much of this as they can. Spawns are still crazy. Bance is still spawning the outside here. I've said spawns 200 times in the last minute, Chance, and with good reason. This is nuts.
Yeah, you still want the time as well, because Røkkr actually kind of gave up the gate spawn, and I mean, they end up giving away the final 15 seconds. It's not crazy, but maybe could have been a little bit better. But the good news is, at least you're able to spawn trap potentially 3 of the players for Ultra. Stun connects, and well, yeah, CleanX will take that one down. So nice little start there from Ultra, and even Pixie, he's been lying in wait towards the new hill for quite some time.
Fame, clay pigeon shooting. Oh, you saw Scrapz legs. Oh, foot guy. 7-7 though from Fame. He's turned things around off that real rough game of control. Cammy on the cannons, and he's wielding a cannon of his own right now. Slinging that tack around, finding these kills up close and personal. Attach is doing an even better job though, keeping these players at bay. Chance, no one even close.
I mean, Attach was slaying on the last map as well, so I know he got his body shot, and he is looking for revenge.
Oh.
That's a 6 free, that's a cruise missile, and this has been a perfect hold on the cannon hill. I mean, Ultra, they're thinking about getting in the mix, but Attach is difficult to stop. 20 seconds is worth fighting for, though. And Attach is going to get found out as well, so again, maybe a little bailout moment where Ultra able to strip away just a little bit of that old time.
He's the CDL's very own Captain Price on an 8 spree. Streaks in his back pocket. Here comes another kill. CleanX if you're feeling brave enough. Oh, wow, okay. Oh, we're shooting good, man. Everyone's shooting good in this series.
You gotta keep that up as well, because Bance is no longer having any support on the hill. And yeah, tries to make a play, but just gets swarmed. Look at Ultra. That middle map presence. They are looking for the trades. They are gonna get them. Hixie blocks the spawns and flips you out. Røkkr, this is not where you want to be. A couple players working themselves out through gate, but they are taking their time. I think Attach might be attempting to invest that cruise. Here it comes.
There it comes. Will it connect? It does. Takes care of the player towards the gate side. So Fame's going to spawn over there. I think it's going to get a little bit mixy for the members of Toronto Ultra. They're going to win their ones, and now they're in a pinch. Fame gets on the point for a brief second. Taken clean care of. Scrap flies at it, and it is just a war here in our background.
I mean, yeah, a slobber knocker of a game, and Bance getting it done with 2 different guns for the moment, but I mean, that's a clean reset after the P1, and I mean, things to pay attention to. Insight struggling a little bit for the moment. Everybody else high producers, but Attach right now has been that shining light for Røkkr, but gonna need a little bit more. Shining light's not gonna be good enough. You have Ultra. We already know they're capable of working on that comeback and still getting some decent time on P1.
Ultra know the shining light is required. They might be popping a solar flare in a moment. Time going their way. P1. The back at it is the quick change of hands now as Røkkr punch on through. Cammy, he's having a good time here. Not as much of fun as Bance is having at 90, 20, and 11.
Yeah.
What the beep? Good plays.
If I get a kill like that, by the way, I'm never pulling out the tack again. I keep the Vaznev out. I don't care if that's 4 bullets. I trust it to get the kill.
Oh, Fame's starting to heat up as well. A dangerous look so far as Røkkr. Oh, wow.
Oh, beautiful.
Bombs are absolutely flowing. The trades are on point. Attached with the old snapper, not enough to get the kill. Bance finds himself 2 again, 22 and 13. He's having a big game. I wonder if Insight's back into the mix somewhat, because I think right now Ultra missing a little bit in the firepower department. Not too far behind in the scoreline. Let's see how we go towards P2.
Dude, well, that trophy is just completely letting Cammy down. Maybe had it slightly too far off to the side, but trophies have been the issue, and maybe the flank will be too. You got CleanX dancing by the double doors, waiting for the moment to strike, and he does, and it's the time just for a moment, but that's just for the opening salvo. Nice little square up, 2 players trying to hit through the front, and well, wow. Scrapz there to take 2 down.
That's a big break. Covering fire from Cammy at range, trying to help Attach get in there. And that is great work between the nades. No way to Røkkr break this again. Scrap holding it down. Scrap finds 2. CleanX backs him up. Scrap stays alive. Wow. A 5 spree for your potential Rookie of the Year.
And you look at Røkkr, they're going to spawn so far out. They're going to get cut off like by 3 different players along the way. Off angle for the double kill. There's the cruise, and his teammates win the gunfights as well. Røkkr are going to be so far away to try to make this break. And this is a break that they have to get fairly quickly, or Ultra, just like HyDra, will be right back in the game.
Uh-oh, Hixie is in a happy place right now. Potential lead change on its way. Toronto Ultra starting to heat things up here in our aBeZy. Let's go for a quick listen in.
I need help. Yeah, running push, Jimmy.
Push, one shot. On the bush weak. On the bush still. I need it. I'll bring us up. Give me a second. 3 on you, Jamie. 2. I need your time. Yep. On time, Fame. On back pull. Back pull on me. Time and back pull. Come. One shot low green. Low green. He's pushed. I have a streak. We should okay. Shot. What behind me front now, pillars. Pillars. I'll stop shooting him. Pillars dead. Try streak. Low green. Hey, can you? Might as well fuck it. Count out front, Charlie. Count out front. Not me. Green me, I think. Back. Top green now. In the box as well. Yeah, one's top green and one's hanging up front now. Make sure we get named. Front there. Top green. Front. Low green in time. I don't see green anywhere. Front green. He went back into low green, one on old. Trap him hard, we're good. I'm gonna get P1 push out right now. Low green dead. I'm staying green. I'm staying green. Big arch is weak. Pushed out. I have low green, they could be top. Stable, so already. P2 right now. 2 P5, whoever's green. I got time. He's pushed off from green, boys. Okay. That could be P1. So I'll get P1, maybe could be P1, yeah. I'll try hold it. What's open now? Done, P2. He's open, it wants to be closed. Open dead. We climb up top or not? I'm on my rails. From green, the other guy's from green. All closed. Single dead. I'm getting top shift now. Might be the hop. P2, alright? Yeah, we're gonna hop. Dead, one more. No plus. Yeah, I have single. One some P2. I'm on your back door. Could be back door. I'm on your back door. I have all top. Top. P1. Dead. Hey, what's open up? Right stage. I don't want your attach. Absolutely on the back pick. Absolutely on the back truck, last guy. All the way in the back truck, like the deep truck. Left side of it, I think. Maybe 2. That's one that ring, boys. Give me stage as well. Single right now. Could be double here. In the trap. P2 door. Ivy across. Top weak. On time. I'm doing this time, second. Top up. Nice. I'm wrapping it up. I'll get it, trap here. One shot, Jimmy. I'm streaking player. Yeah, we should be able to. They might spawn and do okay. Oh, yeah, they are. 100%. P2 stage. Oh, I spawned behind him. Stage time.
I'd have a noise complaint if I picked up a 3-piece like CleanX, but apparently just another in the office room.
Yeah, 0 reaction, but that is why the comms are on point. And what a big moment for Minnesota. The clean 4 down. You spawn them in the back. You better make sure you got a trophy.
Oh, here comes the cruise. Afterburners, no trophy. It hits the top side of maps. It's going to force Røkkr to the inside. Here comes CleanX from upstairs. Goal! Bance gets 2. Nearly. Insight staying alive. Gonna make this push. Bad timing. Good tags. Insight staying alive, man. He's turned his game around. Røkkr, though, they are 20 points from forcing the game 5.
And this is just such good time that they were getting as well. Yeah, Ultra needed to get that break to try to keep a little bit of life in the mix, and a lot of pressure now over towards P2, but any kill you get's a big one. Attach to some damage. That's good enough for the trade. So long-term Røkkr should be able to keep those left side spawns, but they don't have the P1 pressure just yet, because that is exactly where Ultra just spawned.
B1. Røkkr needs a clean break. Inside holding it down at close range. Chixie on the time. Here comes Attach. Wins a big one. Can he get the second as well? Tags are so good through the inside of the fan. Wow! Scrap at range though wins it. We're not out of the woods yet. Fame's managed to get in the back line. Ultra now trying to fortify the point, and they're going to have to worry about Fame in a moment. But they've got lots of time here. Technically, they can win it. So this has got to be big. Fame flying forward. Can't get them all. Scrapz to 1 point, alive and kicking. Here comes Bance. He's been pinned down. The hard point is still Toronto's.
Oh, great timing though. Bance for the reposition. Scrap gets caught on point, and Røkkr might have just done enough. You kill him out of gate, you block the spawns, and you force the map 5. One last attempt for Toronto, but it might not be enough.
Oh, the kills are there. They've got off the point. Can Bance get any more on the cross? No, Insight wins the fight. My good God. The hard point is still alive. Rotations are done. Røkkr are on P2. They are in the gallows. But we will find out if it's their neck in the noose or not. Here come Ultra through open 3-man hit. Cammy guns up. He gets absolutely bodied. Attach finds 1. Trades are there. Bance is on the point. Final 5 seconds. And we are looking at a game 5. No! Insight wins it. Fame is there for the save, but it's not done. Holy, we got a game 5.
Yeah, and count your lucky stars for the end of that game. Ultra, so difficult to put down. Nearly fought back after getting put in the P1 spawn trap. Nearly fought back with just having a flood into P2, but all that effort just for an L for Toronto. Minnesota had done something incredible. I mean, they took them down in 2 different hard points in a nail-biter fashion like that, and they are making plays. I mean, Dylan Price attached, welcome back. He is hitting like complicated hop-ups in the back to jump up top rails to pick up 2 pieces. I mean, he is absolutely a menace on the map, and obviously I know Scrapz is doing the exact same thing. I mean, Scrapz just threw a 4,500 damage, 38 kills, had a minute and 46 in the hill, opened up his game with a 3-piece, but Attach was right there with him, nearly overwhelming, and I mean, a lot of credit to the other guys on the team as well. Bance is going on crazy sprees. He just dropped 36 as well, so he had some bombs, and even just for the bounce back from Fame. Had 2 tough maps in the middle of the series, but when you need him in the clutch, threw up a very strong performance on aBeZy. But that's just a setup, Miles. We're going to a game 5.
We are certainly going to a game 5. Is this it? Is this Ragnarok? Is this the end of days? We'll find out in a brief moment. We're going to throw to a quick commercial break. And on the other side of this one, all bets are off, ladies and gentlemen. Toronto Ultra, Minnesota Røkkr. It's a battle for the Kings of the North, for the fate at COD Champs, and God knows what happens at the Major. When we come back, it's going to be a banger.
The 2023 CDL Championship Weekend will be live and in person June 15th to 18th in Las Vegas at the Thomas & Mack Center, UNLV. You don't want to miss this bigger-than-life weekend, and we're almost sold out, so don't wait. Scan the QR code and get your tickets today. Look like the pros, play like the pros with the new CDL Team Packs. We've got it all. Home and away, male and female versions, weapon camos, emblems, and calling cards for your favorite squads. And stay in the loop by signing up for the Call of Duty League newsletter. Keep up with breaking news, event discounts, and more. Scan the QR code on screen for more information.
It's time to rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. Game 5. Here we go. One more map here in this series. Minnesota Røkkr taking on Toronto Ultra. The implications are very, very high. For Toronto Ultra, you don't want to lose this to a team who arguably you are better than, you know, by all accounts. You've had a stronger, you know, run towards your own major. A fall here would sort of feel like a little bit of egg on the face, and for Røkkr rather, chance, it's so much for this Minnesota squad. They've really pushed, they've dug as deep as they possibly can. They want to make it to champs. They want to make it to the Thomas & Mack Center.
And yeah, again, a win for Minnesota Røkkr, a 20-point gap between them and Vegas. Their odds of, you know, qualifying for champs at that point, like 80%, something like that. Vegas would have to have their best tournament of the year to make up for that 20-point deficit. However, if Minnesota lose, it's only a 10-point gap, not insurmountable at all. And Minnesota would have the 8th seed, drawing OpTic Texas in winners round 1. So this map has so much on the line for Minnesota. They got to keep it going. It has been great for these guys so far with the most recent roster change, but they got to take Ultra down. Not an easy feat.
Some Monster Energy pregame. Both teams, we've got a couple of things to look out for. This is it for Ultra. Expose that new roster look. Watch out for the S&D reps. They haven't got as many of them. Minnesota lost that hotel S&D 6-2 to LA Thieves. They've lost the previous one as well. How will they fare now, though, Chance, on LSCLO?
I mean, that is it's the big question. And Fame, obviously a player to watch, had only a single kill in the map too, but that is a lot of nades coming through and great damage. Not enough for the kill. I like the idea. Would have been nice for them to get the first blood, but gotta go back to the standard. But you do have Minnesota. I mean, they're loud while doing it, but they have taken over the A bomb site. Hixie might be getting sent in for the kill.
Well, there we go. Hixie's in. Trades are on, though. Cammy takes care of the sniper overwatch. So now Hixie has managed to make the bomb site a little bit safer. That bomb is in there, though. Fame on the plant now. I wonder if Hixie's going to hear this or make a move. He's trying to wait for somebody here from Røkkr to overextend, and Fame's going to be the man to do it. Here comes the fight. Oh my God, I love it. He's on the bomb. He's hit the defuse. The tags are there from Fame, though. Great read. Does not let that parlor trick get away from him.
Now Insight maybe playing in the pool hall. I mean, Attach is watching the lane. Fame, yeah, I think Insight might have just made a little bit too much noise, or maybe enough to make Fame panic just a little bit. Now Attach has to check the bomb. You can't look at this from a pop. He's going to have to fly because he doesn't have the angle, and he's not going to check it in Ultra. Get the first round.
Wow.
And that just got, I mean, like, did no one tell Attach that, like, you can't check it from up top? Or, like, I don't even know what happened towards the end, but, I mean, Attach, literally, maybe the most clutch player of all time, just not in a position to have any hope of winning it towards the end. And even just the patience from Insight to, you know, sort of bait Fame out of that corner. So that is wonderful plays there out of Ultra, and certainly a mishap for Minnesota.
Wow. Well, that's the S&D reps we talked about a moment ago. An issue indeed for Minnesota Røkkr, at least in that first round. Round number 2, though. Here we go. They're on defense. And CleanX, he saw a lot there.
Honestly, even just on a presence front, I don't know if you could tell if the door is open or closed, but he might be assuming that there is, like, he saw 3 players that could potentially be in and around A. So Ultra going to have to play this slow until they get more information. You have a battle, by the way, on the radio tower. Cammy and Insight. Former teammates, and Cammy took care of business. Nice little first blood to get. That's a power position secured, but you do have Toronto make a move in the site. Fame, though, checks his corners. Got a 4v2. Great trades, great swarm. Minnesota, that is absolutely the bounce back round that they needed. Maybe a couple smiles on their face. Get some of those nerves out of the way.
Yeah, hopes. The nerves is the real question. They were one step ahead in that dance, and they didn't miss a single step. Good work there out of Røkkr. Quite easy to throw those trade battles away, but the comms were extremely crisp, I would imagine, in that trade-off towards the end. We're all tied up 1-1.
And I will say it won't be for this round, maybe the next one, but if CleanX in the first round on the attack sees like 3 players coming through mid, maybe try to nade him next time, maybe send in Scrapz for a snipe to look for a pick. But we'll think about that long term in this round. Minnesota maybe taking things slow, maybe leaning towards the B site, but certainly playing for picks. And HyDra is making moves, already at first blood, and already HyDra behind you. And he has cleared out so much of the map.
Wow, he doesn't clear out Fame though. Another big win from Fame up close and personal. Now Scrapz with a quick reach out. Toe to toe with Bance, and Bance is dancing. Scrapz, no idea where he went. Dead silence of Bance is now worn off, so he's on this side of the map, and he's not out of the woods yet. Scrapz, you couldn't deal with him there. The B-bomb site has now been abandoned. Røkkr have moved in.
Your 2 ARs looking for the swarm as well. Insight has to win this gunfight against Cammy, and I could just see Cammy turn, but he wins it. You got a 2v2 and you got a trap. It is Vaznevs versus Tax. Who has the better gun?
Well, as soon as you get close, the Vaz is going to be happier, but for now, Scrapz is looking for an angle. Will Røkkr have the patience to hold this? Here comes Insight. The first fight. Trades are there. Insight finds it. Fame. Last man left alive. 15 seconds waiting for the noise to stun check. Guns 1. Insight. 10 seconds to get it done. You got to move. Fame.
Oh,
didn't do enough.
Insight got it.
He didn't do enough. Insight gets 3 on the round and the defuse.
He hesitated on the runaway. We heard Insight stomping in the back. He was a little bit too late on the decision, and that is the TAC players clutching up. Insight and Scrapz with an absolute hell of a play. The coordination on point, and wow. Maybe if he just didn't move. I mean, I think Insight has him no matter what, but again, a small hesitation. Fame not able to clutch that 1v2, and that is a 2v3. Even just for that battle, Insight versus Cammy, that's the second time in rounds they've had to square up, and I mean, that is one that seals your fate. Ultra are winning some very difficult rounds.
I think Cammy had a pistol in that situation. He was maybe sniping from that sort of right-hand side of the map. What a round. 2 of the most clutch players in the CDL in the form of Insight and Attach in one game. We are getting treated to an LSC over here.
CleanX and HyDra making moves too. Well, Bance wins 1, and he's trying to get out. He's doing a dance, and HyDra knows he can't push her. He's going to get traded. There's the damage. And it looks like, yeah, HyDra is going to fall. Scrapz left in a 1v3. And unfortunate for him, the sniper pistol, and can't make anything happen there.
Well, okay, so we've got a sort of a formula here developing, chat.
Nail-biter rounds. That's right.
Yeah, absolute nail-biting victory from Toronto. Super fast, decisive Røkkr rebound. If this is the way we're going to go for the rest of this map, I'm going to need resuscitation. Here we go.
Certainly more intensity on the faces of Minnesota Røkkr after that one. I mean, Attach is locked in. I mean, as expected, Bance, Motormouth in the comms, calling out the strats. Had a couple different looks. I mean, they've been successful of getting the bomb down, just not on holding on to it after the fact. And once again, they're going to be playing things very slow.
Cammy. Ooh, it would have been nice. You had an opportunity to take care of Scrapz, but you had your second opportunity to take care of him, and instead, a couple of bullets. Just over a minute to go. 4v4.
Yeah, don't miss, don't lose. Not easy shots to hit, but that is a lot of value out of the sniper that is already gone. It's 55 seconds is a lot of time. You have Bance making a dead silence play, and he's got great intel on Scrapz as well, but it looks like he's roaming towards A. Or not. Bance, it's so difficult to predict.
It's so difficult to predict, and that's what you are looking for as a Røkkr fan. Steady done, though, so the movement will be complete. 35 seconds. Røkkr still yet to truly commit to a bomb site. CleanX, bad timing. Bance managed to get the punish. Here comes the immediate trade. HyDra's there on the bomb site. Oh, exchange of gunfire. But HyDra will be safe. He's going to run into Cammy any minute now. No, 2 ships silently passing each other on LSilo.
I mean, Cammy turned for a moment, but I don't even think he hurt him because Cammy just kept going. You get the bomb down in the nick of time, but for a 3v3, you have no idea where HyDra's going to be coming from. The timing is terrible, but Attach does not care. Scrapz for the 1v3.
Oh, Scrapz now, and the jig is up. They know exactly where he is. Cammy's got the alleyway covered. Attach is up close and personal on the bomb site. Scrapz No hope.
Wow.
Røkkr, get the round.
Yeah, maybe broken up some of that back and forth momentum that we saw as well, getting 2 in a row. And that's an incredible round as well. Bance obviously making that initial play. Him and Hicksy is a fun little battle to watch because both of the guys so good, getting behind enemy lines, trying to make the high IQ play. But unfortunately for Hicksy, might have had the drop on Attach, but Attach brought this strap. No stranger to a game 5. No stranger to a lead either. A single round advantage for Røkkr.
Man, what a tense LSCLO we are witnessing here, friends. Insight downrange. CleanX and Scrapz taking the high ground. There's Cammy and Fame. Let's see what they can find here. The direct chow from CleanX there. It's going to pay off. Ooh. Nice opener there from Ultra. They take 2 without losing a single man. Can Fame find anything? Sweet frag. And he's not using Deddy, so he's well noisy. Hicksy finds it. 3v1. All down to Attach. What a round from Ultra.
Yeah, just a good counter strat as well. I mean, the spot Cammy's playing at is great for many gunfights, just not if the guys come through money and you don't happen to be pre-aiming it. So an interesting attempt for the off angle, but Ultra ready for it in effect. And I mean, that is a lot of stacks over towards like the A control zone outer edges of the map. Here's a second look. Again, if Cammy's pre-aiming this, Cammy fries him.
Oh, yeah.
But just because Cammy's looking another direction, CleanX wins that 10 out of 10 times.
But also, he doesn't seem too phased by the little fence there. Those things do strip your auto-aim away, controller players. You know what we're talking about. So, kudos to CleanX there. Well composed, as ever, for this Toronto Ultra roster as Insight sprays, peppers Cammy with a little bit of warning shots just to try to back him down. And for now, Dead Silence give you the name of the game. Attach and Fame ready to go. The other 2 on the build-up. Who will strike first?
Well, I was going to say Bance is in good position to actually get the bomb down, but Fame isn't the guy with the bomb. It is Bance, so they got the rolls a little bit backwards in that moment. But
oh no,
Bance on the cross, plenty of HP, dodges the nades as well. You got flanks coming through though. It's actually Scrap with the Dead Silence. You got a TAC 56 player behind enemy lines. Do you ever read this?
Maybe. Bance though.
Yeah, there you go.
Ian Fame take care of business. Cammy upstairs. That's bad timing. CleanX is going to punish you for that one. 3v2, Røkkr down a man. And everyone now from Ultra moving with purpose. Insight finds his 3rd kill in a row, and Hicksy guns the last. Røkkr down and out. Ultra with a defuse.
Yeah, you're talking about clutch players on one side, well, Insight the clutch player on the other. Obviously, him and Scrap had the 2v3 earlier on, but now it is Insight extra picks he is able to find. Buying clearance for his teammate as well, because Scrap goes on the flank. I think after Insight might have backed Cammy down, and even for CleanX to be able to go through the money catwalk. That's just, again, that like outer A zone section of the map, 2 rounds in a row where Ultra just completely take over. And obviously make the big plays, and yeah, CleanX hyper aggressive. Cammy a split second too late.
Cammy was flying in there for the trade. CleanX, I mean, not to mention the fact that he did just manage to get the full health regen, but reactions of a cat in that kind of fight. Difficult spot to deal with regardless for Ultra. The camera may be out of focus, but those players, they are not. Ultra on offense.
And also 2 in a row for these guys, so taking that momentum back in their hands and now slowing the pace down. Again, typical round for a CeeLo, but playing for picks and Insight versus Cammy, as is tradition, potentially on the edge of the map.
And I think Cammy might be able to see him. Might be able to see just the barrel protruding, but maybe not. 1 minute to go. What a slow round, and Insight has found his quarry. Bance kegs. We are waiting for a mistake to be made.
Yeah, this is just a round where nobody's going to be flanking. Not when those AR players are on the outside. Or actually, Cammy popped Dead Silence, so he's making a move. So again, him versus Insight on one side. Oh, wow. And he wins it as well. Dead Silence play on point. You have a small advantage. Ultra, though, this is their time to hit the bomb.
See, we'll lose the fight. This is big brother Bance. Puts him to bed. Scrap and CleanX now trying to clean house. 25 seconds ago. CleanX from up top. Massive damage now moving into the kill. Scrap to back him up. Bance finds one. He gets the both. Wow. What a sensational round. The Røkkr patience somehow pays off.
That is such a good understanding of his positioning. Like, you hear those players drop down. I mean, I certainly would just go out for the instant chow. Bance plays it smart, drags again. So much attention his way and forces them to overcommit to try to take him down. And I mean, he turns that into, with quite a bit of help from his teammates, a 2-piece to end the round. So Bance always the high IQ plays, and a very back and forth game 5, Miles. So much on the line.
There's a little too much on the line. Thank you very much. 4-4, all tied up. A bit of love towards the A-bomb site this time round. Røkkr. Oh, we're going for it. Daddy popped. Bance is very much behind enemy lines right now. Fame will be the bomb carrier. Cammy's first blood. Bance is about to get his. Oh dear. Røkkr are rolling through Ultra this time round.
Oh, he knows too. He knows these two players are going to be on top. Reads the first, gets it, knows Hixie's the last man, and Hixie's just going to fly into it. This will be a 1v3 if the rookie can clutch up.
Oh, Hixie. 30 seconds to go. Daddy still moving. Check the bomb site. Fame once again with the 1v1 fights. He has won so many of them on this LSE low. And I do not believe it, Chance. Røkkr are on match point.
One more round, but you know, Ultra, not an easy team to put down. This is not going to be an easy round. We'll see what Minnesota have cooked up for it. Looking for that 20-point gap. So many long-term implications just to make it to champs.
Oh,
defense to get it done, and Fame's got the trophy as well, so this is going to be a Vaznet in sight. No nades are going to be hurting him.
I was going to say, I think that there's not much dead silence at play. It's not going to matter. Here comes the fight. Hixie, loud as ever, flying into battle. Gets the first kill, gets the bomb plant immediately. I think they clean the trophy as well. Here comes Bance on the approach. Cammy with a cut down. Attach finds his as well. 2v3. Hixie on the site. Flies through. Bance gets it. And now it's all down to CleanX, the Great Dane. With a moment of reprieve. Will attach. Gun him. Will Røkkr find the win? There's the defuse. 25 on the clock. Will CleanX check it? He can't see the bomb. He's done. It's over. Røkkr have defied all odds, and they have somehow taken down Toronto Ultra.
And that is exactly why you do not shoot Attach's body. Rookie mistake out of Scrapz, and maybe one he doesn't need to regret too much. Ultra still in a good spot, but it is a short list of players that you just can't put those body shots into. And I mean, Attach is simply that guy. Mr. Clutch himself, clutching up in the game 5. Minnesota Røkkr taking care of business, getting the job done, at least for the online stages. You still have to perform well at the major, but they have set themselves up for success.
Wow. This changes everything. Vegas, their run to champs has now changed dramatically. The first round matchup of Major 5 has changed. Absolute masterclass. A late season resurgence from Minnesota Røkkr. I cannot believe it. That's why you don't shoot bodies.
Yeah, no, I mean, 2-9 for the Rook, and obviously the vets turned up on the flip side. Bance 11-6. Honestly, just had a masterclass final 2 maps. He had 36 or 38, I believe it was, in the hard point, and that was for a 12-point game. So Bance, how do you do? Dropping bombs in the final one as well. And on top of that, I mean, he's like the main communicator, the shot caller. So, I mean, certainly a very typical performance out of Benjamin Bance, exactly when they needed him the most.
What an unbelievable series that was to watch. We hope you enjoyed that one. We know you didn't enjoy that one if you're a Toronto fan, and if you're a Vegas fan, that one was tough. What do you think, Desk? That was a banger.
That was a banger, bro.
They are sweating up in Minnesota, but you know it is nothing but cheers right now. Congratulations to the Røkkr. You figured it out when you needed to most. The final week, you bring Attach back in. Who's your MVP on the night? Attached, the man clutching up for the squad.
I mean, unbelievable. Let's talk about Minnesota Røkkr for a second. Winning 2 hardpoints against a top 3 hardpoint team in the game and in some incredible ways. You know, we're talking about Toronto Ultra and what they're so good at. They might be the best in the game when it comes to dictating the pace of play, making teams play at their pace, not forcing anything. Well, Minnesota Røkkr did that to them on the flip side of it. Just unbelievable plays out of Bance on rotation on that HyDra. And then also Fame thinking about that Fortress. You know what? Do yourself a favor for you amateurs and rookies out there. Go back and look what Fame was able to do on the break to P3 on Fortress. Beautiful plays. Man finds 2 kills and stays alive the entire time. And then, Chris, I know I'm going on a rant. It was just so special. We get to this game 5. The adjustments come in and the plays are being made out of your man Bance. Popping off in the search and destroy once again.
Bance, so fun to watch. There's a lot of questions. What is Minnesota doing? You're going to keep Fame the rookie in? You're going to bench Afro instead of Bance? Well, Bance has shown his value to me this week. Trigger discipline, big brain plays like that one right there. That's why you keep one of the vets in the lineup in Minnesota, now showing everyone they're a threat. Toronto's a top-tier team, and they just took them down in a 5-game series.
Yeah, you know, and like I said, man, when you bring in Attach back into the roster, that first series, he said the goal was to sort of fit in, mold with the squad, get the juices flowing, they get that win. Coming into this series, Attach was the main slayer. I mean, you talk about the game for Fortress, they get over towards Art Hill. He's up top wreaking havoc, going on crazy streaks. I think he got up to an 8 at one point. So that's exactly what you want to see out of your main AR. And then Cammy as well. Guy just continues to play aggressive, find the kills that he needs to. Minnesota Røkkr are peaking at the right time. This is by far the best iteration of this team that we have seen so far this year.
Chat is down bad when it comes to channel points right now, but Minnesota is riding high, and look at the impact that loss to Toronto Ultra is going to make things very mixy. From 4th all the way to 8th, we could have teams finishing 3 and 2. And nameless, I'm looking here, Subliners. Now, if you lose your matchup, putting a rookie in it at the end of the night, we can see a huge shakeup in those round 1 matchups.
Yeah, I know, man. I'm not sure what that would change, because like right now you're potentially playing Vegas, right? So
Boston would jump up.
Yeah, Boston would jump up. It's gonna get pretty interesting, man. It's gonna get weird. It's gonna get weird.
We're gonna talk about the scenarios because we still have to wait on the outcomes tonight. The one thing I do know for sure is we're gonna see London take on LA Thieves in our second match, and right now we're talking with the man from the UK, wearing the Minnesota purple. Bance joins us live. Congratulations, Bance. I was blown away by your trigger discipline when we watched you on Mercado yesterday. Today, you looked even better in the search and destroys. What's going on with the team right now? It looks like you guys are finally finding your form.
Yeah, we're just keeping our heads down, you know, grinding, trying not to listen to all the noise. A lot of people are giving us a lot of hate for everything this year. Just trying to cut it all out and just focus on ourselves, really. And obviously trying to secure in champs. Everyone's saying it's a race between us and Vegas. We're not looking at it like that. It's a race between us, Boston, and now Seattle and Vegas. So, you know, just eyes on the prize right now.
4-team race, and we love to see you right there behind Boston now in that run. Tell me a little bit about this matchup in particular against Toronto. This is a team you could potentially still draw later in the tournament next week.
Yeah, I mean, stressful that everyone knows that I would probably say they're top 2 team and have been probably the whole year, really. They're not an easy team to go against. They're strong in every game mode. I'm just glad we were able to obviously pull it off.
Bance, so from what I could tell, you know, putting Fame on the SMG and bringing Attach back into the squad is like, they're a little bit more objective-minded. Obviously, they can get kills when they need to, but you look so much more comfortable on the map, like being a nuisance, making the impact plays. Cammy's allowed to play a little bit more aggressive. Is that what you guys were looking for with this change?
Not really. I feel like we were starting to hit our stride for a while. Everyone knows, obviously, Major 3 didn't go well for us, and neither did Major 4. I feel like I've always had the capabilities to obviously pop off. It's just I think I lost my head. I got into my own head during Major 3 when we couldn't win a map. I was just changing my settings all the time, just losing my head completely. So near the end of Major 4, I stuck with everything, didn't change it, and obviously at the Major I was looking better, and I've just got better and better.
Yeah, I mean, going into the series, you had a 1.1, so, I mean, you've been absolutely frying and obviously doing more in the kill department. I wanted to ask you as well, this is a big match, not only for points, but like sort of a revenge game for you and Cammy going up against Toronto. Did that play a little bit of a factor at all in the mental?
Not really. Obviously, I love everyone at Toronto. They're my boys. Always talk to them. So obviously, there's always going to be something like that where you don't want to lose to them.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't really say it plays much. I want to beat everyone.
Yep.
Best of luck moving forward. I know you made a lot of fans happy tonight, Bance.
Thank you. Have a good one.
That is Bance and the Minnesota Røkkr picking up the first W of our final day of qualifiers. Next week, Toronto kicks off, and that team will be featured in your winner's bracket. The question is, who do they match up against? Let's take a look now at the points here, Ant, and break it down for me. How are things shaping up?
I mean, well, when you look at these points, like he just said, all those teams on the bubble, I mean, anybody can make it in still. Obviously, that is a big-time victory by the Minnesota Røkkr. I mean, if Boston lose today, they'll be tied going into this event. And Surge guaranteed now to start in that loser's bracket in a very tough spot. Surge get bumped out. I mean, round one, they could get eclipsed by all three of these teams, as they all three will be in that winner's bracket. So definitely going to get pretty crazy.
It's getting rowdy as we come to a close. You can see how things are shaping up. Reminder, pick up your collection. Start it right now with your favorite teams and players on UpperDeckEFAC.com. Scan the QR code today and start your digital collection with the 2021 Call of Duty League trading cards. Not only is it the trading cards, you can also pick up some gear right now. We've got hoodies, jerseys, and more. The freshest gear you can grab at shop.callofdutyleague.com. One match down, 2 games to go. When we come back, can the Royal Ravens pick up a W and send Thieves to Toronto with an 0-5 record? Or is Octane going to drop some bombs? Stay tuned to find out.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck, and upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL. The CDL is brought to you by your favorite Orange Bandicoot. Pre-order Crash Team Rumble today, available June 20th.
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time we take everything.
And Dylan Adams has picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it.
Well, this is a big moment. LaRue is cooking. He comes out of the break.
I think he did. You can see the arrow comes. Here it comes. Oh, by the second. Huke runs into trouble. Oh, my God. Defending up the world. Kenny on the flank. Kenny on the bike. Kenny!
Welcome back, everybody. This is the final day of qualifiers before we head up to Toronto. And this matchup, well, it's going to determine who goes into Toronto with the 11th seed. So really not a lot of importance on the line, but it's a chance to get some games in here, Nameless.
100%. This is an absolute banger. No, but this matchup, obviously it's very lopsided when you look at it. LA Thieves versus London, they played twice. LA Thieves have beat them 3-0 both times. And also I believe there was like an extra match they had to play at Major 1 on land before they also got 3-0'd by LA Thieves there. So extremely comfortable. I think this match, more so we're looking at, can LA Thieves rebound? Like, how dominant will they be against the worst team that we have in the CDL? That's very important to see going into the major.
We're taking a look at this Thieves lineup, and the only question I have, Nameless, is out of these 4 gentlemen, who wins in an arm wrestling tournament?
Between this team?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I think Octane's getting folded instantly. I'm going with Envoy. I think Envoy's winning, bro.
In game, how do they get the W? We got your Monster Energy pregame. You need to have dominant respawns as usual. Take the advantage in rotations on Mercado, London, 12th in rotation percentage. And of course, get guns heading into the major. This matchup, you got to get Envoy rolling once again. He was off to a very slow start in his previous match.
Yeah, I mean, everybody really is. And also the MVP, the reigning MVP. He's got to start to fry again.
Come on, Sam.
They've had a really rough split.
Yeah, let's talk about their opponent, though. London Royal Ravens. Chat is asking Nameless, they're guaranteed 2 matches. How many game wins can you expect from a team that has not had the best season?
I mean, well, listen, Chris, they're still looking for their first win on land. They got an opportunity left. Okay, going into this match, obviously this doesn't really mean much for them, but maybe with the pressure off, these players can do something special. But you can see the Monster Energy pregame here, some of their statistics. 0-6 in our point this stage, and last in every single important metric, and trying to attack LA Thieves' weakest map on Mercado Search and Destroy. LA Thieves are 0-200 with a 2-12 round count. There have been times where we've seen London play very well on that map, playing super aggressive. We saw that map versus OpTic Texas, where, you know, OpTic did expose them later on in the game, but London had an advantage early on, so they're somewhat comfortable in the Mercado S&D.
What's crazy about this one is both teams enter with 0-3 records, trying to avoid that 0-4 finish. We'll see what's going to happen here. Somebody could get a tattoo, though, if the Ravens win. Alex Nolan getting a little bit rowdy today. I like it.
Oh, no, Ben. You don't want to put that out into the universe. Now you're going to have to get it, bro.
Normally you have to lose a bet to have something like that happen. Alex is celebrating even a dub today. Let's bring in our casters to kick this baby off. Lando, how many games do you think we're going in this best of 5?
That is a great question, Chris.
5?
And to be honest, I would love to see 5, but I think this one might end in 3. But, Jay, I think it could go the opposite direction. I'm all in favor of Alex getting a tattoo. How about you?
Oh, well, if Alex put it into the world, that's the thing that you got to be nervous about now, because both these guys are sitting at 0-4. Someone is going to get their first W. So it should be a banger series, and I'm not trolling. This should be a good one if London come out to play. Obviously, we know the history between these two teams has been all in favor of the Thieves. And I think if you are LAT, your final online match, you got to get through the 12 seed to get your very first W of this stage. I think you're smiling cheek to cheek in this series right here, if you no doubt, if you are LA.
Cheek to cheek, Alex. I'll tell you what, man, we'll find out where that tattoo can go, because I'm thinking it's a Ravens W. We'll see, though. Mercado hardpoint. So we're starting this one off. Jay, we talked about it, right? Both teams 0-4. Somebody's getting a dub, and maybe in CDL history, this could be something significant, right? The last 4 times that London has faced off against the Thieves, they've gotten 3-0'd. 3 of those occasions have happened to occur here in Modern Warfare 2. So you're looking for your first map win versus Thieves on the year as well. So we're trying to break some records. We're trying to have some crazy stuff happen. We will see. But, I mean, in all seriousness, man, right? If you're London, we've talked about it. It's been the ever-evolving conversation as they quickly get 4 down. Trying to look for that spot next year, trying to do something at Major 5. And for Thieves, trying to get something going, right? They have just been downright bad as of late.
Yeah, but the story at least is a little bit better for the Thieves. They have a championship underneath their belt. On the opposite side for the Ravens, they haven't won a single match on land so far this season. They've just been taking these flights, taking early vacations, and then just enjoying themselves some great Call of Duty. But into the P1, at the end of the P1 we are. Going into the P2, it's a battle for these rotations. Drazah is going to be here nice and early. He finds 2, so it should be LA. Nice and easy. Winning a couple of those fights to set up properly for next.
It's good to see Drazah off to a hot start. In the last Mercado hardpoint that the Thieves had, it was not a good performance versus the Minnesota Røkkr for him. A near 100-point club. And he ended up going -10, I believe, in that hardpoint. Octane -7, but right now in threat of earning a streak. Put some tags in, assistance, no cruise missile, unfortunately for him, but the team still residing quite nicely inside of the cantina. The lead continues to build.
And the biggest thing for Thieves so far in this stage, in their hardpoint game, has been what they have been good at all season long. We're talking about the #1 hold team, the #2 breaking team on the season. But all throughout this stage, they're sitting at 11th in both of those categories. This is a team who usually finds success by not really playing fundamentally correct. They've always been terrible in the rotations, but when you're losing those other 2 aspects, that's why they have a 2-6 record overall in this stage. But on Mercado, more specifically, they're actually 3rd in rotation. So you win a couple rotations on Mercado, you're going to set yourself up for some success, and that's why you see LAT currently up by 80 points.
Yeah, up big, and an early break here would surely spell a decent amount of disaster for the Ravens. We'll see if they can continue to lock things down. First 10 seconds out of the way is nice, but there's still a lot of very valuable points to fight for, and Kenny wants every single one. Really runs right through this setup, nearly does get picked apart, but now it sets up Drazah and Co for a much easier gunfight. Lovely break coming in from Thieves.
Yeah, and if you are London, you got to be able to stop this bleeding. That's just too easy right there for the Thieves. They apply pressure from every single angle, but the one-on-one gunfights are going their way. Just started that initial break process. But into the final 20 seconds, we go in towards 10. You still have a player in Nastie contesting this all the way down to the very end, while his teammates are already off the rotation towards next. But now you find yourself almost down by 100 points. This has to be the response going in towards the barbershop hill with your teammates set up nice and early.
I'll be honest, Jay. I mean, London, they need a hold. Like, they obviously need a hold, but I feel like confidence-wise, you can't just continually get broken here on Mercado. As we know, here on time, rather when it comes down to time on this map, you can really start to build some big advantages. A lot of opportunities for 50, 60-point holds, and right now, well, Nastie doing a great job. Ends up cutting away 2, so half the Thieves lineup is pretty much done and dusted in the respawn screen, but here comes Drazah. Slides in for 1. Envoy still lingering, and so there you go. Wave 1 cleared. Solid work from London as the expedition really begins now. Down by less than 100, but once again, here come the Thieves on the prowl.
Yeah, they got those close spawns. They have more bodies in this scenario. All you have to do is fly in and trade. But they cannot find the kill onto Yuli. Big time from the Ravens. Try to get themselves back into this game. It had to be a response over towards Barbershop. But it's still a 60-point deficit. So now it's going to be a rotation over towards the middle courtyard. And there's a couple players from London already here. They start off with the initial gunfight, so they should put themselves in the advantage to try to chain these 2 hard points.
Nastie currently looking over the top. Okay, well, he gets absolutely gunned. Lovely victory there for Sam LaRue, and the charge is in. You lose 1 in the process, but, I mean, it's a worthy transaction in the end if you are LAT, as they rush right inside of 10 and really made it their home. Just been a very solid hardpoint so far here from the boys in red. And currently for the Ravens, just trying to get their head screwed back on straight. That's going to be 3 in a row for them. Solid job to retake the hard point. One of the better looking moments of the game so far from them.
Yeah, but with only 30 seconds left, you would give that up if you are LA, because you know you're going over towards Cantinas again. We're in MW2. Though that is one of the most difficult hard points to try to break on in, because you got head glitches galore, you got the window spots, you got all the different angles you got to check on the rotation as they find two, so they're going to be able to properly set up to grow this lead even more.
Yep, we'll see if they can be able to do it. It looks solid for them at the moment. Let's go and step aside and see how the comms are sounding with the LA Thieves.
Bricks. I can get a bricks. Yuli's umbrella door. Umbrella door. Weak. I have our timing, bro. You jumped to me, guys. Jump. Oh, shit. One's on the barrels, close door. Like, our wall. Yeah, with you. One shot down. Hey, one's low. Right. Low, by the door. That guy, though. By the door. Umbrella door. Umbrella door. I don't know what time, though. Trying to look. I don't have angles for it. Tunnel. Jump court. I played off court. Jump court. Nice. I'm laying down the door. I'm walking over here. I'm gonna go to mid. I'm helping to be here. Hey, I got time. That's fine. Here, Zach. I got one 6 shot. I'm here. I got Danny. I'll see him. He's fucking. He's playing. I'm hard. Yeah, give me a second. There's one guy. I'll get your half full. Get. I'm in truck. Truck still. I'll get it. 3 times. I'll get him. He's on the side. Nice. Good job. I'll do it. In the hot dog stand corner. Hot dog stand corner. Right there. Right there. I'll pitch. I'm one shot. Insect challenge. Hot dog. I'm behind the blue car. Behind the blue car as well. I hate blue car. I swear, someone should go play it. That's fine. He's stunned again. I threw it in. Double cross it. Double cross it. I am on top. I'll let him. Truck. I'll get him. What if we have full trucks?
Well, the intensity is absolutely felt there from the Los Angeles Thieves. Problem being is that London is not going down. They've been able to put together a few nice plays toward the end of our first set of rotations. Let's now check in and see how the comms are sounding with the Ravens boys.
You guys got that. I have your blue, okay? I have your old. They're flanking to back left. Okay, here. Yo, you can go on top of there. Yeah, have your blue. Go on top of there.
I have HyDra. Just laying down now. I'm just laying down now. That's all I have.
Everyone hold.
Don't touch us.
Yeah, I'm just framing deep banana. Literally nothing gate.
Tetris. One back banana.
I'm gonna go caution. Ready, banana go?
You went out.
I'm holding L. L is weak.
It's Envoy.
L is not showing me.
They cut challenge.
I need help, guys.
I got one off.
He's on door corner.
That's two. Looking for Octane Kenny. I smell blue guys.
I'm waiting. We're good, right?
You got this time on me.
Yeah, I'm with you.
One's in dark.
I'm gonna challenge.
Yo, 2 banana, one's in banana, one's out hot dog. Banana and hot dog, believe me or not.
On hedge, I'm trying hot dog.
2L, 1 RV. 2L, 1 RV.
L dead.
2L, 1 RV.
Show more L.
I'm trying to beat Gaza.
There's two there.
There's two. Hit tunnel. Hit right side tunnel. He's already gone. He's already out.
He saw me, yeah.
He's out. He saw you 100%.
I'm coming back out.
You need to play like this. Hold the bullet. One more, one hedge.
I got naded.
Head drop.
Get this shot. I spawn blue, but I'm just waiting to me.
Could be telling you.
One is 3 on you, bro. Definitely.
Go back alley.
He's already back alley. He's coming back to you.
Back alley.
Okay. Kenny might play P4 chalk.
Alright, go together.
Well, it's a momentary lead change there for the London Royal Ravens. That's about to change, but Jay, great listening there with London. I know you were one that was very impressed by what you heard out of the young gun and Yuli.
Yeah, London, their comms are calm, cool, and collected. It made it seem like they're not even 0-4 in this day. They probably got a couple W's underneath their belt. They're ready to just spawn in and play some Call of Duty. On the opposite side for LA, you can feel the intensity. They know that they're going into their final 2 tournaments of the year, so it's time to enter that tournament mode. I love the way that they're listening sound. It's never a problem with their comms. It's just simply been their teamwork. They're just allowing some breaks to come in for the London Royal Ravens to get themselves back into this game. And I thought it was going to be a lot cleaner, but London, they're not giving up. They got that fight in them today.
Yeah, it's fair to say. I mean, for the Ravens, you do not want to go down to 0-5. It feels like moving in at Toronto Major. Still some cash to walk away with, and as we talked about, we have some very, very valuable matches when it comes down to seeding for Major 5, when it comes down to making it the champs. But you can argue London has more to fight for than anybody else when it comes down to just your career of being involved in the CDL. Still a lot of things on the line for all 4 of these players, and for a lot of teams that are not going to be at champs this year. A lot still to play for, and right now Ravens are feeling it. Another few fall, and this time it is for the Thieves. as Ravens look to lock things down. As we said, it's been lead change after lead change. They sit very pretty with 35 seconds left.
And now it's only a 20-point game. If you are LA, that panic button is starting to get hit because Scrapz is not missing. He finds 3, tries to go for the 4th. Can't find that kill onto Drazah. But this has been a great hold for the Ravens to take the lead right on back. You're forcing LA off the rotation, and you already have Scrapz in a position to be on this side of the map. Him and Yuli have their hands full. What can they get done for the team to try to close out the game?
Matty Marshall, what can he do on the same side? Yuli also looking to put in some work. Early gunfights are going to be huge. Envoy ends up taking that. Scrapz, the veteran in the back lines, does what he can to stay up, but he eventually drops. Wonderful work for Thieves as they prepare for Barbershop. 30 more points in this game is theirs. London begin their pursuit of attack. Asim already out of the picture. The back alley push begins.
Yeah, but Scrapz at least makes his way up the middle of the map. Oh, he does get cut down. Now it's only pressure through the back alley. Just had to hold strong, get a double setup, a few other things in towards the point, set up the crossfires, and so far Kenny has been doing it all. He takes down 2, but Yuli responds with 2. LA still in it. They're going to try to win it here.
It looks like they can, but Yuli, that's now going to be 3 in a row. He's going to jump in. Now is the time to jump in. A little late to do so, and you could tell. There for Yuli, he was just waiting for one teammate to join alongside of him. And if they have maybe one other player who's up with Yuli to bait and switch or to trade out, that very well could be a hard point break, or it comes down to a 1v1, and that could decide the game. But I mean, LAT, they walk away with the hard point, great, but that was not convincing. Like the way that this game started, Jay, the way that the game ended, looked like 2 totally different hard point games.
Yeah, and if you think like all about the year that LA Thieves have had, they have been one of the best hardpoint teams in the game. They're going up against one of the worst hardpoint teams in the game. That's now 7 losses in a row in the mode for the Ravens. But you could just tell that the Thieves are definitely going through something, man. 250 to 228 when you were up by 100 points. You rotate pretty well on Mercado. It just came down to them holds and those breaks, because the Ravens, they usually never find success in those aspects, but they were able to do it versus Thieves. So it's never the communication. It's more about the teamwork and the positioning. But at least you were able to clutch up at the very end of this game to take this hard point to not go up 1-0 in this series, because it's not where you want to be if you are the Thieves. This is a team who just won the last championship, and they're basically in 20-point hardpoint games with the worst team that we have in the league. This is not how you want to do it. You want to turn it around. At least you got the W in that map 1.
And I know there's been a lot of comparisons, Jay, right, to Toronto Ultra, right? Thieves versus Ultra. You know, Toronto wins a tournament. They obviously don't look good. They finished 1-4 in the next qualifier. But I almost feel like it's more surprising, more drastic with the Thieves, given the fact that, like I said, they look so electric in hardpoint. The S&D was seeing improvements. We know how great that they have been at control at certain points this season.
Yeah.
And with Thieves having the, you know, stigma of being a late in the game type of roster, like, this is to me one of the crazier dips in performance in such a short span that we've seen in COD history. Like, I feel like we should be celebrating Thieves for walking away with the HP, but it's just sloppy towards the stretch. It's hard to get excited, given the fact that a month ago, this is a Thieves team that's more than likely 100-point clubbing a performance like that out of the Ravens.
Oh, yeah, and that was a great comparison to compare them to Toronto Ultra at the last stage, because Toronto Ultra went 1-4, and now the Thieves have that presented to them to potentially go 1-4 in stage 5. But the only thing that truly scares me is that for Toronto, it was search and destroy. They just couldn't clutch up in a couple of these rounds. For LA Thieves right now, it's every respawn.
Yeah,
they are now 3 and 6 in HP so far in this stage, but they're also 1 and 3 in control. Like, those are 2 different game modes that you have to put a lot of focus on that just hasn't been clicking. So I know Toronto was able to go 1-4. LA Thieves potentially go 1-4, but it's a lot bigger of an issue for LA because it's 2 modes instead of 1.
Well, at the very least, I know we expect greatness out of this Thieves roster, and you do have to give them credit. They do walk away with the hard point, and thankfully, if you are a Thieves fan, not only do you see that 1-0 on the scoreboard, but you also see a great performance coming in from Kenny. I know he has struggled mightily in his hard point game. Overall, stats have not been great. He is the lead slayer there in that opener on Mercado. We'll see if he can continue that now into the search and destroy, but talk to me about this upcoming search and destroy, Jay. For both of these teams, this is not one that we've actually seen the LA Thieves play in a very long time.
Oh, yeah, that's the scary thing about it if you are London, because I know you like to play yourself some Mercado S&D. You have an overall 3-5 record. You have had some tough losses, but at least one thing that stands out to me is that they are decent in the first bloods. When they get the first blood, they have a 68% chance at winning the round. On the opposite side for the Thieves, they haven't touched this map since February 2nd, where they played against Atlanta FaZe and got 6-1. They have a total of 2-round wins on Mercado S&D, 12-round losses. So both S&D maps that they have played, they got 6-1 on. So I think if you are LA, you're trying to expand your map pool, going into Major 5, going into Champs, to try to throw this in the mix versus a couple teams who like to play some S&D, especially on Mercado. But if they can come out and win this one, I think this is something that you definitely take away from this as a positive for the series, because the Thieves, they don't like to play Mercado S&D. You throw it into this map pool versus one of the weaker teams that we have in the CDL. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, we'll see if Thieves can start to add it. Like we said, looking for any little victory that you can get. Obviously trying to walk away with the series today, but more than anything, trying to work on that map pool for Major 5 come Toronto time, come Champs time. And for the first time in a while, I think we did see a few smiles coming in from the Thieves camp. I know the boys on that team love to have themselves a good time and really haven't had the chance to do that a lot lately. But into the game 2 we go. As Jay called it, the records on your screen. Not been a great time in the prior 2 occasions for the Thieves, but it's been quite a few months since the LA Thieves have been on a map like this. On the flip side, for London, you did see the records 3 and 5 there on the year for them. And I believe they've only actually played Mercado 1 time so far throughout our Major 5 qualifiers. It was a loss, 6-3. Verta. See if the Ravens can look to answer back as we get into round number 1, and it is the boys to blue starting things off on the attacking side.
Yeah, into the round number 1 we go. London, though, there's no trophy systems to work with, so they're going to try to be aggressive over towards green. But LAT with the perfect blind counter, they send both their SMG players right through mid-tunnel, so they're able to retake that position and now force London off that rotation. Octane with the snipe, he's going to be able to get some of that information. Now he's going to put himself in a position to probably get that first blood.
Yeah, he and Kenny looking to be a great little formidable force. Right into the 10 we go, and there's no one there actually to challenge Kenny as he escapes. So not a great spot that you're in quickly if you are the London Royal Ravens. Instant 3v4, and you know that a sniper is surely going to be around the corner. You know, Kenny could be pretty much anywhere. The shoulder exposed, Octane's waiting to put the second one down.
Yeah, he's just waiting. They at least get some information to Drazah, who now rotates all the way back over towards B. He's able to back down London. Now potentially set up Envoy to go for a highlight play. As the pressure's going to come in towards A with only 20 seconds left, he starts it off with the first.
Yeah, Envoy gets the audio cue, instantly puts another one down. Instant 2v4. Yuli popping dead silence. He's actually still over at the B site. Nastie, well, does somewhat distract, but it is a 1v4 situation. The all to do, and now it is 3 opponents left. Octane, Kenny, and Envoy. And the rookie come away with something special. He's got a bit of info, knowing that they've got to be coming in from middle. However, the timing is not great, too. Already into the site. Retaking Thieves, lose 1 man in the process. A clean starter here for LAT.
Yeah, the timing was not great right there from Yuli. Every time he tried to check mid-map, there's a player already past him. And eventually, LA Thieves with more bodies just attack from multiple different angles to take the first round. That's a good tone setter if you are the Thieves. You take mid-map control, you back them down, now you know that they're going to show presence everywhere on the map. Just to be able to read their setup. As you saw London in that 3v4 situation, they sent 2 players back towards Cantinas. They were basically just bait. Like, Yuli was sitting there like, don't worry, guys, I'm going to get this bomb down towards B. Just try to play your life as long as you can. But at that point, when he gets it down, he's the only man up. Just easy for the Thieves to get the trade and take round 1.
He's like, guys, I got the bomb down. Oh, none of you are left. Sick.
Nice.
Okay, well, 1v4, yeah, not going to work out all that often. Did it a few times this year, but not this time. Well, Yuli, first blood this go around. Envoy off to a great start at 3-0. He looks to get right to the hedges, and this is a triple here for the Dark Prince. Nastie, well, he's in a 1v4 now, so we'll see if London can finally get something going. Maybe find a pick or 2. That would be lovely. Envoy, no cruise missile for you. 2 more to go.
And Nastie still has that dead silence. It does hit that reset, but how much time are you going to waste trying to locate a player rotating towards the middle of the map? Got to make this play come to you, and you got to be towards the site to make it happen. Time is ticking down. The sound cue's coming for Drazah. Fortunately, you got a sniper in your back pocket, so Drazah commits towards the chow. LA Thieves take round number 2. All on the start from Envoy into the round. Just no hesitation up through tunnel, finds the first, hits the stun on the second, and then uses that head to his advantage for the third. SMG Envoy, the only player in this lobby over 1.0 KD in the stage, he makes it happen.
And does it in Search to Destroy. His old playground, known as an SD player, coming into the league back in Black Ops 4, had an incredible first year in the CDL in Search to Destroy. But that's actually the all-time CDL record at a 1.3 for the Huntsman back in MW. That's actually currently being threatened right now by players like aBeZy and Pred. Regardless of it, great play in round number 2. And we'll see if the Ravens can finally begin to answer things. A quick headbutt to the doorway. Kenny, aggressive as you'd like. He actually gets found out. Drazah cannot make his way through dark. And now it is on to Octane and Envoy. Numbers for once in favor of London.
And now it's a pinch on both ends. So if you are London, just put yourself in a situation where you're not committed towards these one-on-one gunfights. And if you are, just put your belly on the ground as Scrapz is able to win a one-on-one versus Envoy. It's Octane now left in the 1v3. Scrapz repositioning through the middle of the map is going to get the timing and find the final kill. London on no hesitation to be the aggressors in that round. Do it over towards the 10 side. Find the first blunt onto Kenny. Get the bomb down. And hold strong on their setup to get the first round on the board.
And about you, Jay, I just feel like whenever a team who has been struggling in Search Destroy or just are struggling in general, I feel like a majority of the time, whenever they decide to call a strat that's just overly aggressive, that's just like, you know, we're just all going to hit this. More times than not, it ends up working out. I feel like the biggest issue that sometimes teams who are not good in Search Destroy have is just kind of overcomplicating things.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. When you try to do a lot of individual plays, if those get shut down, your team looks completely different. But when things are not working, 4-man pushing one way, hitting the conga line, and just playing the trade sometimes might be the best situation. And that's exactly what the LA Thieves do in this round. All out pressure towards the cantinas. Kenny almost found 3, but now it's Nastie in another 1v4 scenario.
Best of luck, Byron. Mr. Plumridge hitting the deck, hitting the dust, and really, you could just tell, right? The Thieves know exactly what the strategy is for London when it comes down to this side, right? They know everyone is stacked up towards the hedges. Envoy, if he didn't get stunned 3 times, would have probably tried to make the same route he did just a round to go. But Kenny recognizes the opening, jumps up, mantles forward, and gets a few for free. The assistance onto Scrapz. Nearly earns a triple, but he'll deal with the assist in the end. Great work again from LAT. And as you said, Jay, just a no-nonsense call. Like, hey, we know what we're going to do, and it's going to work, and it absolutely does.
Yeah, London just got to play that better, though. You can't have 3 players on the hedge. Like, we got to have someone in the dumpster playing towards the back alley, but we're going to have the same exact round go down on the opposite side as Asim hits through tunnel. He finds 2, Scrapz with the 3rd, and now it's Kenny in the 1v4.
Okay, well, it's just like we're constantly putting our players in a spot to try to clutch something out. It's like 4 or 5. 1v4s already, but I don't know about you, Jay, but get away from the hedge. Ravens, Thieves, avoid it like the plague. Nobody is getting kills there. Well, you are on the attacking side, but you get my point.
Yeah, and that's 2 attacking rounds now where London just commit every single player towards one side of the map. I know that Asim hits it through middle, but the rest of his teammates are in cantinas. So that's 2 attacking rounds now where they just go 4 straight in one direction. And they find some success. So the Thieves have to be able to make a couple adjustments, but these attacking rounds have been so damn fast. LA Thieves are going to use their attacks. They're going to be aggressive in towards cantinas. And London this time around are going to try to take tunnel on defense.
Okay, and say Kenny
doesn't work.
One for free, and there is nobody on Overwatch. So he's going to get that kill, instantly escape with his life. And so from there, Thieves with numbers, Drazah looking to push out. He's eager to get some kills over at the head. That's right. I don't know what it is. Maybe there's extra aim assist over here. No idea. Nastie, you're 8 to 1v4, and we've only seen 6 rounds. There you go.
Man, I don't know. Everyone has an issue with that hedge. Like, are they not cutting the grass properly? Is the dumpster stinking? They didn't throw out the garbage inside the dumpster. Like, everyone's just always being super aggressive and super toxic over towards the head side. But LA Thieves do exactly what they need to do. This, I don't know, say any player through the middle of the map. The only player they do send is Kenny watching that cross. But he spots one player, gets that first blood, and then allows his teammates to be the aggressive on the left side of the map. LA Thieves take it back. Now up 4-2.
Hot Hands, I just need a a free cam of the hedge at some point because all the action's going down there. I don't know what it is. Just highlight play after highlight play. This time, gonna be the defense that reigns in a position like this. 7 out of our 8 players all around the cantina. Thankfully for them, there is a few rooms inside of that bad boy, but a quick trade off the rip. Octane putting a few excess shots. No go, low on HP, and he gets found out. Kenny left in a 1v3. That silence currently initiated, and well, he gets dropped quickly. Wonderful work there for the Ravens.
All right, well, so far, both of these teams are stellar on their attacking grounds. Just stack one side of the map, play your trades, hit your attacks, especially when it's over towards the hedge. As Nastie finds the final kill of the round. No one goes through mid-tunnel. It's just a whole lot of pressure. As London respond with a round of their own, now down 4-3. But LAT back on the attack. I wonder where they are going.
Time to find out. Octane watching over for Kenny. Into the tunnel we go. Not gonna. Oh wow! Nasty. London are learning. You love to see it. First blood going the way of the Ravens. Trying to find the equalizer here. And with that, the Thieves on retreat.
And that's a beautiful angle right there from Nasty. He was head glitching the dumpster all the way at the B site and was able to get that cross and also hit the shots to find the first blood. So now LA forced to retreat, forced to make a different decision on what they want to do. You're going to have Octane just trying to be the island player, trying to catch a couple players from London off the rotation. But Drazah and Envoy had an army of 2 and apply pressure in towards Sin, but Nasty now knows where the pressure's coming from.
Oh, and for Nasty, you really need to find one of those gunfights. You do so, and that round is basically yours. However, Drazah's made his way toward the top. Again, just you can see the strategies coming in from the Thieves. A trade still favoring the Ravens. Current 3 versus 2. Bomb has been dropped. So you will have to attain that if you are LAT. But right now, it's Asim, man of the hour. 18 seconds left to go in the round. He finds a freebie. Sam LaRue, last one alive. London hold. Off of some great plays from Nasty. Got a little critical toward the end, but that first blood, without a doubt, Jay, set the tone.
Yeah, and I'm actually curious to see the angle that he was able to see from that B-bomb all the way towards tunnel, because that's not an easy shot to hit. You have to be able to hit every single bullet in order to take that player down, because he's probably looking through a crack. But once he finds that first blood, you get the info that the play is coming over towards B. Asim already invested his dead silence and was working that late pinch, and was just waiting for his time to strike. Is London able to tie the game up at 4? Back on the attack, London go.
Solid performance here in this game too from Nasty. Now sitting at 8-5. They're going to try to bring out a similar strategy to what the Thieves have been doing. Sniper over the top. One player trying to make their way into the tunnel. I believe it was Asim who was hanging out in market. He will back up. So London, 3 players just to the front side of the cantina. Envoy looking to land his belly and be a problem. Dead silence popped in a play that's about to occur. Recognizes 1 is low. That is 2 early picks from the Thieves. Trades going their way. However, Nasty with the critical snipe.
So now it's a 2v2 situation. And you still have a lot of time to work with if you are the Ravens. You have Nasty with that sniper in hand, watching that mid-map cross. So should be able to get over towards B for free. Unless he's able to give you some information. But that's going to be Kenny who's able to cross. So it's going to turn into a 1v1. Scrapz says, no, I'm not going to challenge that one. Let's bring it back. Let's go back towards A.
Just not feeling comfortable, man. Not comfortable.
Not at all.
20 seconds to go. Nasty pistol out. Rocks the F tight. Oh, he nearly stabs onto Drazah. Scrapz with info, but not with time. 10 seconds to go, and he is the trophy player, so he is loud as an elephant. We're not even near the elephant room. There we go. Thieves hold it down. But, Jay, maybe one more bullet from Nasty right as he picks up that Vaz, and it's a totally different situation. Big kills from Drazah as LAT hold in the 2v2.
Yeah, Drazah might have just called game. It's a huge read to hold strong over towards the head side. Neither squad has had success on that side of the map. But he finds the timing, wins the one-on-one, stays alive long enough for Scrapz to continuously try to look for him, and then sets up Kenny to find that final kill. LAT at game point on the attack. And it's going to be all out pressure over towards A again.
Oh my God, Ravens are at the hedges. Ravens are at the hedges. They're dropping like flies.
Huh?
finally puts in one. I don't know how he was able to survive that fight. And now Kenny, wait, he doesn't spot him there.
Oh.
In the meantime, it's Nastie who puts one away with the snipe, but he has been the last man alive through every round but one. A 1v2, father and son left to go. Nastie, can he channel something special?
Mr. Plumridge, keep your team alive.
Oh!
You have to line up a shot, but Drazah is at least able to back him down. So position known. LA Thieves change their setup around. They know exactly where Nastie's coming from.
The problem is he doesn't have dead silence yet. Able to grab that tack at the meantime. Dead silence about to be inbound, but the time continues to tick. He has to reveal his position, and Thieves will take the search and destroy. One of the more interesting Mercado search and destroys that we've seen on the season. Majority of rounds ending in 1v3, 1v4s. Some critical gunfights, but it's Kenny who's able to put the final one through. Double digits reached there for Mr. Quavo, as he will help elevate LAT now to a 2-0 advantage.
And for LA not playing Mercado S&D for quite some time, they look pretty good at it. They just need to figure out how they're going to be able to work on their defensive side, because the all-out pressure over towards Hedge obviously was a problem for them to handle. But they clutch up, man. It came down to that 4-4 round where Drazah in the 2v2 scenario just finds the timing in the 1v2 to get that first blood onto Nastie. Once you secure that defense, both teams have been having a lot of success on the attacking side, and the Thieves knew if it wasn't broken, we ain't gonna fix it. Let's just go right back over towards A. We get the first blood, we take control of Hedge, we get the bomb down, we win the map. As LAT go up 2-0 in the series, back-to-back Mercado S&D and Hardpoint in their back pocket. And now you're feeling good, man. Potentially one map away from getting your first series win of the stage.
Yeah, it hasn't been easy victory so far
at all
here for the Thieves, but they've been able to come away with them regardless. Some big performances from the SMGs there in the Mercado search and destroy. I believe they accounted for 6 first bloods for the roster. So great work coming in from those boys. We'll see if they can continue to elevate their game, move it into control. Can it be the first W of the stage for the LA Thieves, or will London come firing back? We will have to find out, as it's hotel control up right after the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
Howdy-o, Junior Rangers, and welcome back to the Call of Duty League Major 5 Qualifiers. It's the last day of online matches. It's been a crazy day up to this point, but so far throughout this series, I don't know, kind of the way that we expected. Thieves finally have started to wake up 2-0 currently versus the London Royal Ravens. And Jay, you just made a very interesting claim on Twitter. What is it? For those who haven't seen it already.
Well, someone just tweeted me saying, if London win this series, Jeremy Studd has to go bald. And the odds could not be any better in my side. So I will take that bet. If London somehow come out in this series and complete the reverse sweep, I will go bald.
I have never in my life tried to root for one side or the other. But if I could give any little speech to the Ravens, oh my God, I'm ready. Can we make that happen potentially? Regardless, we actually got to take a look at our Scuff play of the game before I maybe jump into the Ravens comms, whatever system that they're using for it. But Scuff play of the game, we're taking a look at the LA Thieves, and Jay was at round number 2 where Envoy completely pieced them apart.
Yeah, honestly, I thought the Scuff play of the game was just his hedge right here because we saw nonstop action around the hedge side, multiple different 3 pieces, and yeah, that's exactly what's it gonna be. Hello, I find 3, you find 3, let's take turns. And eventually the clutchest round of the map was this round number 9, where Drazah wins that one-on-one. Once he turns it into a 1v2, Scrapz doesn't have the ability to get it planted. LA Thieves take the round, and then back on the attack they go. Non-stop pressure towards the A site, where they have had success all day on it. They clutch up in the S&D. They find themselves up 2-0 in this series, and now they're going into their best control map that they have yet to play in quite some time.
Yeah, that's weird, right? Like, talk to me about that, because I had written it down in my notes, like, hey, this is one of the best teams on attack. They're one of the best teams on defense, yet they've not played it since Major 4. Why is that, Jay?
The reason why is because obviously Expo got added to the mix, so you want to throw that into a couple of series to see how your team feels on it. So they've been playing a lot of Expo, and then with them having a 13-6 record on it, a lot of teams don't want to play LA on Hotel, so they're banning this right off the rip. They're forcing them to choose between El Asilo and the Expo Control, which they have been playing a lot as of recent. But now, you know, London, they're not going to ban Hotel. They're awful at Expo, and they're also awful at Asilo. So they're going to play their best control map, which is Hotel. So this is technically a square up, but LA Thieves are heavily in favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Heavily in favor, up 2-0. But as we said, they have been pretty narrow victories. Basically a 30-point game in the hard point. It was a round 10 victory. We'll see if they can close things out in 3, or if London can have an answer and make you and Alex Nolan sweat just a little bit more, Jay. We'll have to find out. But right into that B zone we go. The more difficult of the two to actually grab. And right now, LAT are making swift work of it. Already 2/3 of the way there.
Yeah, that's 2 segments already done. They found a clean 4 death to start the game off. Only 1 player drops on their side. They know that London have no trophy systems as well. So let's just attack towards B. Let's close out the more difficult point. And now extending this time as now they have 2 minutes to work with. You already have kitchen control. You take care of Scrapz, the closest player to the point. And this might be a 15-second round. All LAT have to do is stack the point.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this could literally be over in just a matter of a few seconds. London, you got to jump in one after another. A conga line inside of the restaurant, but they will hold for now. Ravens, sweat off the brow in a moment to take your breath, but you got to get right back in the fight because Envoy is lingering up to a 5-0 start, trying to already earn a cruise. Maybe will hit some nice shots onto Asim, but he's got to keep in mind that more Thieves are on this point. Envoy is the one leading the charge, not the only one here. Kenny wins a 1v1, and that is 1 round out of the way, nearly in record time.
And this is why LAT haven't been tested on Hotel, because they just make it look that damn easy. A complete B right off the rip because London have no trophy systems. But then the transition is perfect to go over towards the B point. There was only Scrapz in a position to slow them down. Once you take care of him, your teammates get the close point towards kitchen. You stack, you still allow your SMGs to roam for a little bit. And then at the very end, you come out on top in the trade scenario to secure the first attacking round of the map. As LAT take the first and now up 1-0.
If the Ravens can answer, and you feel like confidence-wise, momentum-wise, it's going to have to happen here. Another dominant loss. Surely spell a bit of disaster, but tell you what, Jay, I'm looking at Mr. Yuli, player number 1 on the screen. Last time that the Ravens actually played Hotel Control was a round 5 victory over Atlanta FaZe. He went bonkers in that performance. Dropped 39 and 26, one of only 2 maps that I believe the Ravens have actually won so far throughout our qualifiers. They still look to have an electric performance here in round number 2, and so far it is great work here from the Ravens, pretty much mimicking and matching what we saw from LAT in round 1.
And that might be the common denominator, though, because London only have 2 map wins so far in the stage, and that's both the maps where Yuli just went off. So, Yuli, let's step it up a little bit. Let's strap your cape onto the back. Let's try to be a superhero. As London, they're able to complete B right off the rip. That's a great way to start off this round. Now they have 2 minutes to find one opening in towards A. They're trying to start it off with a big kill onto Envoy, but he wins it, so LAT still holding on.
Yeah, and you got to look at those arrows right now from Thieves. So spread out, locking down pretty much every single angle. And Drazah is there for the pickup kill. So great job here from LAT as they're trying to make the spawns be a little bit more difficult. Really trying to make Ravens have to trek a decent amount throughout Hotel. Wonderful work, and it only continues as LAT are leveling things up already in the slaying category. Quite a few players to the middle side of the map. However, London end up finding 2. We'll see if they can build upon this.
Oh, they just had to take care of Drazah, who's in kitchen, causing them problems. He does win 1, but the trade comes in. So now you get the close ones if you are London. All you have to do is win in the next couple of gunfights, but Envoy starts it off by winning 2 of his own. So even with Nastie finding that kill, you have to slow down, because you know there's more bodies from the Thieves in towards the diner. Now it's going to set up Envoy to go for that pinch. Tries to find the timing, but Scrapz reads it. That's a great first kill to try to find an opening.
Want a quick little trade. Drazah stunned up, but not tagged up. Again, it just feels like the Thieves have been hanging out inside of the refrigerator, inside of the kitchen, all that they want. They've continued to lock down middle, which is really the angle if you're Ravens that you want to get to. You're trying to apply the pinch. The Thieves will not allow for it. However, 2 end up falling. Pressure begins to fall onto Drazah and Octane's shoulders. Now it's all onto the turret. How many can he find? The answer is 1, and from there, the Ravens will hop on it.
The Ravens get in, and they get the close spawn, so that's going to be 3 players on it. It's going to go up super fast. You have to get into play if you are the Thieves, and the only player that potentially is going to make a play happen is Kenny. Octane does fall, but that's already 2 segments in. You have to contest. They get cut down, and in the final moments, London needed 1 break. And they get it done to tie the game up at 1.
There you go, Ravens. That's what you want to see from this team. That's what you want to see. Jay, are you nervous?
Not at all. Not a single nervous bone in my body right now.
Just a little bit. That was a good round.
Not unless Yuli just goes absolutely bonkers, man. I told you, he's the common denominator. If he's double pos, almost triple pos, they are going to win a map. So hopefully he doesn't turn up to a whole different level, because I do not want to be bald.
Yeah, that's for sure. You look good, though, Jay. You look good no matter what.
I'll look better than Maven. Yeah, I'll look better than Maven. No doubt.
That's not too hard. I'm sorry, Clark.
Yeah, you're right.
That's difficult, Jay. You're beautiful. Anyway, and around 3, what has been beautiful has been these attacks. We'll see if Thieves can make it a straight 3 for 3 up to this point. Last time it was a full-on B hit. This time back to pretty much standard stuff. Into the restaurant we go. However, they're not accounting for Asim, who happens to be hitting the hottest flank of the day, but Envoy is ready for it. Pressure cooker ends up eliminating a big player from the Ravens. However, Yuli ends up putting away 2. So chaoticness will continue 2 and 2 as Envoy ends up putting away a double kill.
He just keeps on frying. He's making it happen right now for LA. He finds another 2-piece in the feed. Currently on the 3 speed. The second segment is about to come in towards A. Now you have dead silence. Just want to potentially leave your teammate on the point by his lonely. Can just keep on roaming around. Keep on being a slayer. He's just going to dodge his life, but unfortunately does get taken down by Yuli. But if you are LA, A is going to be done. Time extended. They have 2 minutes to try to find an opening over towards B.
Yeah, finally we actually get to see A be captured, and now we begin to transition over toward that B zone. So Ravens technically in a better position ultimately, but as we said, attack has been pretty easy up to this point for both of our teams. And Kenny, how about that shot? Head taken clean off there of Asim, handing out some haircuts. And right now Thieves with great map position to pull him out inside of the spawn, as Scrapz at least ends up taking away 2. He does have to trade his life in the process, but he just made a huge play keeping this round alive as Drazah looks to retreat.
Yeah, Drazah's just gonna get out. A couple dolphin dives coming in, but He's gonna try to stay alive as long as he can until his teammates are able to assist him. And he would eliminate Nastie, the player who was roaming in towards bedroom. But now there's more players from the Ravens in this position you have to focus on. I don't know if Envoy gets the read. He does, but can't win the gunfight. So that's already a minute knocked off of that time. And LA Thieves have nothing to show for it. They're going to commit towards the flank again.
Octane will look to try to get control over at the bedroom side. Meanwhile, it is a flank being hit from both Drazah and Kenny, father and son, looking to utilize a bit of that chemistry, family connections. Here in the last 40 seconds, we'll see if it can come to pass. Nastie, well, does get traded by the nade, but still, you should be happy with this if you are the Ravens. The front side has fallen, so at least top bedroom now belongs to the Thieves. However, Ravens beginning to scramble. Have to be ready because here comes some dolphin dives. Here comes some trophies, the nade, the tax, utility, everything at the kitchen sink being thrown now at this B zone.
And that's a big nade to start it off. Octane with the Kobe onto Scrapz. There to allow his teammate Envoy to get on the point. It's already first segment done. Trades are going back and forth, but it's a two-stack. Drazah wins another gunfight. That's already 2 segments in. You have to go if you are London.
Do indeed. Drazah goes low. Wonderful work. And there you have it, Thieves. Not a problem. Got a little testy toward the stretch, but they knew what they wanted to do throughout the entirety of that round, Jay. Once they got that bedroom control, they knew it was just a matter of moments before they can fly everybody at that point. They tossed everything that they could. They set up shop, set up camp, and from there, the Ravens were not able to handle it. And now what? That's 3 straight rounds of attack.
3 straight rounds of attack. LA Thieves only had 1 opportunity, though, and it all starts with Octane hitting that frag onto Scrap. He was the guy sitting towards God Heady. Then once you take that player down, Envoy is able to jump towards the box, complete that first segment, and then all you have to do is come out in the trade battle. And that's exactly what LA were able to do. Now put themselves at game point in the series, game point on the map. They started off with the early 3 kills. That's 3 down. Asim does skip by, though. He takes down 2, but none of his teammates are here to try to fill the gap.
Yeah, it's the biggest problem. Asim is just going to try to make a dent when it comes down to the lives, and well, he is doing that. He's able to find 3, so equalizing things when it comes down to the life department. Envoy eventually there to sniff him out, but because of that play, it has allowed for the Ravens to, I thought, make it over to that A zone. Got a little hesitant, wanted to push forward, but it will finally be able to pause that time. Envoy, who, as we said, made the big kill onto
Hello.
Now has got some freebies inside of the kitchen. Can he find another?
Oh.
He will. Now that's 5 in a row. Are we in cruise missile territory as we stake our hearts out? No. Not going to happen. The Ravens overwhelm, and now they've got bodies in A.
Yeah, they got bodies in A, but for how long? Because the human turns in a position to take him down. He finds 2. He's going for the flank, but cannot take down Asim. As London relieves some of that pressure, they're able to get back on towards the 8-point second segment done, but that's not a chow you want to take. As Drazah does it with the Baz, does it with the tack. He finds 2, but it should be London able to close out this 8-point to extend that time.
Back and forth we go. Another objective taken, another control point done and out of the way. Minute 30 on the clock. Still plenty of time for the Ravens. And as we said, they will look to try to form a push through the backside of the spawn. They do have player 4 in a team hanging out toward the bedroom, so all players in the correct position. Another huge kill again ends up going Drazah's way. And from there, the rest of the London camp now are low on numbers, low on forces, but they've got Yuli still alive, still intact, jumps right on to B. Time paused.
He's able to get on the point. None of his teammates are around him. You have to try to go God mode, but he's only able to take down 1. Still have players like Envoy roaming around the bedroom area. Scrapz is able to take care of him. So now with the minute left, London have the ability to sprint right on forward. Just maintain bedroom side, have this player in Yuli who's working that deep flank to try to play a timing. Because you basically only have 1 to 2 more pushes in you.
Oh, you need to trade if you're Yuli. Does get overwhelmed. Big spot there for the Ravens, potentially the last 35 seconds of this game, of this series, and for online play for both of these teams, which I'm sure if you are the Thieves, you'd love to escape this as fast as possible. Scrapz ends up finding a big one. Not able to find another onto Envoy. Dylan Hannon stays alive, putting more pressure onto the Ravens as they begin to fall by the wayside. 4 more left, and this one is done.
Yeah, this might be it. This might be it. It has to be a perfect opportunity right here for London. Scrapz starts it off. You cannot allow any trades to happen. At least Nastie's able to take down Envoy, though. They're able to stop the clock, but there's only 3 lives remaining.
Oh, that's a big one from Scrapz though. Drazah, now he's got to go big toward the front. He's able to do it. Nastie, Soul Man alive, last man up, and he can't get into the point. He is beans. He is shut down. And the Thieves walk away with the 3-0 and finally are able to put some points on the board. It's only one, but it is one nonetheless. Thieves finished 1-4 as Ravens get swept in another qualifier where they finish off 0-5. Both teams now done with online play.
Yeah, and if you are LAT, thank God you're able to win this map. I know it wasn't as easy as you thought it was going to be, especially after that map number 1. But you play a Mercado S&D where you haven't played since February, you're able to win. So that's a good win there. And then in the hotel control, you haven't been able to miss a beat. I know you haven't played it in quite some time, but you still look pretty damn good on your attacking rounds, strong on defense when you need to hold up. But the SMGs right now, more specifically Envoy, he's been a consistent factor for LA all throughout this stage. I said it before the match even started. He was the only player over a 1.0 KD in every single mode in the lobby. And he's going to boost that up a little bit more at the end of this series as LA close it out in 3. And just now go into the event 1-4. You got to win underneath your belt. That's a little bit of confidence to stand on.
But I'll say this, Jay. Does it make you feel better? Like, do you leave this series feeling any better about the Thieves?
I wouldn't, because the hard point was so close. Like, I can understand the control. Okay, you were able to win that one. But with the hard point being so close versus a London squad who have been struggling in hard points, like 11 hard point L's in a row, you can't be having a close hard point like that versus a team like that if you're trying to win championships.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Well, that's going to be both of these teams online stage, done and dusted. And there's no bald heads, no tattoos today. Chris, take it away.
No tattoos. You got lucky, my friend. 12-0 is the franchise record of LA taking on this London squad. The Thieves have the Ravens number, and this one wasn't pretty in that game 1, but then it looked like the boys found their flow.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about a bounce back from Kenny, though. Big maps 1 and 2, absolutely popping off in the hard point, finding kills, exactly what he needed. Obviously struggled a little bit when we get to that control, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, you talk about Thieves, this is a championship caliber squad. We expect them to come out and dominate a team like the London Royal Ravens. Map 1 was a little too close for comfort, but mind you, the Royal Ravens are playing with absolutely zero pressure, right? Like, this is a team, they have 2 map wins this entire stage. Like, I don't even know if a team's ever been that bad before. So coming into this match, zero pressure, just trying to make a statement. You can see the energy in the player cams after rounds. It doesn't lead to any success whatsoever. For LA Thieves, though, man, we're just hoping they can make a run in the losers bracket. We know what they're capable of. They have done it before. They're guaranteed LB round 1, and this is some good confidence going in.
You know, Nameless, normally I'm a good guy, but London Royal Ravens, I was there the first season of the Overwatch League when Shanghai Dragons went 0-40. It at least felt like the fans were cheering for you to win then. Right now, London is in a terrible spot, the worst I've seen in Call of Duty, and I'm questioning what's happening there in the house, who is at that front office making these decisions, because I want to see a change in the guard going into 2024 if I'm a fan.
100% agree with you, Chris. I think that's a great point that you make. And something that, you know, I was thinking about and I battle with the London Royal Ravens is like lean into your home base, right? Like London, whenever we go over there, it is the most electrifying crowd. They yearn for an amazing Call of Duty team. Either have like up and coming players from Europe on your roster, bring in some of the old guys into your management, your coaching staff, make some content around it, the old European players coaching and teaching the new young and up and coming ones, lean into that, or full send it, spend some coin and get some top tier talent. This mixture that they have going on right now, it does not work. So they need to identify their goal and figure it out going into next season, because it is chalk.
Boom roasted. It's time to talk with the Thieves, though. We got Drazah in our monster winner spotlight. Hazard, welcome to the show, my friend. How we feeling after another 3-0 over the Ravens?
Yeah, I mean, it was expected, but I mean, we're feeling great. Obviously, a win's a win, and we're, you know, a good win going into the major.
Talk to me a little bit about the team. Are you guys feeling any pressure coming into this next major? You guys are 1-4 now after the qualifier concludes, and you're starting in that losers bracket.
Yeah, I mean, obviously after you win the major, like Major 4, you have pressure to win, but I think now we have, you know, no pressure for anything. I think we can do what we want at the major and have no pressure because we're already starting losers. So I think that is a good thing to let everyone like, be a little bit more loose and get back to where we were for Major 4.
Nice.
Drazah, obviously you guys had the back-to-back last year. You break the champs curse and win an event this year. What happened after this last major? Was it a little bit of complacency, something changed within practice, or can you talk me through the issues a little bit?
Yeah, I feel like the first two matches we had pretty hard matches, and we honestly didn't win SD against either team, and then it kind of flipped going into the Florida-Minnesota match, and we lost. Or we won only two. We won the SDs and lost the respawns, and that's not like us. I think we're overthinking a little too much, and we just gotta get back to playing and trusting our instincts, and we'll be back to inform.
I also want to ask you. You guys won a world championship. You've been a team for a very long time. At this point of the season, what are you guys doing in practice to try and improve? Does it change at all because the tournaments get bigger and it's just 2 lands left?
No, I would say we just keep trying to make sure that our concepts are good and we all agree with them, so that when in the moment when shit gets mixy, we do the same thing and we have the same ideas, so everyone knows what they're doing, and that's where our teamwork is at its best.
Drazah, thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you go celebrate this W with the team, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you.
That's Drazah. LA Thieves taking the second win of the day. They joined Minnesota in that category. We have one more match to go. That's Boston, New York coming up next. Before we go there, pick up your CDL bundles, nameless. That's right. The Champs bundle is out, fit for a king, complete with new operator skin, weapon blueprints, and more. Rule the battle. Get your 2023 Call of Duty League Champs pack. Available now with COD points.
You know what? I wonder if that's Scump underneath that mask.
It probably is. And, of course, Anime Boogie. Can you read that one, number 5?
I got you. Get ripping and roaring with the new Anime Boogie Tracer Pack featuring blueprints with custom laser and death effects and the brand new Underbarrel Drill Charge Launcher. It's available now.
It's an Underbarrel Drill Charge. It's crazy. Get your pack right now. We'll see you for the final match of the qualifier when we return. The boys from Beantown, Boston, taking on the Subliners from New York City. for the final qualifier match of the 2023 Call of Duty League season. Welcome into Columbus, Ohio, home of headquarters, pucking alongside Nameless as we get ready for New York Subliners taking on the Boston Breach. And Nameless, New York's getting a little bit weird today, getting frisky, putting a rookie in the starting lineup, putting one of their star in-game leaders on the bench for this one, and that looked all right as a plan last night. But after Minnesota took down Toronto, we have a 5-way tie, maybe 6-way tie there at 3-2. And Subliners could have to play a top-tier team if they screw up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand it whatsoever. I don't get why one match you think is going to, get him enough reps to be ready to play on the stage. If he's going to fry in here, then he's already ready, right? Just focus on that later. Get your team ready for the championships that are at bay. We got Major 5 and Champs coming up. Why is Skyz not playing this match? Anyways, to talk a little bit about who Wardy is. Solid player. He's in Challengers, has about a 1.2 right now. He's been absolutely frying there. Top 3 at Challengers finals last year in Vanguard. So the guy's been around the block. He's been playing since Black Ops 4. Here's some of his statistics. And they're hoping he comes in and puts on a show. There's a couple angles I guess New York are looking for here, Chris. He fries, then you could sell him next year to another squad, make some coin off of that transaction, or he fries and it lights a fire under the rest of your guys in the team, knowing you still got to compete for your spot. So it's impossible to know without directly talking to their staff. But either way, interesting gimmick going into this.
Yeah, I hope something is wrong with Skyz, because I don't understand the mental gymnastics the Subliners pulling off up there in New York. But guess what? They have some stars on this team, and all they need to do today, continue to dominate HyDra hardpoint, best record in the league, as have both hold and rotation numbers there, Nameless, and of course take the first blood advantage in El Asilo. This squad is so good at getting that early pick from the SMGs.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that stat obviously going to be higher now after HyDra's performance on that Asilo. Like I said, he has been top 3 search and destroy player for the last month and a half. The guy has been lights out. Looking at him to go off once again in game 2.
On the other side of this matchup, you have the Boston Breach, who find themselves in a peculiar, I can't say that word. I give up. 2-2 record overall, and they want to finish with a 3-2-1 to set their spot in the winners bracket, hopefully in the top 4. How do they get it done? What are you looking at from the team today?
Yeah, well, I'm looking at them to figure out their hardpoint. When they brought Vivid back in, right before that, they were 2-7 in hardpoint with Nero and Kremp, the new roster that they had. And then initially they found some success with Vivid being back on the team, and now they've rattled off 4 straight hardpoint losses. And we'll talk a little bit about it, but for the Monster Energy pregame, need a stronger performance from your Slaying sub Kremp today. 0.6 versus ATL, 0.6 in the control as well. He has to be the main slayer for this squad. Obviously, with Nero, he was that explosive guy. You thought you were going to be able to have Kremp in that position to go off even more. Well, he's been a little bit inconsistent. They continue to fry on hotel control, 3-0 record. They've won 5 or 6 controls in a row. So that game mode, Boston feel like they have that one locked up in the series. It just comes down to their hardpoint game. Can they figure it out? Because when you look at these vetoes, Chris, they've given New York their best maps.
If they want to run for the top 4 seed, they need a 3-0. I was just looking at the numbers. So Boston, if you want to have a top spot, 3-0. A win, though, is going to help you dodge a tough squad like maybe Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, you want to get a win here. And for Boston, man, the map pull thing, they auto-veto Mercado Hardpoint and S&D. It is so frustrating when I see teams that have an auto-veto, but hopefully Boston get it done. We'll see. They're going up against the sub. No excuses.
All right, we'll find out. Can Boston win? And we'll find out if there's 6 teams at 3-8. I think it's possible. Let's go over to our casters. We got Miles and Chance. Gentlemen, take us to it.
Well, destination and final series of the online qualifiers for Modern Warfare 2. My God, Chance, they grew up so fast. One day, they'll be able to have a beer. Honest to God, though, a very interesting series for us ahead of us. Really interested to see how Wardy plays. Coming out of the UK, smack bang in the middle of the bottom side of your screen there. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. An interesting choice to bring a submachine gun player into the role of an AR, but hey, let's see what happens, boys and girls. Strap in. This should be fun.
Yeah, a lot of confusing things about that, but you are correct. Wardy, SMG player replacing the main AR, and I believe it's going to be KiSMET that is going to be picking up the extra attack on the Mack. So interesting to pay attention to, and obviously New York on this map, incredible. Best at rotating, best at holding hills. They have an incredible record as well. Obviously a new dynamic, an opportunity for Boston to take advantage of the fact that they're using a sub, but I would not be taking them lightly. Still very high expectations for the subline.
Oh, indeed. For both teams, a lot still at stake for the upcoming major. Nothing is set in stone yet. This is the final piece of the puzzle. Here we go into HyDra. One last time online.
Okay.
What?
I got baited. I was explicit. I think KiSMET was talking about it on the flank last night about he was going to be running the flex, but Wardy's got the tack out. So who knows what we're going to see?
What?
It's going to be weird.
We're about to find out. So far, it's a couple of first bloods going the way of the Boston Breach lads. No one in the hard point just yet, but Wardy so far, I mean, look, he's doing the thing. Unfortunately, a great read out of Beans there. Takes care of Wardy. Now over towards the hard point, and that's Boston Breach all day so far.
Yeah, just extra tax on the map, I suppose, is what they're going to be rocking with. So everybody's got the long gun in hand, and KiSMET in the meantime is going to be spawning out. You do have HyDra that wins a big gunfight, and HyDra wins a big 2. Clean 4-man wipe, and, well, now the question is, do you read the split spawns? It looks like HyDra hyper-aware.
He's also head glitching the camera. Difficult man to deal with in all circumstances. Awakening in the backline, full stunned. Wait a minute, though. That's some heavy fire coming out of Demon Joe. B2's up, Subliners are in. You have a lot of players with Boston Breach on the backline to deal with.
It really is just good spawn awareness, too. I've just been waiting for this gunfight for quite some time. Awakening going to be going for the wide swing, or depending on when he wants to go to contest. I mean, Boston have 2 players back here. It's only trades for the moment. This has been 20 seconds before he even starts to contest this hill. And the patience, well, doesn't pay off, or at least not immediately. HyDra chops down 2, but looks like Boston could be through, or just mixing this around the hill.
Or you know Beans just let out a really good dead right after that one on a Wardy. 1 HP remaining before being traded out. Here comes Kiz versus Kremp. Kremp's going to get it. That's a solid 20 seconds of hardpoint time there on the second hardpoint. Over now towards third we go. Beans will be the only man there for Boston Breach. The New York Subliners hit squad, they are out. There's a bounty on Beans. Will they collect? There it is. KiSMET gets it. That's going to be hardpoint spawns for number 3, all New York.
Like, how good is the vision on Priestahh that he actually saw him through the little crack in whatever that thing is called? So Priestahh, obviously a demon in the lobby, and more importantly for New York, well, they had a perfectly clean break. And Wardy, I mean, he's the cutoff man. So you got KiSMET on one side, Wardy on the other. Boston, it's going to be not fun in the slightest just to try to cross out before you can even think about the contest. They got to blend their setup.
Oh, here comes Vivid. Apex Predator at the moment of the seas on land to see how he fares. HyDra, though, he's going to be the guy upstairs trying to take care of these players. Sound EQ goes crazy as they're trying to listen their way through. There's Kremp. Snake the little stairwell. I love the play, but Kremp hot on the trigger. And here comes Wardy, unable to take both, but don't worry, Awakening has his trade. Lovely work out of Boston Breach. Forward they go. Priest is up next in the point. Spawns are still close for the Subliners, and no one seems to be really getting into this one. P-Dog, oh, nearly with a knife. That's going to be Vivid. Cut down again. New York with a time.
Yeah, and overall, a pretty strong hill. I know they had to trade away maybe an extra 10 or 15 seconds just to play for the kills, but they got them all at a very solid P3. But on the rotation, they're going to be taking things slow because Boston are very aggressive on the map, and that aggression might get punished. Number 8 spawns over towards the new hill. Boston starts to spawn out at least halfway across the map, and that is an opportunity for the Subliners to capitalize on the rotation.
Yeah, lovely comms already. I mean, I would imagine the way those guys are moving around, Wardy waiting for that approach. It's going to be interesting to see how he fits into the squad already, but Vivid's 2, cut down immediately. The only member up for Boston was going to be Beans, and he's still alive and kicking the trophy there, but that will not stop the Subliners on the approach. Once again, a decent break. And here comes the counterattack for Boston, close and personal. They take care of KiSMET. That's their hard point again.
And Boston playing a dangerous game, being that aggressive on old, but they are happy for the mixiness and environment that they thrive inside of. And, well, now they get to live inside the hill. Collect the final 20 seconds and think about that new rotation. Once again, Wardy cutoff man doing a good job. He's been like constantly pushed out on the map, and again, when you have guys that are successful at that, Boston, they spawn out and just have to hike all the way across the map. So Wardy trying to keep things under lock and key.
Yeah, nah, not at all. This is a jailbreak and Boston Breach. They're now 3 men as they now try to run across map towards the new hardpoint. Lead change, Subliners. They're now in control. They've got hardpoint. They've got the angles covered. Here comes the trades. Oh, big win out of Beans. Continues to find that sublime form. HyDra cuts down one before being taken care of. Now to the hardpoint we go. Boston are knocking on the door. In they go, but it's your boy Wardy right back at it. He's on the point. He's soaking, and he hasn't been able to take care of Demon Joe, though. Awakening with an incredible 2-piece. The hardpoint, though, still New York's. The battle far from over, though.
Awakening always going to be a difficult trade, and really that is true for many of the players on Boston, but Priestahh rises to the occasion, picks up the big 2 inside the point, and gives you a nice little bit of clearance on the time. Boston going to chalk this up, set themselves up on the rotation, and maybe an opportunity for Kremp, 5 and 11, to try to make a big play. Has at least one freebie, great trigger discipline, set himself up for 2, and should be a good way to start the hill. Kremp making nice plays.
Yeah, nice job, Kremp. Priestahh's Three-piece there for P-Dog. Bit of a lead now developing for the New York Subliners. And with Wardy on the squad, I think it's about time we go for a quick listen in.
I don't see him dumb or anything.
Gotta be front side of time.
Front side time. He's half out on the ship back. Nice.
I'm watching you make cut. I'm watching you make cut.
Top down,
Kremp and no, mid cut. Get it down.
Mid cut Kremp. Okay, relax.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't go wall, guys.
We good.
Ready?
With visual red, okay?
Ready?
I don't see him bridge.
Give me broken probably. Or make cut.
Time, Vivid.
You make cut.
Vivid from that time.
He's by arches right now.
One top dome.
One to Vivid. Arches done. I'm timing one bullet for you. He got me. He's on bridge. Nice. One time, one shot. Front side time. Yeah, fight this together.
Time done.
Nice, good shot.
Nice. Could be top dome. Yep.
I'm getting in the water.
I'm
getting top dome.
I'm getting broken. Okay. Take your time.
I'm not gonna be broken for a second. Or are we done?
10 seconds for this.
I don't see him top dome.
You need it from back P2. You'll get.
Yeah, I got top.
I'm doing the water shit. with an air. Okay.
Mid steps.
Owakening. I don't see him time.
How many done?
Backside time.
Front side time.
It's backside time. Weak in it. Back over the weak.
P1, elbow.
Ready?
He went down.
Bottom down.
Yeah, it's one up.
Yo, top down. Wait. Top down.
One shot after wait.
Okay.
He jumped in the water, I think.
Ready?
Nading time here. One's gonna be back guard.
P1 as well.
Yeah, P1 cutting weak.
Yeah, we're rapid for P1, hold on.
He's P1 barrel.
He's top down P1.
I hit it.
Yeah,
top dome. You have streaks.
Nice.
Owakening has streaks.
Ready?
I'm gonna step shot. I'm gonna cut.
Someone's trying top dome. Top dome, one shot. Top dome, one doing broken. Rotating archers right now.
Archers, absolute. We might flip behind it.
We're good.
I'm watching the right. Vivid, wake, we're listening. Kremp and Beans.
I have a trophy on new.
I'll block the back, alright? Kremp
Yo,
and
you
Beans.
did wall route. Front Kremp.
Alright, looking for Beans as well.
Ready?
I'm stunning your water.
P1 absolute beans. Yeah, one's top right of new. He's in new.
Yeah,
Hold on me. Away from the node.
We spawned out.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a different flavor chance for the New York Subliners. However, Boston have bounced back here on HyDra, and they now have the lead.
Yeah, they're in a good position as well to try to keep these players off time. A couple players pushed up, more so Beans that's over nearby the point. He's up top and just wants to keep New York off the time for as long as they can. HyDra also just wants to play keep away. It's an entry gunfight, but Beans is there for the trade, so Beans trying to do with the Vaznev as well. Him and Owakening have been having a fantastic game. Certainly so in the kills column, and well, eventually Beans falls. It's not like New York are going to easily be able to get this time.
It's not an easy thing whatsoever. Awakening. Wow, these gunfights are nutty, son. Hardpoint still in the hands of Boston Breach. They're going to soak up the remaining 20. Rotation though, all New York Subliners. They've got the other side of the map covered. Chance. This is a wonderful opportunity to bounce back.
Yeah, still back-to-back kills for Boston, though, so they have a little bit of that momentum and plenty of time on this rotation for guys like Vivid to maybe not take the deepest water route, reach it about halfway, and him and Kremp working together, and he gets out of the water because they're calling in a cruise. Trying to get those tacks and nades over so the trophies don't actually connect. Not good enough. Trophy survives, or actually the nade comes in a little bit late and still gets the kill, so minimal benefit. Boston still need a hit from the front.
There's a lot of smoke in the air now, going to be cleared up. KiSMET holding it down, Awakening. Let's see if he can win another ridiculous 1v1 gunfight. Wardy now ring around to Rosie. Wardy gets some of the drop shots. Welcome to the league, son. Nice big win there, helping the boys retain that hardpoint control. Kremp, he's the next problem to deal with, dealt with there. 30 seconds remaining here on the trail. So far, the Subliners are running it.
And confirmation that his headset does work. Same thing for Vivid. Heard that player running through the outer lane a mile away. But even for 20 seconds, I'm kind of on the same page as Vivid. Try to get him off time if you can, but New York gives them nothing to work with. But Awakening wants to slow the push down. Still 10 seconds to go with that scrap time, and an opportunity for HyDra just to soften up the push. Boston going to be a little bit tougher to hold this hill, unless they all spawn close.
Well, you never know. These things happen. And Awakening at 21 and 13. Find any more of these nuts kills. Very fun to watch them indeed. Contest. Going to come to a close in a moment. Beans gets involved. Up close and personal there with the TAC 56. Time now in the hands of Boston Breach. Only Wardy is nearby here for the hit, waiting for the rest of the Subliner squad. He will be the go button. As soon as he finds that kill, there's the contest. Check your corners. They can't find him. Wardy, that's it. Big kill. Wait a minute. Kremp lines up two. I don't believe it. The third can Kremp get the whole team. He does. That is unbelievable. Hardpoint Boston.
roaring for the dead, and now you got to read those spawns. Big moment to try to get this last bit of time, and it looks like they're going to do it. And a couple of these New York players are spawning in the back, so you have Priestahh playing the long game. He's in a gunfight against Awakening. Him and Beans are hunting Priestahh down, and if you get these right side spawns, your game is going to be a little bit easier, and Beans is going to secure it. Boston have the advantage in this game.
Man, that was a momentum swing in a big way. Boston advantage. Final hard points are now upon us. The sun's setting on these teams. Someone's going to bed early. Subliners holding it for now. Wonderful work on P1 and P2 control, but for how long? Here comes Vivid.
And, you know, all that effort to get the spawns, but now Vivid's just going to be out of the play. So this is actually a good chunk of P1 time that the Subliners so far have been able to collect. And if you're taking a long route like this, got to make sure you win the gunfight. And I don't think he spotted him. Didn't see him at all. HyDra wins it. New York might have the spawns, but Boston, at least it stripped away the P1 time.
Well, they stripped away tons of that time. They can still win it here. This is actually possible. So Subliners got to go. You have to get him off the point. KiSMET get into the fight. Does it. Saves the day for a moment. Beautiful work. Beans, holy dooly. 2-minute crickets. Beans, no way. Impossible to get all those kills, but he did his darndest. My word. Over the new point, we now fight. Vivid's second crack at it. This one might be the opportunity. He finally gets in at the right time. Here comes HyDra. Vivid guns him as well. Nades are there. Time ticking. Nearly does Priestahh in, and that's going to be Boston in the point.
New York got to fly. I mean, it's what, 2 players nearby for P2, just kicking the door and go. It's being pre-aimed. You gotta win it. You gotta get the trades, but they can't get it done in Boston. Advantage on HyDra. Take down a team that was 9-2 on the map, but playing with the sub, kicking off that series right.
Oh, baby, that was a banger. Boston breach. This 4-piece from Kremp as well. Uno dos.
Oh, yeah.
Here comes number 3. The last go of spawn. Who is it? HyDra. No problem. Kremp. What a cleanup. A sensational play there of Boston breach take the lead in the series.
And again, so I mean, the entire like stage that is being set for this, there's already 4 teams that have a 4-way tie at a 3-2 record. If Boston win, then both Boston and New York also will have a 3-2 record for a 6-way tie. Good luck to League Ops to figure out all the tiebreakers, but it is also a situation where every single map is going to matter and affect that seed overall. I do think New York are in a safe enough spot that they won't drop like all the way to the 8th seed, even if they get 3-0'd, but like being 3-0'd is worst case scenario. That is what New York certainly wants to avoid, let alone they just don't want to lose entirely. But Boston, more maps you win in a row, the better. They at least got number 1 on board.
Crazy, man. That was some disgusting gunfights from both sides of the stage. But at the end of the day, Boston breached a little too much to deal with there. The Subliners again, we are seeing Wardy here in place of Skyz. And it's not been a bad look at all. I mean, he hasn't done anything outrageous. He's not done anything terrible. Boston breach just sort of managed to hit the afterburners chance, and they went hypersonic towards the end there.
And hypersonic is definitely the speed you want to be operating at. And nice plays towards the end of the game as well, right? Vivid making the big 2-piece towards the end for the cutoff. So they had a lot of things going their way. And also just a lot of gunfights like that. All these players on Boston are just incredibly difficult kills.
Yeah, we talked about that in the last series. We saw them play, and it's like the teamwork is one thing. And this is when they're playing, I think, FaZe. And it's the same sort of idea as you got a team that's very effective on trading, very, very solid when it comes to teamwork. But individually, all of them are lethal. So you really can't count anyone out in any bad situations. Like Kremp, we gave him all the craziest gas to off that amazing 4-piece. He went 19 and 24. Like, these guys are all capable of having these outrageous maps, outrageous games. It is the teamwork that makes the, forgive me chat, dream work. And right there, the DreamWorks was certainly well and truly in production. What a run. And we gave him enough gas before, and now we're about to do it again. Our scuff play of the game. It's your boy Kremp with the perfect 4.
Yeah, literally just the perfect cleanup kills and a proper pop-off moment in the player cams as well. Lucky for the first 2 to line up, but great reads on the guy in the window and nice little slide action into the final one. I mean, Kremp has had himself a very interesting week as well, because obviously in this game, what was it, a .79, struggles in the kill column just a little bit, but he's shooting against HyDra, right? So you got to go against one of the best SMGs in the game. Obviously just yesterday or the other day, had to play against the Tiny Terror. So Kremp is racking up experience very quickly, and obviously experience can go a long way. Feeling a little bit more confident going into map 2.
Confident indeed. Well, I'd hope so. And yeah, now a lot of sort of final words being passed over before we do get into that search and destroy. Before we get to another trio of hotels here in our final series. of online play in the MW2 season. God, it has gone by pretty quick. Can't believe it. Yeah, Boston Priest, man, what a turnaround they've had. A lot of roster changes throughout the season. Of course, Vivid on and off the bench. Nero going out. Of course, Methods retiring. So much has happened in this season alone. Boston, can they finish out strong? A victory here over a sort of a slightly different look for the New York Subliners is one thing. Let's see if they can get it done here on the search.
Yeah, and of course, you know, hammering home the fact that there could be a 6-way tie potential. That's, of course, if Boston win. If Boston lose, they're going to end up with the 2-3 record. They have the 8th seed. They play OpTic round 1, which admittedly could be a super spicy matchup. That's why this final one against the Subliners, the implications go such a long way.
Yeah, really. Look at that road, though, through Major 5. I mean, you've had some great series. The 3-1s to Surge and FaZe. Subliners, again, another top team that I think a lot of people would be expecting a 3-1 here had the Subliners been at full strength. But Wardy, hey, let's see what he's got in the Search and Destroy. It's good vibes there in the New York camp. You can see the bottom side of your screen. Everyone's all smiling, having a good time. Let's see if they can pull out a little bit of a comeback here in the Search and Destroy. We go to LSClo. We can promise you some shenanigans in the upcoming map.
Yeah, and obviously they're just having to switch, you know, to give Wardy a little bit of experience, showcase him just a moment so we can focus on him. But also, maybe he could be the new guy on the roster to not let New York Subliners lose a 1 versus 4 in Search and Destroy. So maybe that's what we'll pay attention to, dodging the anti-clutch moments that Subliners just weirdly have let happen a few times.
Honestly, probably my favorite play. That aBeZy 4-piece. Sorry, New York fans. Sorry, not sorry, it was disgusting. HyDra with a snipe. HyDra with a miss. Awakening will double dip because that is how Demon Joe rolls. Like an KiSMET's right there, far forward. It's actually HyDra that does finish it, but nice job there from the Subliners' first blood.
Yeah, HyDra doesn't miss often, so if he misses the first, you expect him, even on a difficult shot, to hit number 2.
Hello.
As Bean's just not ready for that. KiSMET, I mean, he knows that he's a Vaznev player, just lives for the speed, so even with the tack behind enemy lines.
Yeah. While KiSMET is mountaineering. Oh, another one for Kiz. 2 on the round. Delightful start from the Subliners.
Yeah, as easy as it gets. And I mean, it's not entirely a B hit. They didn't have the bomb running straight over that direction, but I mean, KiSMET just walks over for free. HyDra with the snipe just gives him the proper coverage to get the intel on who's nearby. Perfectly executed round 1, and KiSMET doesn't care what gun he has. Also, Miles, I don't know if you heard in the listening we did, one of the first things KiSMET called out is like, I'm going to go do AR stuff in the water. That was just the extent of it. I just love that from Vaznev players.
Yeah, I'm going to go do AR stuff. What does that even mean? Can we get a main AR in the chat to translate? Here, though, he was putting up some AR moments this time round, especially with the 2. But on board with Vivid now of the Boston Breaches, they now approach Priestahh, and Priestahh has received more than his fair share of bullets there. Dips on out. Kremp's moving in for the kill. He's on your right. Kremp, take care of that one. Priestahh gone. Trades are done. 3v3.
Yeah, KiSMET in the main, or in the meantime, doing AR things continuously. Another kill his direction. So 3v3 on the map, and Wardy with the dead silence. Wow. Instant chows, and that is bombed down. Advantage to the New York Subliners.
Yeah, no problem for Wardy. That's like, yeah, don't worry. It's Awakening. I'm just going to jump chal it and cut him in half, and he does. That's a wonderful advantage to have. Wardy's dead silent, still out and about, so he's going to be moving. I say that to pump the brakes, and that's because KiSMET has the top side covered. Good work. You got the bomb down as well. Beans now in a 1v3. Good luck, mate. Might get a kill out of it, but you've got to get the bomb. You've got 30 seconds to do so as well.
Yeah, KiSMET loves doing some AR stuff on the map, it seems like. Nice little reposition, pick a new angle, and preamp something, and never give it up. There is nowhere to go and nothing for Beans to do.
This is a lovely live shot of Beans also doing some AR stuff. Let's see how many times we can squeeze AR stuff into the series.
That's a lot of effort. Not even a lot of effort. Actually, that's incredibly minimal effort to go and kill KiSMET. Just chalking the round up, moving about your day, and obviously that is good news for New York Subliners. Not only do they get the round, but every single player either has a trophy or dead silence accrued just due to the length of that round.
Beams was trying to keep the tack going into the next round. The rest of the New York Subliners are happy with that. First blood's been working out for them. HyDra snipes, particularly when they're on offense. Let's see if he does it again. This is a team with a very deep playbook, but I feel like this series might be an opportunity for them to get a little bit flashy, and I hope that's what we're about to see. Wow, what a stun.
Boston don't really fall for any bait either. There's a lot of nades thrown down towards the field side of the map, and we rotated back over towards B. I know HyDra spotted Vivid, so that might be the play call, just to try to work and sniff Vivid out. KiSMET, see if he can make the read, pick the spot where he's laying down, get him through the fence, easy as it gets. That is 5-0 for the Bulldog.
I'll tell you that. One more, and he gets himself a cruise missile. Very handy on the map. Kremp will say no to that. Guns him. 3v3. 45 on the clock, and now plenty of nades from Wardy. Keep his little spree going. He knows Kremp's on the inside of the site. That's the check. Perfect timing. Wait a minute. Yes, gets it. 2v3 now. Big Wake's going to make it a 2v2. The bomb down at B, though. This becomes very, very difficult. Can Beans clutch this round?
Well, the question is, how well is he going to deal with HyDra? It looks like he's trying to attack him first. Has to know that he's going to be in the top window with a snipe, and that dead silence times it perfectly, so he gets up silently. There's a freebie first kill. You got a 1v1 against Priestahh.
Oh my word, 20 seconds now. Beans is moving. Plenty of time left on the dead silence as well. Checks the site. Priestahh's gone for a bit of a lap now. If he's going to dive on this, is the time to get it done. Priestahh, eyes on the bomb, wins the fight. And that is that. Another ineffective round from Beans there in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, just a super solid play call there from Priestahh. Gives it a few seconds after HyDra dies, checks the clock and realizes, well, even if he hops it straight away, it's going to be another, 6 or 7 seconds before he can even get to bomb. As long as he doesn't kill me, I just know I have to check at the perfect time. So Priestahh, no problems there. Clean little, 3 versus 3 towards the end, and even Wardy getting in the mix as well. Nice cleanup kill on the guy on the bomb site. Might have fallen to Awakening, but Priestahh there for the trade. So efficient teamwork the whole way through.
Yeah, Subliners. I mean, even with Skyz not being present in the roster right now, Wardy has fit in like a glove. Full A-bomb site control right now for the Subliners. HyDra and Wardy, that submachine gun duo. There is no hope in hell you're getting in there. Maybe an opportunity for some wall bangs to come through, or for HyDra to think about making the play. Pops dead silence, but does get back down. Boston on the approach again. Wall bangs can be incredibly effective here. If not, they're going to set up for some trades. Any minute now. Boston are going to make that move. Two running Denny. HyDra gets it through the crack. The second is there as well. Beans from up top. Not opting for the trade. Wardy going to get the full regen, and we're going to live to fight another day. Reposition. Whoa, Wardy takes care of Big Wake. Is Beans going to be there for the trade? No, but he makes it a 1v1. This time round, Beans. Can we find it? It's going to be 3 in a row otherwise, as Wardy still making the run. Just ran out of dead silence, too. He is playing off of Wardy overcommitting. And Wardy, for the moment, hasn't gone to check the bomb, but Beans is playing as patient as he can. Here we go. Couple of shots in. That is the bomb. Beans, a few seconds to get it. He's got to dive in there. Wardy might be able to hit this. Beans is going to make the read. Oh, no. He's gone for the fight. It's another round to the sideline. Oh! No way! No way! It was 0.0 what? How? Beans! It could not have been closer. He gets the clutch. Third time was the charm. That is a challenger's play right there, unfortunately. Wardy did everything right, literally, until the final moment. And Beans there to gun you down. Former teammates, by the way. Not super often, but Wardy and Beans have certainly crossed each other's paths on occasion over the years. And Beans certainly gets the best of them there. Oh, you'd love that if you're Wardy. What a highlight play. You cut your way through the team. I do not believe it. What a clutch from Beans. 4 in a row. And here comes the set of vicious trades. Subliners up by 1. And well, obviously it is completely Wardy's fault, but also not his fault at all, man. New York Subliners just get clutched on and search and destroy on occasion. So that's where the curse lies, and we'll see if that curse continues for the 2v3. Beans making the approach, but again, nice and patient. Hoping for a kill to fall into his lap, but he's cleared out the site. Nobody's home. Oh, KiSMET ends the spree. 25 seconds on the bomb. Big Wake. Not going to happen. Wardy once again has his number. Another big win. Individually, as the Subliners keep rolling on LFC low. I mean, yeah, much better this time. And obviously, vibes flowing. They've been going great. Outside of, again, just a last-moment miss out from Wardy. It's been nearly perfect. Every single round, New York Subliners. No sweat on their brows, and again, in a situation where every map matters, if they can just get one, not that they're feeling uncomfortable, clearly they're happy, but
already in a better spot.
My good God. I'm still reeling from that last round. Man, what was like 0.1 second. Woody so close to it. Tough. 4-1, can't be too disappointed. He's sitting at 5 and 2. Having a lot of fun. Vivid though. Yet to get a kill.
I think I might do the same thing if I'm 0-5. Pump the brakes, belly down, and hope a kill falls into your lap. You do have everyone on, by the way, on York Subliners just popped that silence. Everybody just popped it. 40's up, Poppy's gonna kill him as well. Give him not an ace, but a team ace. Clean 4 down. Boston barely shooting back.
Wonderful composure from Woody there, and that 1v1, the nade play. Look at that. And we saw the creep through the window. Brilliant catch as well from the observers. Woody, right place, right time. Another great round from the Subliners. It's one more. We move on to control.
I mean, it is an instant bounce back, I'd say, from Morty. Makes one small mistake and then just comes out and fries the next few rounds. By the way, New York, there is zero fear in their hearts. Almost played that round like it was ranked play. Like 3 different players popped Deddy and just W-keyed straight at them. And now more aggressive play calls. I mean, just right back attacking the B side of things. No one for Boston has ever played like a deep pocket corner. So guys like Awakening are watching the cross. They've gotten picked apart a few times. And it looks like even KiSMET reads the flank, just picking them apart again.
Yeah, that's a big first blood. Beans is out of this one, and we might only see him in the control. HyDra does miss out on the snipe there towards Awakening, but that's fine, man. We're going to run over towards A as the entire team makes the play. Wardy will be the rear guard, making sure no one flanks their way through that field side. And for now, I do like the play call from the Subliners. You've got a lot of space to work with.
Yeah, you just have options on the map, and even for the side of Boston, it's going to be very difficult to read anything that's happening. I mean, you're never going to check this corner that Wardy's playing in. You might know a couple players are down low, and here's Kremp getting sent in for the kill.
If it gets himself off the donut at the right possible time, KiSMET, whoa, what a win from Kremp, unbelievable. Now all down to Kremp in the 1v2, it's Wardy and HyDra. It is a sub-machine gun fiesta here in the final 20 seconds of the round.
He's just playing around the bomb, though, waiting for these guys to make some noise, pick it up, and then chow as soon as somebody's going for the flank.
There's one.
There's the timing. There's number 1. Next guy next to him, but he can't get it done. The trades are through, and HyDra, big old smile on his face, happy as you could be.
Oh, Kremp was so close, and he knows it. What a brilliant attempt. A lovely challenge, but not quite enough. A bullet or two going his way. This Boston breach, they may have won the hard point, but the Subliners take the search.
Just look, I mean, come on, playing with the sub on cruise control like that, even already able to have a couple pop-off moments, so that is as ridiculous on LSULO as you're really going to see. I mean, Boston just completely fell flat. Vivid, I guess the good news is he got off the donut, was able to pick up a kill, so there's not that pain point, but I don't know, 6-1 dagger right there. Can't feel good going into map 3.
Nope, not at all. We'll see what happens though. Map 3 very, very different, of course, because now we get to Boston Breach's happy place. We go to Hotel. It's triple Hotel to close out our final series today. And again, I think after the 6-1, you test the sort of mental fortitude, but we saw the same thing, Chance, when it came to what the Atlanta FaZe series, that Hotel game. It is a wonderful bounce back for the members of Boston Breach. Control particularly strong. We did see FaZe drop, you know, a mighty steamer on them previously, Simp with a record performance, but we'll see, because it's 3 in a row, and it's a very, very different look for the New York Subliners. Going to be an interesting one for sure. Hotel Control coming up next.
Yeah, going to be an interesting situation too, right? To see if one of the first teams to really take it to Boston on Hotel is going to be KiSMET with the AR, Morty is a sub. So a fun match we certainly have on our hands, and the implications are very real. So definitely got to see if Boston can turn up and force all the ties.
Well, plenty to play for still here in the Call of Duty League. Final series of the day, but it doesn't mean it's not an important one or a banger. In fact, it's both. Find out, ladies and gents, how the control goes after this break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Time to forget about all the other maps in the pool because now we play Hotel 3 in a row. That is if, well, actually, we're going to see at least 2 of those. But now we go to a tie. It's 1-1, going another Hotel Control. It's anyone's game, but I think we're all leaning towards Boston. Is that right, Chance?
No, that's actually an incredibly difficult call. I feel like just because HyDra is on New York, like those pop-off moments if he goes on a ridiculous spree, it's kind of just difficult to predict this one, I'd say. However, yes, Boston, very comfortable on the map, very prepared for the bounce back after the S&D. And by the looks of it, like, if New York lose these next 2 maps, they'd be like tied with Minnesota for 5th, 6th. And obviously, if you get the 7th or 8th seed, that's when you play Atlanta or OpTic. So New York should be safe, top 6 no matter what. Boston still need to win the series because if Boston loses again, they will be the 8th seed. So Boston needs this. New York a little bit more comfortable, which is obvious. They're playing with York.
Good luck. Let's find out how it goes. Boston have loved themselves a little bit of Hotel recently. Let's find out if they still love it or if it was just a fling. Here we go. First up, we'll see how the boys of Boston attack both of these points. Nice nades to open things up from Vivid. A very standard affair on the break. Who gets the kills?
Yeah, also jumping inside a restaurant and set up and ready for the kill. So it'll be responsible for A as his teammates are at least causing issues over towards that B zone. But no matter what direction Boston elect to go, it'll be a slow capture. Looks like Awakening falls at B, and one player nearby on defense right now is KiSMET. Has a little bit of help from HyDra, and KiSMET might not even need that help. Does get traded out as this very slow round commences.
That's not bad from Vivid. Kremp gets involved as well. A is long gone, boys. Chalk that one up. Subliners aren't going to give up just yet. Priestahh's trying to get involved. He's got time. Uh-oh, Kremp, though, cutting off the reinforcements. But Priestahh's got time to try to stop this. One player, and he gets it. Okay, P-Dog gets the second as well. That's a 5 spree from Priestahh.
That's just so annoying, too. You could hear Awakening, even though it was very small footsteps, the pitter-patter of Priestahh's feet. Hurt him either way. Turned around, just lost a gunfight. So awareness, 99. Only though falters in the moment. Vivido is wrapped around. I mean, B is actually wide open if Boston want to try to jump on this. You do still have to worry about P-Dog shooting in the back because, well, that'll be a cruise. That'll be a 7 spree.
That's 7 and nothing so far. However, his teammates are still struggling elsewhere. The map has been very much dominated by most of Boston Breach. They've still got presence over towards the B side. Back on up now, looking towards the A on the defense as well. That's going to be KiSMET's job. So far, despite this ridiculous run from Priestahh, this map is far from over.
I hit a bunch of YYs too. Student of the Kenny Call of Duty school, I suppose. So Priestahh making plays, but the action now over towards A. 2 men on defense for New York. And or to be that front line that does not last very long. Double chow coming through. KiSMET, how many can he collect? Only one before he falls. Boston desperate to get this final tick, but nice little stat coming through at a minute to the clock.
Priestahh 9-0. These gunfights are sublime, but that point does get captured. The spree comes to a close. HyDra, he springs to life a little late, but that 4 spree, not a 5. You better get going though. Boston Breach, they are hot footing it over towards the other zone. 50 seconds to go.
Oh, that's a freebie as well. Orty just going to insta-die, and now you have Boston opportunity. Orty does get the close spawn, but Boston are setting up the pinch.
Yep, the pinch is on. Here we go. Boston are in. Kremp, big win.
Big wins.
2 huge kills. 35 seconds go now. Beans out of nowhere. Off the top row. Vivid. Traded out. That's going to be Boston on the point. It's a 2-man stack. The capture is on.
Yeah, good luck this one. Morty might just end up flooding into the deck. He's the only player that got the close spawn, and New York want to make the investment. If it's only 2 players on the point, you have a little bit of time to work with, but Boston wins all the gunfights, had a trophy, they got a triple stack, and they should get this round.
Yeah, Beans is backed on up. That is it. Despite the incredible efforts. Oh, wait a minute, they're in. Kiz wins this fight. It's not done yet. HyDra with a contest. Beans wins it last possible second, as Boston draw first blood on Hotel.
Yeah, maybe closer than it should have been towards the end, but a round win is a round win. And I mean, that is all that effort, you know, a 9 spree from Priestahh before he falls for absolutely nothing. Even the cruise missile gets burned. And I mean, I think New York maybe just playing a little bit too comfortable on the wrong side of the map. end up giving up the B zone, and a little too much fun. And I think Wardy had a couple bad gunfights as well, but certainly looking for the bounce back in round 2, because obviously we saw from Priestahh's POV, certainly guns are still hot.
Oh yeah, 13-3 for Priestahh. See if he can't keep that one going. Over to Vivid. 1 and done. As Wardy gets involved, Awakening was a bullet away from taking care of Priestahh, but that boy has the blessings of the COD gods today. He is shooting something fierce.
You got Beans looking for number 6 and a cruise missile potential as well. Just sort of that backline player to the B zone, because York Subliners are effectively fighting that 2-front war. KiSMET gets on the board, shuts down the cruise, and opens up that pressure towards B. Doesn't have a lot of help for the moment from his teammates, but also for Boston. Nobody's home, so they're getting kills all over the place. Wardy's picking up 2 pieces as the B zone is being secured.
It's evaporating so fast. There's 2 players on it right now, and that's enough to get the job done quickly. Vivid, nice help at great range there. That was a brilliant way to stop the play. B now done. 1 segment down, no chance. So you cut your losses if you're New York. Can't be too disappointed with that.
Yeah, New York are all over the map right now, and Vivid hitting some nice shots and having some nice angles and throwing some nice snakes into the mix as well to continue his spree. Boston to crank things up after that round win, and my God, they know where everybody's coming from.
How do they do it? Over now towards the A zone we go defensively, as again Boston breach a little too strong here on defense. No one from the Subliners too close. Here comes the hit from KiSMET. Win this fight. It's going to help things out indeed, but you're still going to get through Vivid. 6 spree from him makes it a 7. So strong here. 8 as HyDra has been decimated once again. New York Subliners nowhere to be found in the round.
Yeah, great form, great shots, and a great spree from Vivid. 5 seconds left, maybe just a flood into your final deaths. Yeah, Priestahh had the 9 spree round 1. Well, Vivid wants to do the exact same. A dominant round on defense for Boston. Vivid over there taking care of business. I mean, he was around restaurant the entire time, but also picking up kills on the B zone as well. So, stuffed a couple of those opportunities Subliners at one point had.
Welcome return to the roster, I think, from Vivid. It's been a couple of weeks, and he's already had his fair share of hot moments for the squad. A victory here would be so important. We've talked about the stakes, and I'm sure Bucket and Nameless on the desk as well will go through it, but man alive, for Boston, what a turn this would be. A long series still ahead of us, but they're on map point.
It's going to be a massive... Is this all 4 players down low? Someone has to be top bed. But either way, Boston getting ready to make moves and maybe just getting flooded out into a blender, but Vivid's still alive, but not for a long enough time. Extra trophies are there for New York, and nice little counter strat off the rip. No funny business it be.
Nah, not at all. There's a sneaky HyDra on the other side of this one. Beans looking for kill number 5 in a row. HyDra, whoa, good win out of Beans. Attack still smoking. If you can get one more, it's going to be streaks. Priestahh from the Godheady. Absolutely takes care of business. Over towards A defensively now for the New York Subliners. Is KiSMET over there. You've still got to worry about Awakening. If he can get a kill or 2 here, that does open B up for play, but there you go. HyDra right back into the fight. Beautiful stuff from him. Little slow chance, 9 and 14. These kills are important.
And, well, important kills are certainly the ones that the Subliners are collecting. Wardy has been in and around the kitchen for a long time. Finally, he gets cleaned up, and that'll be the open door policy over towards A for Boston to finally get on the objective.
Woo!
And they are being flown back. Yeah, you deserve to shoot his body after that one. That was a clean kill.
Oh, no, wait, he's going to get a few more here. This is disgraceful. Awakening. A few moments later, back into the game, back over towards A. 3-man stack, potentially. That should see the capture come through.
I mean, look, you see the body shots and you're like, ooh, that seems like a bad idea. That might be a curse. When you go dolphin diving out of the glass window, made 1 shot and still win the gunfight, you have to shoot bodies after that moment or else you get fired. Yeah, so HyDra doing the right thing.
Hey, man, we don't make the rules, we just make them up. HyDra! Once again, more kills. Over to B we now go. The last ditch attempt here from the Subliners here on this hotel control as Wardy fighting for his life. This is Priestahh and HyDra coming out of spawn. Good stuff. Life count not looking ideal for Boston Breach. 13. They're not quite on life support yet. See if they can get it done. All they need is 1 set of clean kills and they're in.
Yeah, and you can see Beans and Awakening not on the same page there. One guy chowed out the back there. The guy challenged through Shandy, so miscoordination. Have to reset for a second attempt, but this time they're getting the kills. New York Subliners players are spawning out, so a massive opportunity for Boston, tripling up on the flank.
Go. Honestly, if they make this work out, they've lost a few players here. Wardy not to be deterred by the pre-fire. Flies on through. Priestahh still vigilant approach. Whoa, Kremp gets another. Priestahh does not give up the angle. However, he has given up the zone, and now you've got players on it. Boston's reinforcements flooding forward. KiSMET now coming up with spawn. Wardy with the angles. Nades, everything being thrown their way. Boston, they're running out of numbers now. They've got some bedroom presence chance, but they've got to get kills again.
Yeah, they have to make this perfect as well. Wardy did get called out, so you have to be aware that he's going to be behind you. Problem is, he just took a deep route and makes the play. Only 6 lives remaining. Subliners right now in prime position to get their round win. Extra kills coming through their way, and got an SMG with Dead Silence popped. Wardy, this is just free time to play with.
Kremp snoozing there in the bedroom. Final few seconds. That kill should seal it. There's no way Beans can make it from desks over towards the point. There it is, done. Subliners get on the board, 2-1.
And, you know, pretty solid round on defense. Again, you know, right from the jump, you saw Boston, you know, quadruple stack to try to go for the B zone early. But as soon as that got shut down, New York didn't make mistakes after the fact. And that one had nice moments where they're running rampant inside a kitchen around restaurant. But as soon as that falters, nice and stable over towards B. So down but not out in the control. New York Subliners, though, still a long way to go.
Yeah, 2 straight rounds. I mean, 3 straight rounds is one thing. 2 from here on out. It's not going to be an easy thing, especially against Boston Breach. They are a dangerous team here on Hotel, but crazier things have happened today alone. Vivid's having a fantastic game, though. 21 and 15. And Wardy, oh yeah, feeling confident for Spree.
That's the big question, though. Yeah, Beans get taken care of. I was going to say, that's the difficult man to get past, but as soon as you kill the ARs, that B zone now is wide open. And Wardy playing for the cutoff kills. Well, that did not last long.
And eyes were bigger than his belly. Kremp cuts him down, and now Beans, he's taking care of business as well. Streak's there. Can KiSMET hold on alone behind enemy lines? And he's been cut down as well. Boston Breach, they swarm the B zone. They defend it successfully. You do get the New York Subliners over towards A. 59 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, certainly had an opportunity, but obviously easier said than done. And right now, HyDra just flooding them and funneling them through. It's like, hey, middle of the map is wide open, maybe the full flank, but I do have everything else. But Boston might be able to swarm. I mean, it's only 2 ticks through, and it's only 2 men on the point, because HyDra's out of the play, so Boston an opportunity just to be annoying. Gonna get it done. Kills everybody in sight, and they read HyDra. New York, again, playing just a little too comfortable.
Yeah, a little too comfy is one way of putting it. 3-man dive through connector now. Wardy, they're all tagged up, so this play has been absolutely stopped. Awakening. Eagle eye on that side of the room. Vivid now with a pinch. This is huge from Boston. They are starting to suffocate the Subliners. Okay, a little bit of space to work with. Over to Kremp on the point alone. Beans cut down from behind. Can HyDra do something unthinkable here? He does. Priestahh's there to back him up as well. That should be A done.
Man, just another moment for Boston where I figured like the comms were coming through. I think as Awakening had those players one shot, knew he was hitting up through mid, but maybe the communication just too late or too many things to deal with. But either way, New York's happy to stabilize, get the extra minute to work with, but not a lot of time. But that is 2 big kills, and there's a lot of players now working the flank. New York, hit the go button.
And they are going. Awakening has been suppressed for now. HyDra with a 2-piece. Slowly but surely, KiSMET's getting the job done on B. How many bodies will Boston throw at this? It's the tags. Streaks now coming in. That's going to be from Kremp. And he has cleaned the point successfully. The Subliners have dipped out. Wardy stays alive. Bottom bedroom manages to get a kill of his own. And he's right back on the point. More defensive work there from Awakening. Final minute to go chance. And it is not going to be an easy thing to do. But HyDra on a 7, nearly 8. Jeez. Son. Still fighting.
Oh, that's great. Beans got the 2 as well. Beans picked up a Vaznev. So I was going to say, HyDra had both those players one shot, but Priestahh not able to get all of the cleanup kills. So a big moment there for Beans and Boston. Still holding on defense and reading the flanks as well. So Boston have a decent bit of map control. New York needs something to string together.
Looking for a pick. Not going to be an easy thing to do in Kremp's here. Wardy shouldn't be throwing a thing. Oh, Awakening still top bed control. HyDra streak doesn't amount to a lot. It does move those Boston players around. But I don't think it was what he was looking for. Final attack. 15 seconds. This is for the Subliners to try to get on that point. They are being cut down left, right, and center. Now, HyDra. Heroics. But finally dealt with. It was a brilliant string of kills, but not enough, as Boston Breach continue the dominance on hotel. Control goes their way.
Yeah, and, you know, in a shocking fashion, KiSMET for the first time, you know, purely running an AR. I think he finished 11-26 going against, you know, one of Boston's finest maps. So just not an easy switch up for New York to make, and maybe a few mistakes in the mix as well. But Boston loved the map for good reason, up 2-1 in the series, and obviously will be staying in Amsterdam for one of the final one, if not final two maps.
If not final two, but Boston set himself up for great success. We're going to go to a hard point after this one. Wow, there we go. Vivid's 9 spree. Same for Priestahh, who they all finished sort of statistically very happy, but at the end of the day, 3-1 is a strong scoreline in Control, especially in the Call of Duty League. We do see more round 5s on average. But a 3-1 like that, Boston continuing the dominance. Don't chow them on Hotel, boys and girls. You've seen enough tape. You've seen what they can do. Over the Subliners, decent crack at a chance, I think. Solid.
Sure. I mean, why not? Did take a look at some of these highlights early on. Already popping off a couple kills. This is the spree that Vivid goes on, by the way. So he was everywhere on the map to make sure he's getting kills all over the place. And obviously Boston playing with a certain level of ferocity in the respawns that is certainly present in the gameplay. But potentially long series we have on our hands to be the final one. And definitely one of the better moments, I'd say, from HyDra. Took a map loss, but a moral victory on Awakening.
A moral victory, but hey, that's why we don't shoot bodies. Scrap knows all too well now as well. Yeah, massive stuff. Great plays. Kremp as well, finding some brilliant 2 pieces. Awakening just doing exactly what you would expect. A player of his caliber. This is the last few hits here on the round. Defensive work from Boston Breach, so strong. Time and time again, winning those fights. But HyDra, yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. HyDra is one of the greatest players in the world right now, without a shadow of a doubt. But not quite enough there to help pull away the victory. Boston Breach take the lead in the series. Match point going into the hard point.
Yeah, I mean, always clean gameplay from HyDra, but some of those were just like extra snappy. It certainly seemed like if guys playing off angles, but HyDra's just ready there to beam you down. Obviously, if the map 2 is any indication, New York Subliners might actually be happy, or certainly would be happy to see a game number 5. Obviously, the question though, getting past Boston on Hotel Hardpoint, not an easy feat. Certainly doable, but means an Awakening, consistent with the hot hand, and even there, Vivid frying as well. So Subliners and Wardy, well, they have their work cut out for them.
First part of our Hotel trilogy done. Let's find out if the second one is good. The sequels are typically better than the original when it comes to the trilogies. Yeah, absolutely. Of course, actually, fun fact, Empire Strikes Back, 43 years old today. Let's find out if the Subliners can strike back in this hard point on Hotel coming up in a moment. And again, if we have to go the distance, Search and Destroy, you guessed it, Hotel. Chance, big thoughts though, man. The first hard point was solid as hell. I still think that, you know, both teams looking pretty good. Wardy he's only getting stronger. He's warming up. He's getting things going. Subliners looking good either way. Can they take it against Boston? Force that game 5?
Absolutely can. Again, pop-off potential is always going to be present. HyDra towards the end really started to heat up in the Control as well and created opportunities. But if I was a betting man, I'd be putting the money on Boston. Again, it's just all 4 players down the line, comfortable in their roles, know exactly what they're going to do. And New York Subliners just in a much trickier spot. Obviously, it's not like they're going to be well scrimmed with Wardy. I wanted to make a joke about Empire Strikes Back so bad, but I think the time is fast.
Honestly, I would leave it alone.
I was going to say that Clayster was there for opening night.
No, leave it alone. It's a brilliant film. Moving on to the hard point. Been fun watching Wardy though. Nice sort of addition. A little bit of fun spice towards the end of the season. I'm sure we'll see him on the flank something later tonight talking about this performance. Whether it's a win or a lose, we'll find out though. Beans though, still having a good series. Awakening, typical stuff. And Vivid and Kremp, everyone's had their moment for Boston Breach. Let's see if they can keep up this absolutely ridiculous performance and production on Hotel. Because surely, Chance, you're going to run out of magic eventually. Everyone's going to start getting the reads on you. There's only so many preposterous gunfights you can win in an entire season.
I mean, you say that, but I think preposterous gunfights has been sort of the name of the game for Boston for quite some time. So they live for the gunny, they die by the gunny, and the map overall, the record, not super great for either team, both just above the 500-point margin, but obviously that just means they are solid. Rotations and holds, though, a little bit stronger for the Subliners, but obviously that's not with his roster, not with these weapons in hand. So Boston, this is your best chance, best opportunity to collect those extra 10 CDL points. You do not want to see him at 5. Got to take New York down on Hotel.
See if they can. Well, Major 5, you can still grab tickets. There's not many left. next week if you're in Toronto or if you're close enough to run across the border and get involved. For now, we're going to run over towards this first hard point, P1 on Hotel.
And you know exactly where the Boston players are going to be. Just Awakening or one of the ARs is going to be in the windows, and got to do it with the SMGs down low. 40 for the first one. Good reads on the second. Nice opening break for New York. They take Boston down.
Kiz can't win it. Ooh. There against Awakening, who seems to be a walking two-piece right now. Every time we see him in the feed, huddled alongside himself. Hard point firmly in the hands of Boston Breach. Subliners are all across the map right now. A very awkward and unfortunate series of events sees them pretty much screwed. Demon Joe brought down chance, but Boston still solid start.
Yeah, a little bit of that. Good news, bad news. Good news for Boston. They flip the spawns. Bad news, they lose the time. It is a decent bit New York are going to be able to get, but great stuns. You already know exactly where the push is going to be coming from, and honestly, that stun is enough to slow these players down. Already working together, both diving out their backs, but maybe into death or maybe to the gunny. They just break it down just like that. SMG, new duo working together. Wardy and HyDra are flying.
Here comes Kremp, though, and he has been ruining their plays all series long. Can he get another one? Awakening is so hard to kill. That's another sweet set from Boston Breach. It's 4 in a row for Kremp. Finally, you take care of Awakening. HyDra is spotted out. Vivid. And he's going to land. Help his teammates try to clear that head. He's so difficult to take that gunfight. And there we go. HyDra's in. The trades are done. And it's Boston once again chance. The last team standing.
Yeah, that's a beautiful recovery out of Boston as well. You know, 2 players for the Subliners get in the back, but the trades are instantaneous. A bunch of big gunfights won. And Kremp on a 5. Number 6 might be the gunfight on rotation as well. His dead silence, though, just runs out, so he has to pump the brakes. But he can hear him from a mile away. Wardy might be the next man in line.
Oh, if you don't get these streaks, though. Oh, there you go. Trade should fly around that corner in a moment. Hard point. Oh, actually, no. Wardy, he dipped out for a second. Whoa, sweet nade. Kremp can see the side of that one. Once again, Boston, it's a 6 from Kremp. It's 2 for Awakening, as Kremp is just going to start reaping the rewards of this spree here in Kitchen.
Yeah, Wardy tried to make a decent little play, but he gets chopped down, and maybe HyDra trying to take his turn. But just to be annoying, obviously, if you're inside, easy to cover these angles, and Kremp attempting to get the job done. Priestahh, though, makes the move, and just like that, guns to New York break through the hill. Vivid, maybe the best thing he can do is just contest. Too many gunfights to win, but he's going to hit the full send, and well, that'll be enough for HyDra to get the kills. Subliners happy for the moment. Look those final 12 seconds and set yourselves up on rotation. It means maybe a close engagement or Priestahh going on the flank.
It feels like Boston Breach absolutely pummeling New York Subliners. It's still a very close game. Over to the bar we now go for a couple of drinks before dinner. The restaurant will be after this. Kremp's going to be the man in there, and he is having a great game so far. 8-2, 10-6 out of Awakening. But here come the Subliners. KiSMET. Whoa, he dives the right way. Kremp, smooth moves around the pillar. Wardy's going to be there for the kill. Vivid also doing what he can, as the trades have been so back and forth, Chance. You weren't wrong. There is a ferocity to Boston Breach's gameplay, and it's stuff like this. It's Vivid, so mobile, so speedy. So many angles. Wardy, no, doesn't read a single thing. Priestahh might have eyes on Vivid here, but the guns are so hot, and Boston are still running it.
I mean, still running it, and then they just get 3-man wiped, and it'll be Dean's last man standing in the hill. So we got a very mixy game for the moment. Kills being traded all over the map. But Boston, I was going to say, finally be able to collect the scrap time. Wardy wants it, though, and Wardy's going to get it. So a gunfight like that, it'll buy you 12 seconds. It'll keep Boston out of the time, but it will make the rotation just a little bit more difficult. Boston set up, and we know how good their form is. Not an easy hill to break down.
No, not at all. Poor KiSMET, he is struggling, man. He's not having fun with this main AR role.
Oh, no.
He's not having a good time at all. 3-11. Vivid's now got HyDra's number. Here comes the remaining members. Oh, my God. Of the Subliners, Priestahh is in. The trades are complete. And again, still a relatively close game. Awakening seemingly unstoppable. Kiz is in. Think of a Vaz. You know you want to. Beans for the nades. And there we go. 35 remaining on the point. The Subliners get the break.
An eventual break, but time worth fighting for. So, Kremp was going for it. He did not get it. He met HyDra instead. So that's a 3 spree, and it's into hot hand for the French phenom. But Vivid tries the Vaznev. Absolutely the best gun in the game.
He sort of hit like a short hop, side strafe, jump, hip fire, smack in there. Vivid, that was dangerous jutsu. And he's still going. Forward into the point he now flies. HyDra. He's up next. Can you read Vivid? I think Vivid might have spotted him. Oh, nice shots from HyDra there through the glass. Explosive finish, though, to that life as Beans at range still sees Boston with a tremendous amount of map control.
And poor KiSMET, he's not aware of the timings. Like, he is just playing a completely different game in the moment. He's certainly feeling a bit of that pain, but this is just a hill where no one has been able to collect any time. I mean, who cares about the objective when there's kills on the map to get, and Awakening gonna get them all.
Oh, no.
There's a 4 spree. Should be number 5, or at least for the damage and a little bit of that hill time. 20 and 9 on a 5 spree. Might only be a 30-point game, but might get a cruise.
Oh, he's getting there. 21 and 9. Gig Awake. He is absolutely crushing them. This is a dangerous look as Boston just start to get more and more violent here on Hotel.
I mean, the violence, though, we'll see if it can continue because it's still only a 20-point game. Yeah, HyDra wasn't moving, so not going to hear that one coming. And you have a nice little entry salvo. A little bit better map coverage here for York Subliners, but looks like Beans trying to take over. Awakening popping up in the feed as well. And Boston, the early advantage to get to the hill if they want it, but not easy on either side.
No, not at all. I'm saying poor KiSMET going towards the end of the season, you know, stats are going to be a little bit skewed from this series, which is a shame for him. But HyDra and Wardy doing what they can in the feed. Kremp, though, smooth, speedy moves and wonderful map knowledge. He knows when he can hit the go button and when to pump the brakes. Priestahh now in this sort of 1v2 situation on the outside. Not going to go too far. Wardy trying to keep his boys alive and kicking good tags. Here comes Kremp and Awakening back onto the point. Once again, such lethality with the attacks from Boston Breach. That's 3 down, though, and that is the Subliners with solid map control going towards P2. They can pull it back right here.
This has also been, like, the past 2 hills, the least scored hills maybe we've really seen on Hotel Hardpoint. Like 25, 30 seconds collected on 2 hills in a row, so a lot of time off the clock has been burned, but I don't think that'll come into effect. York Subliners, though, trading away 10 seconds on P1, completely set up around P2, looking for a good chunk of time.
Yep, we're in. KiSMET in the far corner. Priestahh by the stairwell. Wardy coming through Spa. And here we go. Trades are down, but the Subliners, they're starting to waver. 3 clean kills. Good stuff. Get back on the point, and there you go. Another sort of 15 seconds about to be added into the bank.
Ooh, this is a tough moment for Boston. Do you actually want to try to hit this whole time and potentially end up flipping yourselves out, or do you want to rotate? It looks like all 4 players are going to full send and try to go for it. Meanwhile, HyDra's already taking a deep route. So for Boston, this is a delicate battle you are fighting. You need to get this time, and trades are coming all the way through. I think when all is said and done, yep, Awakening can't quite do it. Subliners get the scrap, and HyDra might be able to get the rotation as well.
Close but no cigar. 4 in a row from HyDra. Stay alive. He is eating it. Oh, wins the fight with a little bit of help from Kiz. Stays alive in the backside of kitchen. This is essential. Now, the spawns... Okay, no, the spawns are terrible. Don't worry about it. The spawns there from the Subliners all over the bloody place, but that does give them a few more angles of attack right now. Breach looking to take the lead back in hand. HyDra and Priestahh on the back line. Vivid cuts him down, pushes him out. That should be it. Priestahh's in trouble. Now to the front side of the kitchen, the Subliners go chance, and it is bloody pandemonium.
Yeah, big moment for Boston, too, because obviously you had the opportunity for Subliners to make the play, but they might just do it anyway. They can't get it done off the back spawns, but KiSMET says, wait a minute, I'm a aBeZy player. Let me pull it out, go into the kitchen, and get things done. Nice little spree for him as Subliners trying to hold on to these final 25 seconds.
Holding on. Wardy's thinking. Gets a lot of damage in. Staying alive now. KiSMET looking for the contest. This is such a close hard point. 17 seconds remaining on this one, and Vivid's kill there will net it all for Boston Breach. Back to the bar we go. This hard point ain't over yet.
Oh, Beans is catching players as well. That is a massive 2 on rotation. Kremp, freebie over towards Spot. You've cleared out the back spawns. You have it secured as soon as this hill pops. So Boston got an 18-point lead for the moment. They're in the better spot as well. And Beans is frying. I mean, well, kind of on this spree. 13 and 24, but he's on a 4 spree.
He's on a 4 spree, and boy, does it look good. 200 points crossed now for Boston Breach. This is it. We're looking at the end game for Boston here in the hard point. Can the Subliners prolong the series? Can they keep it going? Priestahh now, toe-to-toe with Beans on the Godheady. Wardy, as Beans loves it here, man. He's so strong in this position. Wardy on the approach, finally brings him down. Hard point open for a sec. Kremp on the reach-out. Back in we go. As this is non-stop chance, cannot be won here, but Boston will get close.
Yeah, such a good hill there for Boston, and it looks like they're going to get the cherry on top, potential final 15 as well, or maybe HyDra wants it. Neither team able to get it. New York sending 2 players over for these final few seconds, and that'll make the rotation a little bit trickier. HyDra, though, opening things up. He's by himself for the moment, but the reinforcement should be quick. New York oscillating around the map.
They're in. Contests. HyDra stays alive for a sec. Wow, smooth turn. Trophy is somewhat getting in the way, but Wardy's there to help out. 28 and 20. He's having a lovely hard point so far. We are far from done here on Hotel, boys and girls. It's a good hold out of the subliners. Wardy tagged up. Great moves, but unfortunately Vivid is there. Over to the point we now go again. And no one's in it. There's a cruise missile on the way. Here comes HyDra into the fight. Holds back one. Awakening diving in chance, and it is non-stop. There's the contest. Kiz wins a big one. The subliners are staying alive? No? Maybe? Yo, Kiz! Wow, what a 3-piece! Staying alive indeed.
I don't know how he gets it, and look at where Boston spawns. They get eviscerated by KiSMET, and they spawn in Kitchen, and now have a clean rotation over towards New. So you have New York Subliners right now. They're going to be down by about 10 points. They need this break. They got a lot of pressure on Kitchen trying to block these spawns. Awakening shuts the door. Him and Vivid working together. They all clean house.
Oh, this could be it. 20 seconds out for the win. Boston Breach, that's going to be the series. Wardy trying to break his way through the backside of Kitchen. Priestahh, you have to find it. Thread the needle. Catch out Beans. He's into the contest corner. He's been called out. KiSMET's now here to back up. Nades are there. You're running out of time. Beans with a trophy. That could be it. Kremp now the top hot, and that should be game. Wardy dives into it. Boston Breach, you got your body shot, and they said forget the peace sign. They loaded the chopper up, and they have rained down on the New York Subliners. That changes the picture entirely.
Finishing their year off right, getting that final dub before we go into the final stretch of the year. And I mean, hey, Boston just created a nice little 6-way tie, and I suppose we can rock with this theme today. Shoot bodies, lose the series, but I think the 2 we had today certainly more fun than Venom. Certainly what it felt like, but either way, it turns out for the Subliners, subbing in an SMG player for your main AR. Not a good strat, so literally no one should be surprised by the outcome of the series.
No, not at all. He had a decent series, though. Some great moments, some funny moments, but it was tough to contend with Giga Wake. 4,500 damage, nearly the 40 bomb. He was simply different that series. As Boston, the 3-1 victory here on our final online qualifier of the Modern Warfare 2 season. Oh boy, what a week of COD it has been, and what a week of COD next week will be as well.
I believe since Boston got the 3-1, I mean, I'm sure the desk can break this down better than I can, but I know OpTic and Atlanta already locked in for your 1-2 seeds. I think Boston off of that might have just jumped all the way up to 4th overall, which funnily enough, depending on how the tiebreak works between Minnesota and New York, you might actually have a Boston-New York rematch at the major, so a lot of fun potential matchups on the line.
There you go. Well, what could have been a boob series turns out to be a Bob with 2 Bs, baby. Well, there we go. We didn't have to see the Search and Destroy. It would have been a lot of fun, though, I must admit. But, guys, that is it. Online COD for the MW2 season. It is finished. Put a bow on it. It was a lot of fun. So many good memories. So many memey moments. And, hey, plenty more next week. Over to the beautiful desk. Mwah!
Bye-bye loudness, EQ. We'll see ya. Yeah.
So close to flipping a bird. I came so close.
We love you, Miles. You can throw in our ranked games later tonight, just like New York did in this series. You put in a sub, and then you make KiSMET run an AR. New York threw this one against Boston.
They're trolling.
But Boston gets the win in a 3-1, and that means we have 6 teams now finishing with a 3-2 record. This is going to get weird. Our graphics guy says, give me a minute while I do all the number crunching. And we want to make sure we get this one right, Nameless. But we did not see today going the way it did.
We definitely didn't. And also, I will say New York are absolutely trolling. That made absolutely 0 sense. Wardy, for what it's worth, great S&D, some big plays.
Awesome to watch you, my friend.
All right, this is what matters. We got the bracket. So let's see what our matchup is.
We got OpTic number 1, Mutineers number 8. That's your top half. You got Breach versus Røkkr there as 4 takes on 5. FaZe comes in with the number 2 seed, draws Legion in the first round with number 7. And Ultra versus Subliners. That's going to be number 3 versus number 6. And all that is Puckett, Matt. Thieves, Royal Ravens, Surge, and Guerrillas all starting that losers bracket.
The top side of the bracket is super light. Wow, OpTic are definitely making it to the winners final minimum.
It's going to get interesting. Nameless calls it like he sees it.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's going to go that way. Things get spicy, especially when the Mutineers match up against OpTic, and that is going to be going down next Thursday. Mark your calendars. We are 4 days out from seeing OpTic Texas take on the Mutineers at 4:30. Ultra versus Subliners at 3. FaZe versus Legion opens it up at 1:30 p.m. And we close it out with Breach versus Røkkr. Nameless, what do you think of this first round of action?
I'm really excited for the Breach versus Røkkr game. You know, watching that series, like Breach have all the talent in the world.
Yeah.
They just make it so difficult sometimes on rotation, like on that last map that we just watched. But when you think about Røkkr, they're figuring it out. They look very strong in the respawns, like fundamentally playing great. They have a good dynamic now, so I think that could potentially be the biggest banger in round number 1.
If you got a tweet, send it right now using the hashtag CDL2023, and you could be featured here in this show. But Nameless, we got to recap what went down in this final series. Boston walks away with a 3-1 victory, and they get it due in part to a lot of swaying from Awakening. But what else did you see from this Boston squad?
I mean, like we said, like Boston, they have all the talent in the world. Big Wake making an absolute statement in this last series. He just needs a championship, man. Like he's one of the most talented players that we have in the game. We need to see him win a chip.
We're going to see if we can get a hold of a Boston player in a moment. But while we're waiting, let's go ahead and recap what started the day, because Legion put the pressure on Minnesota. They pulled off the upset yesterday. So Minnesota, they now wanted to earn 10 points of their own. Going up against Toronto, no one thought it was possible. 90% of the chat was leaning towards the Ultra.
Yeah.
But it is the Røkkr clutching up with Attach back in the lineup. The man was ice cold.
Yeah, Attach was a monster today. He said he just wanted to fit into the system day 1. Well, today he came out, he absolutely slayed. Definitely was looking warm. And then Bance as well. Bance in the Search and Destroy is making plays in that game number 5. But also on the respawns, Bance is over a 1.1 throughout this stage. His highest KD in the stage. So it's looking like Major 3 Bance has returned. I'm excited to see what Minnesota can do. Obviously, there's still some work that needs to be done in order to secure champs, but right now, Minnesota looking very good to secure it.
And remember, this made all the chaos possible. With Minnesota picking up this first W, that gives Ultra their 3-2 record here in the qualifiers. And now Røkkr, powering from what we thought could have been in 8th place, moves all the way up into our 4-5 spot to be playing on Thursday. Impressive stuff from the Røkkr, but that wasn't the only win of the day. The fastest series of the day belonged to the LA Thieves. You had to face off against both seeded London Royal Ravens, and the Royal Ravens go out with a whimper tonight, Nameless.
Yeah, this isn't even highlights. We're actually just showing the entire series.
It's done.
Yeah, no, it was so super fast. Map 1 a little bit contested, got the juiciest one for sure. London trying to go out with some fight, but the team just lacking the confidence and the skill set to be able to go up against a major champion. All the questions are on Thieves right now. It's like you're a major champion with that caliber of a team. You expect them to be able to make a run, but they're starting in losers. Can they do it?
Chat, what do you think about your teams? Let us know right now as we got our final look at what happened here in the qualifiers. We are all set up for just 2 tournaments remaining in the 2023 season. $500,000 on the line next week as we head up to Toronto for the final major, and a man playing for a big chunk of the cash joins us live right now. We got Beans on the line in our monster winner spotlight. Beans, congrats on the 3-1. New York bringing out a sub kind of caught the whole community off guard. What was it like playing against Wardy today?
You know, I've got a lot of experience playing against Elliot. Obviously, back in, you know, a good UK brother of mine. Obviously, an insane player. He always has been. So it was, you know, obviously probably better for us that he's playing because you don't have the full New York roster. But also, you know, couldn't take him too lightly as, you know, he's obviously a really good player. So.
Well, with your win today, this definitely keeps you guys in the mix going into Toronto, but also it keeps you in the running to lock up your spot in champs. Was that the bigger picture for the squad? What were you guys talking about this week?
I mean, I've always, since I joined the team, you know, to the boss, guys, don't worry about champs. We've got that locked. You know, we're good. But it was getting a little bit dicey lately. You know, some losses here and there that we probably shouldn't have lost, or you know, just some choke games. But you know, I think we're okay for it. We're a solid team.
Beans, what are you guys trying to work on going forward? Because you know, in these games, we're seeing you guys get a ton of kills, at times outslaying, just something in the middle or at the end of the game not going your guys' way. So how do you intend to fix that in practice for the last 2 majors?
I think we just need to come out hotter in hard points. I mean, I think our control is probably the best in the game at the moment, or one of. And our S&D, you know, we got our off maps here and there, but for the most part, our S&D is pretty good as well. So if we can just start getting some hardpoint wins, especially that first map is so important, then I think we're in the running to, you know, do really well at these events.
7 straight control wins. You guys are definitely looking like the best when it comes to game 3s, but that game 4 was a little sloppy. Can I ask you about your personal game? Because you started 9-24, you finished way closer to a 1.0. Talk to me about that game 4. How did you turn your own game around?
I don't know. I was getting slammed, to be honest. Normally, HyDra hardpoint's my kind of jam, but I was getting slammed. But luckily, you know, we got Demon Joe next to me, you know, an absolute insane player, and he was trying. Carl as well, Evan Reese, you know, they're all doing it for me, so they had me on that one, thank God.
Nice.
All right, Beans, final question here from the community. What are your thoughts on drawing Minnesota in the first round? How do you feel you match up against Bance and crew?
I think it's written in the stars, you know, after all the stuff that was said after the LAN or whatever. So it's written in the stars that was going to happen. I can't wait. Obviously, you know, devastated that that was the last online match. No more EQ. We're you know, we'll cry over in the Boston camp, but nah, I'm really excited. It'll be a really good game, I think.
The astrologists don't lie. We get to see that next Thursday. Congrats on your win tonight, and we'll see you up north.
Appreciate it, guys.
That is Beans. Boston gets a dub and helps improve to 190 points on the season. Let's take a look now, Nameless, because coming in, this was a tie for that 7th, 8th spot. Now you bump Surge into that zone. Røkkr finished with 180 points before going into Toronto, and Legion, still with a long shot, has to play near perfect as we head up to Canada.
Dude, it is going to come down to some insane losers bracket match on Friday. Like, it's going to be nutty. Surge, man, like, they better focus up, because there's a world where they don't make it into champs, and that would be devastating.
Want to give a big shout out to everyone who tuned in since day 1 of our qualifiers. That is going to do it for the online portion of competitive Call of Duty. Nothing but Major 5 and champs left here in the 2023 season. We'll see you all up north starting next Thursday.
Pick up where I left off, it ain't over. Whole squad on the gravel, all I know, I'm a soldier, stand up, add attention, shake it off, tell us swift, forget the trip, back the mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going crazy, man, it's panicking. Woke up from the stretcher in the reds, removing the bandages. Hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages. Power level breaking screens, they like, wait, look at them scampering. Rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Keep the door off the hinges, make waves, so when these vanishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Little this, little that, everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking PCs cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNAPs, they really just next. Scratch them off, power balls. Look at them spinning, they really spin off. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache, make me wanna take my head off. I could really use a Tylenol. Candy rappers talking good and plenty, it's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Sex to infinity, you could never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make waves, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it comes to savageness. I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. I'ma finish it.
Nice.
Try. I couldn't get anything going.
Damn, bro.
Hedge, one shot.
I can't wall, okay.
No, sorry, they can't. Nice, make out that. Make out.
Trapped in tunnel. I'm stunning it. I'm stunning it. Trapped in tunnel.
No, yo, he's hopped up on a
top green wall. Top green wall.
That was.
Cameras. They were all sitting on hedges. Literally, that's what happened the first time.
I just say
they were shoot you, right? Nah, they did. It was like the same body.